Now that we are seated, before we officially commence today's proceedings, please allow me to respectfully observe protocol and acknowledge our distinguished guests. To Senator the Honourable Dominic Smith, Ministry of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence for the Government of Trinidad and Tobago and President of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. His Excellency Guillaume Pierre, Ambassador of the French Republic to Trinidad and Tobago. His Excellency Ren Hongyan, Ambassador of the People's Republic of China to Trinidad and Tobago. Members of the Diplomatic Corps, our senior government officials, Mr. Nigel Cassimire, Deputy Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, other heads of international and regional organizations, Professor Rosemary Belle Antoine, Pro Vice Chancellor and Campus Principal of the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine Campus, Dr. Craig Ramlal, Executive Director of the Artificial Intelligence Innovation Center and Chair of the CTU's Artificial Intelligence Task Force, and other senior officials of the University of the West Indies, partners and sponsors, specially invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Nice, that was a nice, healthy good morning. How are we feeling today? Excited? Very much so, exactly. Now, it is my distinct honor and privilege at this moment to officially welcome you to the first Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Forum 2026. The theme this year, AI for Caribbean Transformation, Governance, Innovation, and Resilience for a Shared Digital Future. I'd say today marks more than the opening of a forum. It marks a defining moment in our digital journey as a region. Artificial intelligence is no longer a conversation. It is here. It's already reshaping how we serve citizens, how we innovate, and even how we educate. But also, we are here today to honor as well how far we've come. Over the next 2 days, we will acknowledge the work that was already done, whilst at the same time, we are here to discuss and visualize where we want to go together. This forum will bring together policymakers, regulators, researchers, innovators, industry leaders, youth and international partners to explore how artificial intelligence can responsibly transform our economies, our resilience, and create meaningful opportunities for Caribbean citizens, for us. And while the conversation is about technology, it's also ultimately about people. Yeah? And a future that is inclusive, diverse, and one that is prosperous end to end. To our participants in the room today and to our community online, thank you in advance for choosing to be part of this historic regional conversation, as the future of AI will not simply happen to the Caribbean, but rather together, the Caribbean will help shape that future. My name is Christabella Sugdeo, and it is both an honor and a pleasure to serve you as Master of Ceremonies over the next 2 days. Thank you for that. Now, it is time to officially kick off our program for today. It is my pleasure to invite the Deputy Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, Mr. Nigel Cassimire, to deliver the official welcome remarks. Mr. Cassimire has been instrumental in advancing regional ICT development and digital transformation initiatives across the Caribbean, and today welcomes you on behalf of the CTU. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Nigel Cassimire.
Thank you very much, Belle, for that introduction. Allow me to acknowledge the main speakers in our opening segment this morning, the Honourable Minister Dominic Smith, who is the Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence in the Government of Trinidad and Tobago, and he's actually also our CTU President. Our sitting CTU president. We have ambassadors, Ambassador Ren Hongyan from Republic of China, People's Republic of China, Ambassador Guillaume Pierre of the French Republic, also Professor Rosemary Belle Antoine, the campus principal here, Dr. Craig Ramlal, who is the chair of our Caribbean AI Task Force, and you'll be hearing from him shortly. And also I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Graeme Thomson, founding member of the World Digital Governance Group. Distinguished delegates, regional and international partners, members of the technical community, civil society representatives, private sector leaders, academia, friends all, and colleagues. Good morning, everyone. It's a privilege, really, for me to welcome you to the first CTU Caribbean AI Forum, a moment that marks both a beginning and a commitment. And we gather not just to celebrate technology, but really to explore how AI, artificial intelligence, will serve our people, our economies, and our shared future, in particular as small island developing states. We are here in the Caribbean. For decades, really, I think we celebrate 37 years. Yes, 37 years this year. The CTU has been the region's anchor for policy development in ICTs. We are, in fact, an institution of CARICOM, the CARICOM Specialist Institution for Information and Communications Technologies. We've been convening experts, like here, shaping policy, translating regional ambition into practical programs. And today's program builds on that legacy. It recognizes that AI is not merely the next chapter in ICT, and that of course it is, but a transformational force that demands a new kind of regional response, one that is strategic, rights-respecting, inclusive, and fit for purpose. So we look at a Caribbean AI forum, and our context is unique. We are a collection of small island developing states. And as SIDS, as we call them, we face particular vulnerabilities. And, you know, you could have, like, for example, Hurricane Beryl that passed through a couple of years ago. Devastated a narrow swath of islands in the Eastern Caribbean. So the vulnerabilities are there. They can be concentrated, you know, but it can also be widespread. We had the greater impact, for example, of Hurricane Melissa last year in Jamaica. So we have these vulnerabilities: climate shocks, limited market size, limited resources, connectivity constraints, talent drain, and so on. But we also have strengths. We have creativity. We have diaspora networks. We have niche industries, you know, things that are particular to our circumstances. And we also have that we can take advantage of a tradition of regional collaboration and cooperation. So AI must be harnessed to reduce our vulnerabilities and amplify our strengths. And that requires a forum in this particular instance that sets the pace and the structure for action. We need to find standards that fit our scale, governance that protects our citizens, capacity development pathways that keep talent in the region, and financing models that help make pilot projects sustainable and scalable. This forum must do more than just talk, but we will talk. Right? We will explore the various aspects of AI governance necessary for enabling effective benefits for small states. For example, things like data protection and governance, infrastructure, capacity building, sovereignty, security, inclusion, transparency, ethics and oversight, and human rights. And we will also launch the final report of the Caribbean AI Task Force and work to identify effective pathways for expeditious implementation of its recommendations. This forum is also a call to partnership. Governments can't do this AI development alone. And we need the technical expertise of all our universities, NGOs, the innovative capacity of our private sector, the advocacy of civil society, and the catalytic support of our development partners and even the diaspora. And we must align incentives so that public good projects attract blended finance and private investment. So I urge us to use these 2 days for personal edification, yes, but also to focus on concrete outputs. We want to identify the various action lines that we need to follow and the relevant actors. We need to identify the next steps to take this AI development process forward. And to the extent that we can, develop a plan to coordinate and expedite implementation progress with clear deliverables and timelines. So let us try to leave this forum with some commitments that are time-bound, measurable, and hopefully fundable. So in closing these short remarks, therefore, I would note that the Caribbean has always been a place of resiliency and ingenuity. Let us ensure that our approach to AI reflects these qualities, that it's bold in ambition, rigorous in governance, and generous in inclusion. Let us make this forum a platform for action. Let us collaborate across sectors, commit resources, co-design solutions that will make AI a force for sustainable development across our region. We have the opportunity to set this standard for small states everywhere. So let's do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Mr. Cassimire. And my takeaway from that was time-bound, measurable, and fundable. Yes. Which is a testament to why we are here today. We are not here to just talk. We are here with intention for action. Following Mr. Cassimire's remarks, it's now my pleasure to invite Professor Rosemary Belle Antoine, the Pro-Vice Chancellor and Campus Principal of the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine Campus. Professor Antoine has been a strong advocate for innovation, research excellence, and regional development, making UE an ideal partner for this forum. Let's welcome Professor Belle Antoine on stage.
I'm not going to acknowledge the minister in his absence, but we do expect him, and we really look forward to having him here, not only to give remarks, but he's also on panels, and that's a commitment of the government to this subject matter and to the UE. We note with great appreciation. Your Excellencies, the Ambassador of France and the Ambassador of Cuba. Also, I want to acknowledge, of course, Mr. Nigel Cassimire of CTU and all the partners, and our Dean, Besham Ramlal, who has shepherded this together with our Dr. Craig Ramlal, who is the director of our AI Center. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. It's of course a real pleasure for me to welcome you here at the UWI St. Augustine campus, our lovely conference center, for the inaugural and yes, a moderator, exciting first Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Forum 2026. And to have such a significant gathering, I think, under this theme, AI for Caribbean Transformation, Governance, Innovation, and Resilience for a Shared Digital Future is very sobering, and I like the word you use, intentional. It really sets the theme up and the ambience up for what we will do today, the next day, tomorrow. That sums up, I think, the promise and the responsibility that artificial intelligence and what it presents for our region, and it is a very timely intervention indeed. So I am delighted to welcome our policymakers, our innovators, researchers, entrepreneurs, development partners, and students from across the Caribbean and beyond. And you've all gathered here with a shared commitment and purpose to shape our region's digital future. And today is very significant, this conference about technology, and yes, we must continue to talk. In recognition of the potential impact of AI, the Caribbean AI Task Force was established by the CTU following the adoption of a resolution by Caribbean ICT ministers to develop harmonized policy recommendations and advance a coordinated regional approach to AI governance. And that is the strength of the mission, the fact that it's a regional perspective. So bringing together experts from governments, academia, civil society, the private sector, and international organizations, this task force represents one of the most ambitious regional collaborations in the digital arena. And although I'm sure you've heard this often, it bears repeating in this instance. The Caribbean stands at an important crossroads, and I do think the UWI is uniquely placed to host such a gathering. And we have all witnessed, some of us with despair, some of us with confusion, some of us with great anticipation and enthusiasm, the way AI is already transforming economies, institutions, and societies. And so the question before us is not whether AI will shape our future, I think that question has already been answered, but how we will collectively shape it to serve our region. The interim report of the Caribbean AI Task Force argues that our region must aspire to be a standard maker rather than merely a standard taker, so that emerging AI systems reflect our regional values, priorities, and development objectives. And this forum demonstrates our commitment to ensuring that the Caribbean is not merely a consumer of emerging technologies, but an active contributor to their development, governance, and responsible application. As a regional university, we have always been committed to advancing knowledge in service of society. And some of you may not be aware, but our campus actually has a proud and long-standing history of leadership in AI that stretches decades. Long before this global surge in interest in AI, the Faculty of Engineering hosted the Caribbean's first AI conference in 1989. I don't think we even knew what it was, what AI meant in those days, establishing a foundation for innovation and scholarship that continues to this day. And those other scholars like the Prof. Patrick Hussain and others have helped lay the foundation for new leaders to emerge, and today we enjoy a leadership position, certainly in the UWI. And a couple of years ago, I found out this well-kept secret and the tremendous AI expertise and creativity also that is housed right here at the St. Augustine campus. And I vowed to support its development. And so one of the things we did, I would have asked, they had a unit at the time, urged Craig, the dean and colleagues to upgrade it to what we have today, a campus center. And very quickly, this very brilliant team brought it into fruition. So the UWI St. Augustine AI Center on the campus has significantly expanded the AI ecosystem. It was launched just December last year, and now it is the largest, I suspect the most sophisticated as well, considering it's backed by strong research and innovation. The largest dedicated AI center in the Caribbean, and it's also looking at things like commercialization, policy development, and AI governance. And I really want to commend the leadership and the team of that center in advancing regional conversations on artificial intelligence, including through the Caribbean AI Task Force. The establishment of the center reflects our conviction that the Caribbean must do more than adopt technologies developed elsewhere. We must build our own expertise, which we are doing with great success already, and develop our own solutions. For small island developing states such as ours, it's not simply about economic opportunity, it is about resilience. I would suggest it's about survival, in fact. And we have the opportunity to strengthen food security, improve disaster preparedness, modernize public services, enhance healthcare delivery, support education, and expand innovation and entrepreneurship. And I do have confidence that our region and our University of the West Indies possess unique and immeasurable strengths in this regard. We have world-class researchers, innovators, and we do have a culture of resilience. We also have something that's very important at university, and that is our interdisciplinary approach, something I really believe in and encourage. So we can work across disciplines. Our engineers here collaborate with our experts in agriculture, law, medicine, social sciences, the arts, and public policy. And it's really a joy to watch. It is precisely this interdisciplinary strength that will contribute to developing AI that is not only technically sophisticated, but socially relevant and deeply rooted in our realities. So we are very, very proud of the AI Center. And through partnerships with CARICOM, UNESCO, the UN, development agencies, and industry leaders, we will continue to ensure that Caribbean voices are represented where decisions about the future of AI are being made. The AI Caribbean Task Force notes that the region's future success will depend upon our ability to do just that. And of course, UWI is ready to support the mission. So I look forward to the discussions ahead with such a distinguished and knowledgeable, authoritative group in the room, including the presentation of the task force work and the exchange of ideas that will map this pathway forward for AI. And in this regard, I really want to commend the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, the Caribbean AI Task Force, the Center, of course, and all of the sponsors, partners, and organizers whose hard work and vision have made this inaugural forum possible. We are very grateful for your commitment to advancing the region's AI agenda. Let this forum be the beginning, as we heard a while ago from the CTU, let it be the beginning of a new chapter in Caribbean development, which really serves the interests of our people, strengthens our resilience, expands opportunity, and contributes to a prosperous and inclusive future for generations to come. So once again, welcome to the campus and welcome to the conference, which I know will be very productive. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Professor Belle Antoine. I concur, and I do believe that we should absolutely be very proud of what we have, what we've built, and what's possible. Now, ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence presents tremendous opportunities for the Caribbean. We can all agree on that. But these opportunities require significant coordinated regional leadership. Our next presenter has provided exactly that leadership and has been doing so for quite some time, actually. If you know his story, then you know what I mean. As Executive Director of the Artificial Intelligence Innovation Center at the University of the West Indies and Chair of the Caribbean Task Force, AI Task Force, he has led the development of the region's collaborative approach to AI governance and innovation. So please join me in a very warm welcome to Dr. Craig Ramlal, who will deliver his presentation entitled Towards Regional Harmonization, the Caribbean AI Task Force. Dr. Ramlal.
Okay. Yeah, breaking everything. Well, that's what I do. Come on, break things and rebuild. Thank you so much for that introduction. I don't know if I could live up to all of those kind things that you said, but I'll try my best. So I want to acknowledge the Senator, the Honourable Dominic Smith, His Excellency Graeme, other members of the Diplomatic Corps, Mr. Corey Belfort, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, other senior governmental officials, Mr. Nigel Cassimire, Deputy Secretary General, Caribbean Telecommunications Union, other heads of international regional organizations, Pro Vice Chancellor and Campus Principal, Professor Rosemary Belle Antoine, and all of you for coming here, our partners, our sponsors, our specially invited guests, members of the media, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming here. This is, in my mind, one of the more consequential forums, conferences that you can attend. Normally you go to a conference and you take information out. This is the conference that you put information into. This is the conference where we will take what you say and we'll go to declaration and say what the Caribbean region will do together. So thank you all for coming. All right, I want to start my slides. Yes? I can see it here, but I cannot see it there. Oh, okay, right, everyone can see it. Okay, good, fantastic. Good. Let's talk about, the first thing I want to talk about is the global AI market. I'm sure you guys have heard these numbers before. You probably have it imprinted in your brain. The global AI market is projected to expand from approximately $539.5 billion US in the middle of 2026 to 4.8 trillion in 2023. You all remember we started these values. It was 189 billion in 2023. It's now $500 billion. So clearly we are skyrocketing in numbers towards that $4.8 trillion value. So what does this mean for the Caribbean? Well, despite the Latin American and Caribbean region, the full region, generating 6.6% of the global GDP, the region currently captures a mere 1.12% of global AI investment. That is nothing as compared to what is going on in other regions. Within the Caribbean sub-region, it's way less than 1.12% of global AI investment. One measure is how many native AI enterprises a region has. And for us, for our 22 nations, it's in the single digits. What you will see in the next series of slides, in about 10 slides, is a series of compounding problems that the Caribbean is faced with. So please bear with me as things get very bleak. The benefits of AI remain heavily concentrated geographically, economically, and technologically. Notable AI models, available datasets, AI talent map, number of AI projects on GitHub, granted AI partners, publications and citations, chip fabrication, private AI investment, and AI government readiness remain in countries that are not here. They remain in the US, Canada, Germany, Israel, UAE, China, France, South Korea. This could go on and on. None of them are here. Not even one has made it in a top 10 list. But why? Why is this the case? We have been doing digital transformation for eons now. Since I was very small, we have been talking about digital transformation. So why is this the case? Is it because of digital access? No. Although broadband services in Latin America and the Caribbean remain costly relative to income, with average prices exceeding 5% of gross national income per capita, they are well above internationally established affordability targets of 2%. So we are a region who pays a bit more for digital engagement. Approximately 75% of the population of the Caribbean in small island development states have used internet in 2023, 75%. Internet use across SIDS grew at an annual rate of 8.4% between 2014 and 2023, exceeding the global rate of 6.7% over the same period. So we are consuming a lot of information online, and we are paying for it. We are paying more than global averages. So it is not digital access. All right, well then it has to be an opportunities problem. Well, that is true. Clearly, there are opportunities elsewhere. This has sustained a brain drain. Over the past decades, between 10 and 40% of many countries' labor forces have emigrated to OECD nations, including more than 70% of highly educated professionals in some states. Among the highest skilled loss rates in the world is the Caribbean. Obviously, this persistent outflow of talent makes it harder to build indigenous AI expertise and to maintain complex systems. A recent survey of 2,500 Caribbean businesses found 60% struggle to implement new digital technologies, with a lack of skilled IT workers cited as one of the main barriers. This brain drain problem is doing another thing. It is compounding the labor issue. Ask yourself, what happens to the much larger existing workforce in occupations that AI is already capable of transforming? What are they displacing? What is the workforce that AI is currently displacing? And at the same time, your skilled target, your skilled talent is migrating. So you're not building anything new. It is estimated that approximately 26 to 38% of employment across the LAC region are exposed to generative AI in some form. Depending on the country, approximately 8 to 14% will be affected in some way, while 2 to 5% fell within the category presenting potential for full automation. Now, 2 to 5% sounds small, but that 2% is about 60,000 jobs. And those percentages are higher for women than men because of the type of jobs that women are mostly involved in the region. Now, I would like to tell you more about this statistic, but I can't, because we also seem to have a data problem. The region appears largely absent from global datasets, for example, those used to track global AI infrastructure, datasets in speech, in language, in images, or for simple development of usual services, things that the government has to develop for public services. Global AI models are trained overwhelmingly on data outside of this region. And speech and language models in particular perform measurably worse on Caribbean English and Caribbean Creoles than on dialects that were built around. You guys ever took ChatGPT and asked it to do a Trinidadian or a St. Lucian accent? Anybody ever did that? The Trinidadian accent has a Jamaican undertone in it. Try it today. So the issue here is this does two things. One, at least a country that is positioned on the bottom of a list of a capability index is still counted. It's still an observation. Even if you're on the bottom, you're still an observation. But And with that, you can inform policy, you can do investment decisions. But a country that is not on the list, because your underlying data is not there, how do you expect to be part of an analytical framework used to model global AI capacity? Where do you start from? How do you make a plan? Smaller states may be missing and are missing from broader readiness indices altogether because the underlying indicators are not consistently collected or reported. The second issue here, and you can tell, is that we are underrepresented. The risks of algorithmic bias, socioeconomic exclusion, and erosion of information integrity are already visible in how AI systems currently perform for the region and how underprepared the region is to detect when those systems are misused. This is a big one. And I'm so happy that we are doing this in the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus. As Principal said, we've been doing this since the 1980s. This is the research gap. This has been one of the campuses that has been pushing AI research since the start of any region, any territory in the Caribbean has been pushing AI research. For every other capability, so listen to this one, for every other capability, like infrastructure, like governance standards, even your talent pipelines, in principle, it can be adopted from outside, or we could import it. So I could import governance standards from outside, right? It mightn't be good, but I could import it. I could import infrastructure. I could bring in talent. But I can't do that. We cannot do that. We cannot import sustained research and innovation because that is the activity through which the region produces AI systems rather than consumes them. Every time we talk about we need to be a standards maker, not a standards taker, or we need to be a producer, not a consumer, it is the research and innovation problem we are talking about. So the question for the Caribbean is not whether research activity exists. Several universities and a small number of firms are already producing it, but whether the activity is organized and sustained and the support exists so that it converts into deployable products, exportable services, and regionally owned intellectual property, rather than dissipating into isolated pilots, something we call pilotitis, that the region currently does, and publications that generate no further economic activity. Now, other regions do this. In larger and more mature innovation systems, the business sector carries much of the cost and risk with applied research and commercialization. Across the OECD, for example, businesses accounted for 73% of total research and development expenditure in 2024. Caribbean startup finance is considerably thinner, where many technology ventures remain dependent on founders' savings, they depend on family, they depend on friends, they depend on loans from banks, small loans from banks. Formal angel networks are rare, and follow-on investment remains very limited. We simply do not have the number of capital, of venture capitalists, or angel investors, or sizable markets to scale. Regional financial systems also remain oriented principally toward conventional collateral-based bank financing rather than the needed, patient, loss-tolerant equity required at early-stage technology ventures. This is because of the risk appetite. And this, against the Caribbean's long-documented skilled emigration problem, forms a weak domestic commercialization pipeline, which gives technically trained graduates fewer opportunities to build research-intensive careers and firms within the region. And that's why your talent is leaving. Okay, so in sum, our digital engagement in the Caribbean is currently built on a foundation the region does not control, because we don't build anything here. We operate overwhelmingly as a consumer of imported technology rather than a producer of localized innovation where citizens consume AI-enabled services in a space where we are underrepresented globally, with very little or underlying infrastructure, data governance, or value capture that happens domestically or regionally. Value capture meaning they will use your data, build it outside, and you don't get any money from it. Clearly, this is a disaster. AI is a moving target, and we are worryingly veering off course. How do we fix this? It will be impossible for a single Caribbean nation to resource, in controls we call that the least norm, which is the minimum energy, the minimum number of resources you need to self-correct. Individually, for each nation, your markets are simply too small. Individually, your human capital is too thinly distributed. You don't have the population sizes. Individually, your financial, computational, and institutional burden is too great. The minimum viable scale for correcting this course of action has to be regional. This is not a new idea. Do you know that the CARICOM remains the only regional bloc of comparable standing globally without a binding or at least an agreed collective AI governance instrument, the only one? There are regions like the European Union, you guys have heard of them, of course, doing their binding AI Act. The African Union implements a unified continental strategy, yet individual Caribbean states are left to negotiate in complete isolation. We stay fragmented, and if we do continue to stay fragmented, how do we command commercial market share necessary to demand localized data sovereignty or customized algorithmic auditing and from multinational AI providers? Furthermore, where high-level policy commitments do exist, we need to protect against the implementation gap. We just can't be writing reports all the time. The Caribbean must aggressively pursue the strategic option of interoperability, and in this case, we call it harmonized AI governance. That's what this whole Caribbean AI Forum is about. So what does this look like? What you want is sovereignty, but you want divergent governance philosophies. You want something that works for all of the countries, but you don't want them to sacrifice domestic regulatory priorities or cultural values. You want them to communicate and cooperate effectively across their borders. So with that in mind, with all of that in mind, let's talk about some good news now, because I was very sad. And that has been ongoing since 2010, actually. We've been fighting the open data problem since then. And now it has just changed itself into a new thing. We call it AI, and then it will change itself to a new thing afterwards, and we call it something else. With that in mind, the CTU Caribbean AI Task Force was formally launched on the 18th of July, 2025, by the Honourable Mr. Smith. It consists of 36 nominated members of Caribbean governments, of national agencies, multilaterals, private sector, academia, CSOs, non-profits, and NGOs. The task force was also supported by the International Telecommunications Union, the UN body, and the CARICOM Secretariat. During the CTU's 31st General Conference of Ministers in September 2025, the resolution for the establishment of the CAITF with a one-year mandate to develop harmonized policy recommendations and coordinate a Caribbean AI Forum in 2026 was adopted. In fact, the ministers asked that we complete our task before the end of the year. They wanted it within months. They wanted it in about 4 months from September. In December 2025, during the AIIC's launch, the Artificial Intelligence Innovation Center's launch, we also launched the interim report. We dispersed it for public consumption, and we discussed it. Members of the task force attended conferences, TV events, and panels regionally and internationally discussing the recommendations and receiving feedback. During December 2025, even to last week, we were taking inputs. They were sent via email, and they helped shape this final report. We probably had over hundreds of changes of emails sent to help fix this report, of discussions and conferences and so on. In June 2026, the CARICOM Council for Trade and Economic Development on Information and Communication Technology recognized the work of the Caribbean AI Task Force as important for the formulation of regionally harmonized AI policies for CARICOM member states. And so now, today, we stand in July, less than a year from the resolution, to release and discuss our final recommendations. So we did it within the year that the ministers wanted us to. Thank you. Right, so let's talk about the recommendations, and I promise it will not be that long. We have issued 7 recommendations on AI on topics of data and compute, governance, economy, talent and skills, public sector AI, resilience, and a regional voice. First, we must build shared regional data and compute infrastructure. This is a very hot topic right now, especially in this country. Earlier, we saw that our high digital engagement rests on expensive, externally controlled systems with much of our data traffic and computing capacity located outside the Caribbean. Rather than every country attempting to build one alone, we recommend harmonized data rules, distributed regional infrastructure, open standards, and climate resilient systems that reduce cost, dependency, and fragmentation. The second one is on governance, ethics, and standards. The Caribbean needs a harmonized AI governance framework. We previously established that the CARICOM remains the only comparable regional bloc without a collective AI governance instrument, which would leave individual countries to negotiate with global technology providers from positions of limited power, which is something we cannot have. That is, we get ourselves into vendor lock-in when we do this, and we've been doing this for years. The recommendation is not to reinvent global standards, but we want to build on frameworks such as UNESCO's, UNDP's, ECLAC's. We want to establish common requirements for transparency, risk, procurement, and bias, and allow each state to implement them according to its national circumstance. Third, we must create a deliberate pathway from AI adoption to Caribbean-owned innovation. It has to be Caribbean-owned, and we have to develop it in-house. We discussed the shortage of AI firms, the shortage of venture capital, and mechanisms for converting research into products, companies, and intellectual property. So we recommend that in the face of all of these issues, we need to begin with practical support for existing businesses. We need to build patient financing and mixed financing options. We need to look at better cooperation between universities and commercialization mechanisms and private sector. So we need to look at university research pathways and commercialization mechanisms that will allow for successful innovations that will then reinvest into the next generation of Caribbean research. The idea is not to always go towards granting and always go towards mixed financing in different ways. The point we are trying to do is become wealth generating in AI. We need a tiered talent strategy rather than a single training program for education. We have already seen that the businesses lacked skilled workers. Highly educated professionals continue to migrate, and thousands of existing jobs may be transformed or displaced by AI. The response must therefore span basic AI literacy, practitioner-level training, specialist research capacity, and research transition pathways for workers moving into higher-value analytical, supervisory, and quality assurance roles. The government should become the proving ground for responsible Caribbean AI. Rather than beginning with high-risk applications, governments should first test AI in a limited, high-value public service in a sandbox, while requiring vendors to provide transparency, auditability, and evidence of performance, because we need to know that the public investment worked out. These pilots should generate shared regional knowledge, because no single Caribbean country has the resources to independently test every single system you build. And it doesn't make sense you build it in Trinidad and Barbados also builds the same thing and you don't share. Sixth, AI-enabled disaster resilience should become the flagship regional investment. And this is something we have heard for the entire year, because of what climate is doing to our countries, what climate change is doing to our countries. The same infrastructure dependency discussed earlier becomes most dangerous when hurricanes, floods, and other hazards disrupt communications and public services. So we envision a shared multi-hazard early warning capability, climate-hardened infrastructure, and AI-supported agricultural tools which would immediately address regional risks while also creating practical demand for the data, the compute, and technical capacity developed under the other recommendations. And finally, the Caribbean must speak internationally with one coordinated voice. Earlier, we argued that the minimum viable scale for correcting our course is regional, because our markets, our talent, and our institutional capacity are too limited when divided among the individual states. CARICOM should therefore coordinate its positions in global AI governance, pursue mutual recognition and interoperability with other regional blocs. So we are talking multilateral cooperation with other blocs, CARICOM to EU, CARICOM to ASEAN, and so on. And ensure that Caribbean interests are represented with the international rules governing AI wherever written. It would mean that our standards and the interoperability between those regions will have to be baked into whatever products and services we supply. So I believe we can do this. We have been involved in this AI space for some time, as you can tell from decades. But we have looked at the data problem, the open data problem, which we were not able to solve. We've also discussed heavily the digital transformation problem, which is something we also was not able to fully solve. We have now come to AI. And I'm hoping that maybe this would be the technology that forces everyone to wake up and realize that you cannot do this independently, you must do this regionally, and you must cooperate. So I think that that is the message from the task force. Please cooperate. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Ramlal. And you thought you couldn't live up to the expectations of the intro, right? Wow, so that was a lot of information. I'm going to ask the question that everybody wants to ask him right now. Dr. Ramlal, will that presentation be shared? Yes. Okay, so we have a yes from Dr. Ramlal for that. A lot to unpack there, some statistics that were sobering at first, but what I'd like to acknowledge is that Dr. Ramlal didn't just present gaps today. He presented data for what it truly is, opportunity. It is an opportunity that shows us where and how we can improve, how and where we should invest our efforts, and how we can make meaningful impact with those opportunities. Coming back to what Deputy SG said, how do we make these now, these recommendations, time-bound, measurable, and fundable? Okay, it's time for us to acknowledge our keynote address for today, but before I do that, I do want to acknowledge the presence of the chairwoman of iGovTT, Ms. Ria Karim, and the iGovTT directors and executive team that is here with us today. Thank you. Our next speaker and keynote joins us as one of the international leaders helping to shape the future of digital governance around the world. His work has advanced global dialogue on responsible, inclusive, and trusted digital transformation. Let us welcome Mr. Graeme Thomson, founding member of the World Digital Governance Initiative, the WDG, who will deliver today's keynote address entitled World Digital Governance: From Principles to Action.
Can you hear me? Yes. Good. Good. Excellencies, distinguished guests, I could go on. There's a long list of very distinguished people here. So if you'll forgive me, I'll cut that a little short, but recognizing everybody who is here, and it's a privilege to be addressing you all here in Trinidad. In fact, you're a very daunting audience. It feels a little to me like those of you who know cricket, and I'm sure most of you do in Trinidad, it feels like walking out on the first day at Queen's Park Oval and facing Courtney Walsh and Curtly Ambrose, and they're on a very quick Queen's Park Oval track. Maybe the wicket at Queen's Park Oval isn't as quick as it used to be, but nevertheless very daunting. So please forgive me if I don't spend the first session without losing a wicket. The foregoing from Dr. Ramlal, I have to say, means that I can pretty much take everything I wrote down here and I can rip it up and say, job done. I wish I could do that now because I have to congratulate the task force and Craig on a really terrific report. It's very sobering, but at the same time, it does recognize the opportunity that we face here in the Caribbean to get our place on the batting order, if I can put it that way, continuing the analogy. So with the recognition that quite a bit of what the task force has diagnosed here, let me point out as quickly as I possibly can what WDG stands for, what it is and what we are doing to help contribute to the Caribbean becoming a proper regional and global voice in this transformation, and more importantly, doing what we can to reverse the brain drain that everybody talks about in every island that we visit, and keep that talent that is here in abundance in the region contributing to real economic growth. First, let me say a few words about who and what World Digital Governance is and what the initiative means. We're not about World Digital Government. There's plenty of that around. We're here about governance, and Craig has already mentioned that. The task force has referred to that most eloquently in its own report. And I would add that several members of Dr. Ramlal's task force are also on various working groups that we have launched since we started our work in the region a couple of years ago. And we're delighted to be able to say that. We were formed nearly 3 years ago in Washington, D.C. by a small group of folks with a wide range of backgrounds and interests, entrepreneurs, technologists, some generals, some members of the intelligence community, educators, leaders of public companies and NGOs, all of us committed to ensuring that the downsides of digital transformation are mitigated, and we've already had some discussions about that this morning, but that the enormous opportunities and potential benefits are shared by all, especially those in small island developing states. I come from a small island developing state myself, New Zealand, and I can assure you that I understand what the brain drain means. We have about 9 million New Zealanders. 3 million of us live overseas. So we share the same issue. Now, most of them live in Australia. So I can say that we've contributed outweighingly to the economic growth of Australia. But I understand, and we understand, how important it is to attract those people back and reverse the drain that we face. So it's not an unknown subject, to me at least. We publicly launched the mission, our own mission, in Geneva last year at the AI for Developing Countries forum at the UN. And my colleague there, Ed Wattau, spoke to about 800 delegates. We are committed to ensuring that data ownership lies first with each and every one of us. Everybody in the room, every citizen in the region should own their own data. And the countries that they live in should be the stewards. They have a duty to be the stewards of that data and to protect it. That's what we mean by digital sovereignty. And when we came to the Eastern Caribbean and then Jamaica in 2024 and then into 2025, when we set up an operation that's associated with World Digital Governance in Jamaica, we were seeking to find and develop and nurture and find jobs for digital talent. We'd spent about a year looking in other parts of the world where we could put a stake in the ground and say, we want to do something here. We'd looked in Eastern Europe, we'd looked in Cyprus, certain other areas, and then we were encouraged to come here to the Caribbean and start talking, and we started a relationship and a conversation with the UE, first in Jamaica, and we realized that there was talent in this country. It hasn't all gone. And there are young people coming through at the universities and the high schools and tertiary educations, institutions every year who have talent, who have desire, who have passion, and sadly, some of them are attracted to Toronto and London and other places that we would prefer they wouldn't go to. Anyway, when we came here, we saw that there was that talent, and we realized that we would like to do what we could do to help this talent make the region become a global leader in digital and AI technology, to your point, Dr. Ramlal. We want it to be a place where we can build digital and AI talent, as well as a pipeline for high-value jobs in the region. Now, some of those jobs can come from local businesses and entrepreneurs that Dr. Ramlal has been talking about, but also this is a region where talent can become employed in global jobs in the North, in the US, in New York City. Now, the company that I also am associated with in Telebus, we're a financial technology business, and we work with the world's biggest global financial companies, insurers. We do a lot of work at the back of those companies. And the biggest issue that they face is finding high-value, high-quality digital talent. It's a very difficult problem because there's a huge shortage of it in the global north, believe it or not. We think that this part of the world can become a centre for those employers. And we are now creating a pipeline for those businesses to identify that talent and employ people from here. Now, this isn't like the BPO industry, and all power to the BPO industry in its own right. It's had a very important role to play in this part of the world and other parts of the world over the last 25 or 30 years. AI is going to affect that industry. What we want to do is help replace that and create new jobs as well, where people can stay at home and remain with their families, remain with their countries of birth, contribute to the growth of those countries through those high-value jobs, and bring that money back to the regions that they live in, become entrepreneurs themselves, create new businesses and create new employment opportunities here. How many of us in the room have children? Please put your hands up if you have children. More than half. How many of you have children who live somewhere other than their country of birth? That's a significant number of people. And how many of you miss those children every day? Some people are giving it thumbs down. I understand that. I understand that as well, but point made. We would all love our children to be closer to us, I think. And let's see how we can change that. Digital Governance had the privilege of contributing to that discussion through sponsorship of the Digital and Artificial Intelligence Transformation Framework. This was adopted by ICT ministers of the full 15 member states, as we've already heard. Now, this excellent report that the task forces produced today is a further milestone in shaping that direction of travel. Let me add that our working group and this CTU task force have several members in common, and we're very proud of that fact. One of the most significant insights of the report, as I think all of us in the room will have gathered, is its accurate diagnosis of the coordination gap and the implementation deficit. How the hell do we get things done? It's time to close the gap and balance the deficit, if I can put it that way. And from my perspective, one of the first steps should be CARICOM's declaration through a treaty commitment, perhaps we're looking in February next year, on regional digital interoperability and harmonization, and that commitment, if it is to mean anything to us in this room and the citizens of every nation that we represent, it must be backed by a mechanism for compliance and enforcement. When it comes to AI, CARICOM must speak to the rest of the world with one voice. Now, I'm sorry, Dr. Ramlal, you used that exact phrase, and I'm sure I wasn't cheating on your homework. Now, we can create regulatory oversight and operational conditions that will help create a high-value digital services hub right here in the Caribbean. So when I'm talking about creating these jobs and getting high-value places for people in the global north, I'm talking about a regional digital services hub. That's the way we think about it, that we all are stronger together. Creating this advanced digital ecosystem and the tens of thousands of jobs we think it can generate depends on two foundations. First, this task force's point about the implementation deficit, strengthening regional digital governance through fit-for-purpose national legislation backed by standards and transparency, guardrails and enforcement. And second, building resilient digital infrastructure, connectivity, data centres, plentiful, affordable energy. You're lucky here in Trinidad, you've got some of that. It's a good start. Now, such investments in the future will rightly, and I've already noticed it on the radio in my taxi coming from the airport, they'll prompt vigorous debate and sometimes disagreement about what the right route we should be taking is. Now, that's a good thing. That's democracy in action. And without these foundations, founded in democracy in action, no digital ecosystem will earn the trust of either its citizens or its global partners. Those people we must harmonise with. Those people we must have interoperability with. Now, that's an enormous opportunity, but if we don't act on it now, as the report says, it's going to evaporate very, very quickly. The region's digital future should be controlled here. It should be shaped here. Built by Caribbean institutions working together, and as a previous speaker has already said this morning, we must become rule makers rather than rule takers. And we won't reach this potential and these goals by thinking small. I've already talked about 924 test wickets between them, but ask Rihanna, ask Brian Lara, ask the thousands of entrepreneurs who've gone, often reluctantly, from these shores because they've believed and thought big. The future belongs to those of us who think boldly and organize intelligently and together, collaborating. Now, I know that sometimes, again, coming from New Zealand, coming from a small island developing nation, I know what competition is like, what it looks like, and how we sometimes like to do better than our neighbour. And we sometimes like to take down our neighbour. I know New Zealanders certainly like to take down Australians if we possibly can. It doesn't always work out that way, but nevertheless, competition is a good thing, but collaboration together is even better. Only together can we educate a regional workforce. And we are very, very much about education. I'll come on to that in a minute. Only together can we build interoperable digital services and the infrastructure underpinning them. And only together can we shape international conversations, and we have to be part of those conversations, to our own interests and to our own benefit. This is not surrendering sovereignty, it's exercising sovereignty intelligently. Now, I'm sure some of you have heard of Gokul Ragapan. Gokul is one of the pioneers of Google. He made the fortunes for Sergey Brin and Larry Page. In March this year, Gokul inspired more than 500 young engineers at our most recent hackathon in Jamaica. And his words have stayed with me. The next great global company can be built in the Caribbean. The idea that great technology companies can only be built in Silicon Valley, that idea is dead. Those were Gokul's words. The future of the Caribbean is no longer determined solely in the Silicon Valley. It's going to be determined here. It can and must be. And that's what digital sovereignty really means. When Caribbean ministers adopted the Digital and Artificial Intelligence Transformation Framework, they were making a profound statement. And the Caribbean no longer needs permission to create its own future. We've entered the implementation era, and implementation is actually a discipline in its own right. Policymakers across the countries of the Caribbean must work with engineers, with educators, entrepreneurs, and citizens. Now, successful digital transformation, and I know I'm running short of time, thank you, Nigel, for the reminder, depends on 5 related elements from our perspective. They're simple, but they're also related to the 7 pillars that the task force has mentioned. P is for policy, R is for regulation, S is for standards, and E is for ethics. Now, there's one letter I left out there, that was O. O, from our perspective, is critical, and I talked about this at breakfast with one of my new friends from France, who works in the cybersecurity area. O is for ontology and taxonomy and how systems and people and organisations talk to each other. If we don't have shared taxonomies and ontologies, then everything we want to do in the digital space struggles. Now, again, in the interests of time, some of those details of the framework, if you're interested, we can certainly share with you after the forum is over. But the point I want to make is that what we are trying to do with our framework and what the task force has pointed out around the 7 pillars reinforce each other. Strategic intent and practical implementation go together. So for our part, what we're trying to do and how we want to contribute has already started. And we have several working groups in WDG. Again, as I say, some of them headed by people in the CTU's task force, working on practical approaches to the challenges we face. Now, under the distinguished leadership of Sandrea Maynard, Pro-Vice Chancellor of Global Affairs at the University of the West Indies, we've launched a team to start developing practical model legislative frameworks that can support those smaller governments that often lack sufficient resources and trained people to frame laws that work for them and at the same time are harmonised with regional and global frameworks. I want to make a request for help in what we are doing. When we talked about preparing talented young people for the global jobs market, the most important starting point is knowing how ready that talent is for those jobs, identifying the gaps and focusing job readiness on bridging those gaps. We're on a mission to do this, to assess those gaps. And across the Caribbean, we want to implement what we call an assessment tool called GQ Unlock. GQ Unlock is not an academic test. It is an assessment tool that we've been using commercially for over 10 years to assess the talent of people that we think about hiring. What we do is not just assess how good they are at certain developer tools or how they've done at university. We are looking at their logical ability. We're looking at their communication skills, how ready they are to communicate with other engineers, for example. Can they stand up and do a slide presentation to the chairman of the board of a global finance company? If you can't do those things, you're not going to get the jobs that are in the north. You have to be capable of doing this stuff because it's a very tough world out there and people make very tough decisions about whether you've got the job or whether you haven't got the job. So it's one thing to have a degree, it's one thing to have a qualification, a micro-credential. All those things are great, but if you can't foot it in the boardroom or on the Zoom call at 9 o'clock in the morning where your work and your team's work is being judged by the person who's paying the millions of dollars for you to solve their problem, if you can't do that, then you're not going to last very long. Now, just one other thing about that talent. How are we identifying this talent? Well, when we first came here, I can remember being in a room with Sean Thorpe, another member of the task force from the University of Technology in Jamaica, and we were talking about how we can get to thousands or hundreds at least, if not thousands of people, young people, to see what the talent looked like. And somebody bright in the room said, well, it's going to take us years if we just have meetings of 20 or 30 people around the universities. Why don't we do a hackathon? And somebody said, that's a damn good idea, let's do that. So a month later, we ran our first hackathon in Kingston, and we got about 350 people. The last one we ran, and we'll be running another one in October, the last one we ran in March, had nearly 800 students and young people at it. That's how we find and hire our talent. And we'd love to be able to run these hackathons around the rest of the region, and hopefully there'll be a hackathon coming to a location near you sometime soon. This is where we will find those people. And really, if you haven't experienced a hackathon like this, then I encourage you to do so. The energy, the talent, and the great new ideas they generate, it really has to be seen to be believed. What we've also learned in running these hackathons and starting to hire people from Jamaica in particular is that the educational focus of the institutions across the Caribbean will have to change. There is no question about that. And again, Gunjan Mansingh and myself had a conversation in Jamaica before she went off to India for a wedding this month, about how we can work together to help shift the focus of the training in her department at UE Mona campus to better fit future needs of employers. Our commitment, as I was saying to Deputy Secretary General Cassimire yesterday, our commitment is to help educators and governments across the region administer GQ Unlock so you can see in each country where you are and where that gap between what we've got now and where we would like to be with our talent in the future is. Because once you know that, then you can do a lot with that knowledge. Actually, mentioning Professor Mansing's name, she's the new Dean of the Faculty of Science and Technology. Work is about to begin on what we hope will be this pilot on taxonomy and ontology across the region together. Ontology is critical. I'm nearly done. I'm nearly done. With common meaning, entire economies will become easier to connect. Friction dramatically reduces when you're all speaking the same language. Trust is increased. Productivity increases across so many domains, from cross-border trade to agriculture, healthcare, and education. I'm going to skip all that and say, ladies and gentlemen, through collaborations with UN bodies such as UNESCO, UNICC, where does the money come from? This is the big question. With educational institutions including the UE, NYU, the State University of New York, and with private sector organisations including Intellibus, who I've mentioned, and AWS, another partner of ours, WDG draws on the global community of enterprise architects, software engineers, AI specialists, cybersecurity experts and digital transformation practitioners whose experience has been forged in the tough school of global competition. We want the region to be exposed to these people and the rigour that it brings. Through collaboration with hyperscalers and the developers of clean, sustainable power solutions such as small modular reactors, we can bring some of the best minds to the Caribbean table. And hopefully we can help bring money to the table as well, because that is at the foundation of everything. Successful digital transformation will depend on secure, resilient, and scalable infrastructure. Strong partnerships democratise capability, and we can move faster. We can experiment confidently, as Dr. Ramlal has asked us all to do. And yes, the Caribbean has started building the foundations of its digital future. Like facing Walsh and Ambrose, it's a daunting future, there's no question about this. But as Dr. Ramlal says, now is the time to find the means and act together. We can prove Gokul Ragapan right. The Caribbean can and will produce its own unicorns. Wouldn't that be an amazing thing to happen? Together we can accelerate the Caribbean's digital transformation, and we invite you, all of you in this room, please, to become partners and contributors to the work we're doing with the CTU, with the UE and others. I hope historians of digital governance will actually conclude that one of the world's most successful models for a trusted artificial intelligence ecosystem has emerged from a community of small Caribbean nations choosing cooperation over competition, implementation over aspiration, and sovereignty over dependency. There's an old saying that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. Well, the second best time actually is today. Let's start planting. Future generations won't ask whether artificial intelligence changed the world, I agree with Craig that it already has, and this is a critical point of departure. Our kids, the ones I was asking you about earlier, are going to ask whether we had the courage and the imagination and the discipline to drive that change for the benefit of future generations here in the Caribbean. I want the answer to be yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Graeme Thomson. Another presentation that has a lot to unpack. But I will remember from today onwards, GQ unlock. All right, so it's now time for us to gather our thoughts while we enjoy a quick cultural interlude with a performance by panelist Mr. Emmanuel Joseph. Please welcome him on stage. Thank you for that. That was Mr. Emmanuel Joseph, our panelist for today's address. So it is now time for us to go into our feature address for today, and she got a musical entrance, so that's quite nice. Representing on behalf of the Ministry of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence for the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, please welcome on stage Ms. Jaya Ramuta. She's the Executive Portfolio Manager with the Ministry to deliver our feature address for today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize, I do have somewhat of a lengthy speech here this morning, so I'll try to get through it as quickly as I can. His Excellency Ren Hongyan, Ambassador of the People's Republic of China to the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, His Excellency Guillaume Pierre, Ambassador of the French Republic to the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Professor Belle Antoine, Campus Principal, the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine Campus, Mr. Nigel Cassimire, Deputy Secretary General, Caribbean CTU, Mr. Graeme Thomson, Founding Member, World Digital Governance, Dr. Craig Ramlal, Chair, Caribbean AI Task Force and Executive Director of the AI Innovation Center, distinguished regional delegates, representatives of international and regional organizations, representatives of academia, members of the public sector, of the media, and all attendees. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a pleasure to join you today at the inaugural Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Forum, convened under the theme of AI for Caribbean Transformation, Governance, Innovation, and Resilience for a Shared Digital Future. I wish to acknowledge the CTU and the University of the West Indies for bringing us together at this critical juncture in our region's digital journey. I am especially pleased to address you today on behalf of Senator the Honourable Dominic Smith, in his dual capacity as Minister of the Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence here in Trinidad and Tobago, as well as the President of the CTU. These two responsibilities have reinforced the belief that while the Caribbean nation will pursue its own priorities, the opportunities and challenges presented by AI demand closer regional cooperation and a shared vision for the future. I will reinforce the messages that we've heard here today so far, I'm sure. Today, Caribbean perspectives, languages, and lived experiences remain underrepresented in the global ecosystem, the global AI ecosystem, as Dr. Ramlal has said, and this is why this forum matters. It gives us the opportunity not only to discuss the future of AI, but to help shape it from a distinctly Caribbean perspective. We have arrived at one of the defining policy moments of our generation. AI is rapidly becoming the infrastructure upon which future economies, governments, and societies will operate. I'm sure you'll agree that this forum is a timely and necessary regional conversation about the future we intend to build, the values we intend to protect, and the opportunities we intend to create for our people. AI is no longer a distant concept confined to research laboratories or global technology firms, as we've heard this morning. Rather, it's shaping our economies, how we will operate, how our public services are delivered, and how businesses compete, how students learn, and how our citizens will interact with institutions. For the Caribbean, this is a defining moment. We have before us a powerful set of tools capable of improving productivity, expanding access to goods and services, strengthening disaster response, enhancing education, supporting healthcare, and opening new pathways for entrepreneurship. We also have serious responsibilities before us. The unprecedented rate of development demands sound governance, modern legislation, and trusted data systems. Moreover, our region must establish resilient digital infrastructure and a workforce that is equipped to participate meaningfully in the ever-broadening digital economy. AI holds real promise as an instrument for reducing inequality, but that promise will not be realized on its own. Technology alone cannot create fairness, inclusion, or trust. These outcomes require leadership, sound governance, and institutions that place people, not technology, at the center of the decision-making. They also require informed policymaking, accountable institutions, responsible private sector participation, and an unwavering commitment to the citizen-centered digital transformation. Our task, therefore, is not simply to adopt AI. Our task is to shape it in ways that reflect Caribbean realities, priorities, and values. We must ensure that the benefits of this technology are not limited to a few sectors, countries, or communities, but are made available across our societies in ways that are practical, inclusive, and sustainable. For our shared transformation in the Caribbean, we have never succeeded by acting alone as a Caribbean region. Our greatest advances have always been achieved through regional cooperation. Across generations, Caribbean nations have advanced through collaboration, shared institutions, common advocacy, and a deep understanding that small states can exercise meaningful influence when we coordinate our efforts. We're referring to cricket again, I'm sure. The same spirit must now guide our approach to AI and digital transformation. The future we must seek must be one of shared development, shared capability, and shared success. We are already seeing early signs of what is possible when digital systems are designed to connect people, institutions, and economies across borders. A powerful example is the Digital Identification Travel Initiative between Barbados and Guyana, which allows eligible citizens to move between two countries using their national identification cards. This is a significant step towards more seamless regional mobility. It demonstrates how secure digital identity can improve the citizen experience, reduce friction in public administration, and strengthen regional integration in practical ways. We offer sincere commendation to Barbados and Guyana for advancing this initiative. This partnership shows that what can be achieved when national digital investments are designed with interoperability in mind, as we've heard. It shows that when systems speak to each other, people benefit, businesses benefit, governments benefit, and the region benefits. We can imagine the wider application of this approach. In agriculture, shared data systems and AI-enabled forecasting can support regional food security, improve crop planning, reduce waste, and improve inter-island trade. In healthcare, secure digital records and diagnostic tools can help professionals deliver earlier, more coordinated care, while also granting patients access to a wider range of healthcare professionals. In education, adaptive learning platforms can support students at different levels and help teachers identify learning gaps earlier. In trade and logistics, digital platforms can reduce delays, improve transparency, and support small businesses seeking to participate in regional and international markets. These possibilities are especially important because Caribbean nations face many of the same pressures. As small island developing states, we face structural vulnerabilities that shape how we develop and deploy digital technology. We must respond to economic constraints, limited human resources, as we've heard, exposure to climate events, infrastructure gaps, and the need to preserve culture and identity in an increasingly globalized digital environment. We have talked about addressing the digital skills gaps in our labor markets. AI will reshape the nature of work, and our people must be prepared not only to use the tools, but also to create, manage, and govern them. This means investing in training at all levels, from primary, secondary to tertiary institutions, technical and vocational training, public administration, entrepreneurship, and lifelong learning. The Caribbean AI landscape will also have to respond to rapidly changing business models, evolving market forces, and the growing importance of digital infrastructure. Compute capacity, cloud services, cybersecurity, data centers, broadband connectivity, energy reliability, and regulatory certainty are no longer peripheral issues. They are central to competitiveness. This is precisely why Trinidad and Tobago is actively exploring the development of advancement of AI infrastructure, including the establishment of a dedicated AI data center in Davie. We recognize that in the digital economy, data centers are becoming as strategically important as ports, airports, industrial estates were to previous generations. Properly planned and responsibly managed, such infrastructure has potential to attract high-value foreign direct investment, generate foreign exchange earnings, create skilled employment, stimulate innovation, and position Trinidad and Tobago as a regional hub for artificial intelligence and digital services. At the same time, we understand the developments of this scale must be pursued reasonably. Questions surrounding energy demand, water resources, and environmental sustainability are legitimate considerations, and they will continue to be addressed through careful planning, modern technology, and evidence-based policy. Economic transformation and environmental stewardship are not competing priorities. They are mutually reinforcing objectives that must advance together. Just as roads, ports, and utilities underpinned the industrial economy, trusted digital infrastructure will underpin the AI economy. Our responsibility is to build that foundation in a way that is secure, sustainable, and centered on the long-term interests of our people. The path forward requires a coordinated regional approach, grounded in harmonized policy and regulatory cooperation, shared digital public infrastructure, pooled technical expertise, and greater collaboration in data management and use. It also calls for joint innovation and investment platforms, collective bargaining and strategic procurement, sustained investment in regional skills and workforce development, and a stronger, unified Caribbean voice in shaping the global governance of AI. I want to underscore that no single Caribbean country needs to solve all of these challenges alone. Indeed, it would be inefficient for us to proceed in isolation where cooperation can produce better outcomes. By sharing these lessons, aligning policies, pooling expertise, and developing common frameworks, we can accelerate progress across the region. Each country can build on achievements of the other. Each success can become a regional asset. On the question of governance, we have to build this model of digital cooperation, especially against the background of regional development AI landscape. At first glance, the task may appear complex, but complexity should not deter us. Caribbean institutions have managed complex regional undertakings before, and we can do so again with focus, discipline, and urgency. For many of us gathered here, AI governance is not an abstract subject. It is a central part of our mandates to prepare our countries for digital transformation. Good governance is the foundation upon which digital transformation succeeds. It builds public trust in digital systems, gives businesses the confidence to invest and innovate, enables governments to steward data responsibly, and creates an environment where innovation can flourish without compromising transparency, accountability, or the rights of our citizens. In the pursuit of AI regional coherence, CTU member states must seriously address a number of topics, such as data governance and institutional capacity, cybersecurity and public trust, algorithmic transparency and accountability, potential bias and discrimination, social, economic, and environmental impacts, and of course, our financial investments, procurements, and dependencies on vendors. In this regard, the CTU's establishment of the Caribbean AI Task Force was an important regional step. Its work has helped to frame the need for a harmonized approach to AI policy across the Caribbean. While national circumstances differ, the principles that guide responsible AI should broadly align. We need common understandings around ethics, transparency, data protection, cybersecurity, accountability, inclusion, and human oversight. We must develop regulatory frameworks that are proactive, evidence-based, and capable of adapting to technological change. Regulation must not be so rigid that it suppresses innovation, nor so weak that it leaves citizens exposed to harm. The balance is delicate, but it is achievable. Our approach can perhaps be understood through what we describe as the 4 C's of AI: connectivity, commute, context, and competency. Connectivity refers to the infrastructure that enables participation. Without reliable broadband, secure networks, etc., AI will deepen the existing divides rather than bridge them. Commute reminds us that digital transformation must move across borders, sectors, and communities. Data, services, and citizens must be able to interact securely and efficiently within and among our countries. Context is also particularly important for our region. Our realities must inform our AI systems. Our languages, our public institutions, our education systems, economies, and cultural expressions, including our development needs, must be reflected in how technologies are designed and applied. And finally, our competency refers to the skills, leadership, and institutional capacity required to govern and use AI effectively. A country may acquire technology quickly, but without capable people and strong institutions, that technology will not deliver its full value. At the same time, we must be honest about the anxieties that accompany AI. Many workers are concerned about job displacement, citizens are concerned about privacy and surveillance, governments are concerned about cybersecurity and misinformation. Environmental advocates are asking legitimate questions about energy use and sustainability. These concerns cannot be dismissed. They must be addressed directly through policy, public education, social dialogue, and responsible implementation. Above all, AI governance must be human-centered. It must begin with the question, how does this improve the lives of our citizens? It must protect the vulnerable, include the marginalized, and ensure that the public interest remains at the heart of technological advancements. In Trinidad and Tobago, we are translating these principles into action. As home to the Caribbean's first Ministry of Public Administration and AI, we are advancing the transformation agenda grounded in people, skills development, and improved public service delivery. Under the leadership of the Honourable Kamala Persad-Pisesa, our Prime Minister, Trinidad and Tobago is working to build a more responsive, efficient, and digitally enabled public sector. Through iGovTT, we are reducing unnecessary bureaucracy and improving access to government services. One such initiative is Verify TT, our national standard for digital authenticity of official documents, which strengthens confidence in digital transactions, reduces fraud and administrative burden, and demonstrates how trusted digital infrastructure can modernize public administration. Importantly, we are not waiting for citizens to come to government. We are taking resources and services closer to citizens through community AI centers. These centers are intended to expand access, build awareness, ensure that digital transformation is not confined to urban centers or specialized professional groups. We've also placed considerable emphasis on training and capacity building. More than 10% of our public sector has received training to reduce digital skills gaps and improve service delivery. Partnerships with organizations such as OpenAI and Grammarly have supported improvements in workflow and productivity among trained groups, demonstrating that when public officers are given the right tools and preparation, they can deliver better outcomes for our citizens. These initiatives form part of a broader government policy approach that is characterized by building knowledge, skills, strengthening institutional capacity, improving access, and designing evidence-informed regulations grounded in inclusion. Good governance must not be seen as the antagonist of innovation. In fact, the right governance environment is one of the foundations of innovation. Clear rules, trusted systems, and strong data protection and capable institutions encourage entrepreneurs, researchers, and investors to take responsible risks. Imagine a young entrepreneur in the Caribbean developing an AI solution that helps farmers predict crop yields, support hospitals in delivering better care, or enables small businesses to reach global markets. The opportunity is right before us. As it stands, the global AI economy is highly concentrated. The World Bank's 2025 report on digital progress and trends indicates that high-income countries account for the overwhelming majority of notable AI models, startups, and cumulative venture capital funding, which is approximately 90%. For individual Caribbean nations, shifting that pattern may appear daunting, but as the region, we stand a better chance together. We must create an environment that fosters Caribbean ingenuity and attracts investment aligned with our development goals. We must support local startups, university research, public-private partnerships, and regional innovation sandboxes. Our greatest opportunity lies in creating technologies that respond to our own realities as small island developing states. Today, Caribbean perspectives, languages, and lived experiences, as we mentioned, remain underrepresented. We have the opportunity, and indeed we have the responsibility to change that by developing AI solutions that reflect our people, cultures, and our development priorities. The Caribbean does not imitate every global model. Our advantage lies in understanding our own problems and designing solutions that are relevant, scalable, and exportable. In fact, many countries across the world face challenges similar to ours, such as dispersed populations, resource constraints, climate risk, etc. Caribbean solutions can therefore have value well beyond our own region. To achieve this, we must strengthen our innovation ecosystem. This means improving access to funding, as we've discussed, supporting the digital entrepreneurship, enabling research commercialization, modernizing procurement so governments can work with smaller innovators, and creating pathways for young people to move from training into enterprise. We must also encourage a fundamental shift on how AI is understood. AI should not be viewed as a replacement for human capability, but it is as the powerful tool that amplifies it. Used responsibly, it will enhance human creativity, reduce repetitive tasks, support more informed decision-making, improve productivity, and unlock opportunities that were previously beyond our reach. Ultimately, the greatest value of AI will never be its ability to replace people, but its ability to empower them to achieve much more. On resilience, the third pillar of this forum's theme, it is perhaps the most familiar to us as Caribbean people. We understand resilience not as a slogan, but as a lived experience. For small island developing states like our own, resilience is not optional. It is an economic imperative. Societies have had to recover from storms, economic shocks, health crises, and global disruptions. AI and digital technology must now become an integral part of our resilience toolkit. Resilience requires strong and adaptable human capital. The future will reward these societies that can continuously learn, unlearn, adapt, and relearn. Our education and training systems, as we've discussed, must therefore be adaptable and responsive. It is essential that we prepare not only for current jobs, but for emerging jobs, as well as equip our workers to transition to new roles. We must ensure that public servants, teachers, nurses, farmers, entrepreneurs, and community leaders all have access to the digital skills development. Secondly, resilience requires economic diversification. For too long, many of our Caribbean countries have depended heavily on a few sectors. AI can help us increase productivity in traditional industries while supporting new areas of growth, as we've heard here today. Tourism can become more personalized and data-informed. Agriculture can become more precise. Manufacturing can become even more efficient. The creative industries can reach wider markets, and financial services can become more inclusive and secure. For the Caribbean, resilience means sovereignty in the digital age. It means having the capacity to make informed choices about technologies we adopt, the data we collect, the partnerships we enter, and the standards we uphold. It means ensuring that our digital future is not shaped entirely elsewhere, but reflects priorities and protects our interests. Our future must be built in the Caribbean, for the Caribbean. And I want to express the term that we heard earlier today, exercising sovereignty intelligently. That really stuck with me. Okay. In conclusion, colleagues, the Caribbean stands at an important threshold. Artificial intelligence is transforming the world around us, and we must decide how we will respond. We can approach this moment cautiously and separately, or we can approach it with confidence, coordination, and ambition. We must choose the latter. As United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres recently cautioned, AI is advancing at runway speed. The question is whether we will govern it together or let it govern us. The challenge is especially relevant for the Caribbean. Our task is not merely to adopt AI, but to shape it through cooperation, responsible governance, and shared commitment to human development. We have the institutions, we have the talent, we have the creativity, and we have a history of cooperation. What we require now is alignment of purpose and consistency of action. Let this first Caribbean AI Forum mark a turning point. Let it be remembered as a moment when the region moved beyond dialogue alone and committed itself to practical cooperation characterized by harmonized governance, trusted data systems, inclusive skills development, responsible innovation, resilient infrastructure, and of course, citizen-centered transformation. The future of AI in the Caribbean must not be defined by fear, nor by passive dependence on technologies developed elsewhere. It must be defined by leadership, partnership, and confidence in our own capacity. If we govern wisely, innovate boldly, and build resiliently, AI can help us deliver better public services, stronger economies, more inclusive societies, and a deeper sense of regional possibility. The Caribbean has never allowed geography to define its destiny, nor should artificial intelligence. Let history remember this moment, not as the time we embraced another technological revolution, but as the moment the Caribbean chose to help shape it. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you very much for that, Ms. Jayaramuta, on behalf of the Ministry of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the moment. One of today's most significant milestones is the launch of the Caribbean AI Task Force final report, a document that represents months of collaboration among regional experts and stakeholders. I'd now like to invite on stage Dr. Craig Ramlal and Mr. Nigel Cassimire as we present the report for our official launch.
No, you stop.
Okay. Deputy Secretary General, this report represents the 36 members of the Caribbean Artificial Intelligence, Caribbean AI Task Force's shared knowledge, shared commitment, shared values across the Caribbean region, working together to make the Caribbean a better place. We hope that this report does not stay as a report, but moves into implementation. And we hope that the CTU stewards it in the future.
Thank you.
Let's pause as our stakeholders have a photo moment.
On behalf of the CTO, I just want to say thank you very much, Craig, for the report and for the work put in by you and your team. The reason we are here in this forum is really to kickstart the implementation aspects of what is being recommended in the report. So we depend on the inputs we get from the room over these 2 days to help us at the CTU Secretariat to properly shepherd the recommendations of this report from paper into effective action. So thank you very much. So what I'll say as well is that the report will be made available on the CTU website later today. And actually the plan is to display a QR code during this forum, so that persons in attendance could quickly access the report. So thank you again, Craig, to you and your team, and congratulations on delivering in time and, well, certainly under budget. Thank you.
And that was the moment of today. With that being said, it is time for us to take a 5-minute coffee break. You will be allowed to go grab your drinks and your snack and come back into the room as we continue our discussions on the agenda today. We have quite a bit of panel discussions coming up, one of which is how are we going to convert our conversations into action. So I encourage you to grab a quick drink and come right back to your seats. Five minutes. Just want to reiterate, 5 minutes. I know y'all are looking at me with smiling faces. I know what that means. 5 minutes. We'd like to ask the ambassadors, ministers, VIP guests to remain nearby for directions from the protocol team for a photo. Please come to the front of the stage, VIP guests, ambassadors, and stakeholders for today. Please, by all means. Panel, and it's going to be a great one, a magnificent one, if I might say. So it's time to take your seats. Yes. Our moderator is seated on stage. It's time for you to have your seats as well. I'm just trying to coast. How is the community online? I see you a little. I see you. Shout out to the online community right now. Hi, Chris.
Yeah, I invite people to take their seats and invite Dr. Craig Ramlal and Ambassador Belle. Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, in person and online, we now begin our post-launch panel for the day. And as I said, it's going to be a magnificent panel with insightful discussions around AI governance and considerations for small states, followed by a very distinguished panel on turning the work of the Caribbean AI Task Force into collective action. So not just conversation, it's time for action. To guide this important conversation, we are going to be joined by Deputy SG, Mr. Nigel Cassimire, who is going to take us through the session, and his panelists that are going to be invited on stage as well, as soon as they are ready, would be Ambassador Pierre of the French Republic the Ambassador for the French Republic to Trinidad and Tobago, and Dr. Craig Ramlal, the Chair of the Caribbean AI Task Force and the Director of the AI Innovation Center. Please welcome them on stage.
Thank you very much, Bella, for that introduction. We've heard a lot this morning already about AI, about the AI task force, its report, and so on, and so that's what we'll be getting to in our panel. But prior to the actual panel discussion, my little conversation with the ambassador and Dr. Ramlal, we will precede that with further input from the People's Republic of China, and I would invite His Excellency Ren Hongyan, who is the ambassador of the People's Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, to make a short presentation. So please welcome him to the stage.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
His Excellency Graeme Pierre, Ambassador of the French Republic to Trinidad and Tobago, Ms. Jaya Ramata, Executive Portfolio Manager from Ministry of Public Administration and AI, Mr. Nigel Cassimire, Deputy Secretary General of Caribbean Telecommunications Union, Dr. Craig Ramlal, Chair of CTU Caribbean AI Task Force, distinguished guests, experts and friends. It is my great pleasure to join you today at the first Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Forum. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to Mr. Rodney Taylor, Secretary General of the Caribbean Communications Union, for his kind invitation. I believe that this forum will provide an excellent platform for all parties to enhance exchanges, deepen mutual understanding, and promote practical cooperation. On this occasion, I would like to share a few thoughts on AI governance. Nowadays, the new round of technological revolution and the industrial transformation is advancing at a fast pace, and the world has entered an unprecedented period of active innovation on AI technologies. Intelligent connectivity, human-machine collaboration, cross-sector integration, joint creation and sharing, and other intelligent technologies are unleashing enormous power. All this carries with it great opportunities as well as challenges to governance. To address these challenges, China, as a responsible major country and an important member of the Global South, has responded with concrete actions. Guided by the 4 global initiatives and the Global AI Governance Initiative proposed by President Xi Jinping, China has actively advanced international cooperation on AI and is committed to providing global public goods. China has also put forward the AI Plus International Cooperation Initiative, reaffirming its commitment to promoting AI for good and for all, while demonstrating its responsibility. With the theme of Intelligent Partners Co-Create the Future, the 2026 World AI Conference and High-Level Meeting on Global AI Governance was held in Shanghai from July 17 to 20. President Xi Jinping attended and addressed the opening ceremony. He noted that AI development carries great opportunities as well as challenges to governance. We human beings must answer the questions posed by our times: how to get along with thinking machines, how to ensure security when algorithm is part of our decision-making, how to tackle ethical challenges by technologies through adaptive governance, how to realize AI for all when the divide keeps widening. To answer these questions, President Xi Jinping shared 4 observations. First, we would adhere to the principle of openness and win-win and boost innovation-driven development. As a new engine of world economic growth and an accelerator for the shift of growth drivers, AI is moving from the digital world into the physical world. We should see the rare historical opportunity to encourage open source, openness, collaboration, and sharing. Second, strengthen risk awareness and ensure that AI is secure and controllable. We should take seriously the various types of inherent and secondary risks that AI may trigger. Put in place laws and regulations, technological monitoring, early warning and emergency response systems in order to strengthen the line of security, prevent abuses and malicious use, and ensure that AI is always under human control. Third, encourage inclusiveness and promote mutual learning between civilizations. We must shape the values of AI with humanity's common values and make good use of AI technologies to increase understanding, tolerance, exchanges, and sharing among all civilizations. Fourth, we should advocate solidarity and improve global governance. We should practice true multilateralism and recognize the important role of United Nations, enhance alignment and coordination on AI development strategies, governance rules, and technical standards. President Xi Jinping announced that in the next 5 years, China will provide developing countries with 5,000 opportunities in AI training and seminar programs. Develop international AI application cooperation centers with the Association of Southeast Asia Nations, the League of Arab States, the African Union, the Community of Latin American and the Caribbean States, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and the BRICS. Enable 30 countries to use AI-powered meteorological warning system, or MAZU, to safeguard homes around the world. As the main outcome of the meeting, World Artificial Intelligence Cooperation Organization, WICO, was formally established, which is the world's first intergovernmental international organization on AI. WICO aims to bridge the AI divide by supporting global South countries in accelerating AI development, shall be open to all countries, and maintain communication with other international organizations to explore appropriate form of cooperation. Dear friend, China and the Caribbean share similar development aspiration and a long-standing friendship strengthened by close people-to-people exchanges. At the fourth ministerial meeting of the China CELAC Forum held last May, President Xi Jinping launched the 5 programs for building a China-led community with a shared future, opening a new chapter in our cooperation. At the end of last year, the Chinese government issued its 3rd policy paper on Latin America and the Caribbean, reaffirming China's commitment to deepening cooperation with the region and building an even closer partnership for shared development. I would like to emphasize that China and the Caribbean have a vast potential and promising prospects for cooperation in AI. China has developed strong capabilities in AI research, technological innovation, industrial application, and digital infrastructure. While Caribbean countries are embracing AI as a potential tool to accelerate digital transformation, enhance resilience, and advance sustainable development. By leveraging our respective strengths and deepening cooperation, practical cooperation, I'm confident that China-Caribbean collaboration in AI can become a shining example of South-South cooperation, generating tangible benefits for our peoples and contributing to a shared digital future. As the Chinese proverb says, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Let us take that step together. China stands ready to strengthen cooperation with Caribbean countries in the field of artificial intelligence, explore new opportunities for innovation and development, and welcomes countries in the region to actively participate in the WECO through closer dialogue, deeper collaboration, and shared progress. We can harness AI for the benefit of all, promote a safe, equitable, people-centered AI future, enhance global AI governance, and work together to build a community with a shared future for humanity. At last, wish this forum a complete success. Thank you. 谢谢.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Yes, I think I'm being heard. And thank you for the cooperation of China. I think based on your remarks, your plans and your commitments are quite aligned with what we are pursuing here in the Caribbean and some of the recommendations of the task force, in particular AI for humanity. So I'll engage now with the two panelists to my left. First, well, to my immediate left, of course, is Ambassador Guillaume and Dr. Craig Ramlal. I'll start on the end. Craig, you've just had this experience with respect to the Caribbean AI Task Force, and maybe I'll just preface a little bit as well to say we're looking forward now. Right, we've gotten to the point of the report of the task force with the recommendations, the pillars, and so on, and we want to start identifying the way forward, implementation type activities, and the like. But you've had this year experience leading this regional task force, multidisciplinary, and so on, and would you share some of your experience in this regard? What did you say you learned about the value of our regional collaboration, and are there any lessons that you can take from that phase that can help to enhance the implementation going forward?
Sure. Okay. Okay, so I'll take a step back. So this wasn't my first rodeo in a group of very strong ideas on many people who think they are right.
Yes.
Right? So I would have served on the United Nations Secretary General's high-level advisory body on AI in 2023, 2024. 39 people to write the Governing AI for Humanity. So at that time, they were saying, you know, cooperation is dead, multilateralism is dead. Why are you even bothering wasting your time? We also created an interim report and a final report. The final report created recommendations that went into Objective 5 of the Global Digital Compact. 2 of the recommendations in the Global Digital Compact are in implementation at a humanity scale. So in 2024, GDC was adopted. 2025, resolutions were adopted for 2 recommendations. It was 7 recommendations we did. We got beat down to 3, as it goes. And in 2026, outcomes of those recommendations are now available worldwide. The International Scientific Panel on AI, the Global AI Governance Dialogue, that's us. So I'm coming into this space with this, thinking that we are regional, yes, we are diverse, but we are coming at least closer geophysically, that it would not be as a big task and as divergent as it can be, as humanity is. But I was wrong. Everyone has very strong opinions for good reason, because they want to see the best out of what we produce. I think one of the things that they kept saying is that we are not a task force of report writers. We're a task force for AI to create something that will go into implementation. And so what was very important was two things. One, the people on the task force are the change makers. They are the people who will go back into their own countries and make the change. So when they wrote the recommendations, they did so knowing that it would be on them to then go back nationally and do these changes. We also had private sector, we had funders there, we had NGOs, we had CSOs, and all of them would play a part in moving this forward. So I think that when you look at the pillars, you would see that there are things that you would normally see for other regions like governance and data sovereignty and so on, but then you see natural disasters and climate resilience. You don't see that anywhere else in any other region for AI. That is us. That is the first time that is. But that is because it was so important for us to look at. So when you look at these pillars, look at them with understanding that there are now champions back in countries who will now be pushing these things forward. Maybe some things faster than others, but there are champions there. Yeah.
Well, I think that is a very important point in terms of implementation, because for us to take forward actions at the national level, it's good to know, well, yes, maybe this is a liaison point we could start with, someone who was involved with the creation of the recommendations to help us in moving forward with actual implementable actions. Thanks for that. Let me switch to Ambassador Pierre here. And Ambassador, France, of course, is a member of the EU. And the EU is one of those areas that's in the vanguard of global developments in AI governance. So you've heard the pillars coming out of the report of the task force in the presentations this morning and so on. And we are looking forward towards taking actual actions to push forward with our AI developments in the Caribbean. From your French experience, do you see any particular suggestions or points of advice you may want to offer to the Caribbean as we seek to adopt and harness our own AI innovations?
Well, first, thank you very much for having me here in this panel, which I think is very interesting and also important. Rather than advices, I just share maybe the vision that we've had and that we're trying to defend on the development of AI. We believe that it's an object which is now completely there in the world, that is taken a huge space. It's an object that needs to be regulated. Many initiatives have came along the past years. There's a European regulation on AI, which has been mentioned earlier in the talks. There have been initiatives on code of conduct. There have been also what has been called the AI safety commitments that came out from a conference in Seoul. And we have, France initiated an important move through AI Action Summit, which was held in Paris in January 2025, followed by a second AI Action Summit held in New Delhi in March 2026, in which the minister from Trinidad and Tobago was present, basically with the idea that we have to progressively implement a global regulation on AI to make sure that, I would say, first, AI is used in the proper ways. There are many risks associated with AI. I won't come back on all the opportunities for science, for development, for knowledge, but there are also risks in terms of protection of privacy, in terms of protection of property, in terms of challenges to democracies and freedom and liberty, because it can also influence public debate, for example. So all these risks have to be monitored, and I would say regulated. So our vision is really the idea that you need to have a global governance on AI. We have started very strongly on the European scale, and we are working hard to have this also taken into account on the global scale. One of the pillars, I understand, is a regulatory space in terms of Caribbean. So I think this is necessary. It's very important that the Caribbean as a region also regulates this new object that is going to interfere and enter in the public sphere. And then there's the question of organizing a global world governance. There we have many instruments of multilateralism which already exist. The UN, various agencies, and we have on similar, I would say, objects been able in the past to organize regulation, for example, on nuclear. It is today regulated with bodies that follow. Civil aviation, it is also regulated on international level with standards, and therefore we should work also and move forward on this question with AI. And I know that Trinidad and Tobago, in particular, in the Caribbean, is very keen on working on this. It is actually one of the priorities of their mandate in the United Nations Security Council, where they will, where Trinidad and Tobago will sit in 2027, 2028. So I believe this is very good, very useful, and a positive move for the Caribbean, but for the world as a whole.
Very good. Thank you for that, Ambassador. If I switch back to Craig for the moment, and the Ambassador mentioned certain pillars. We got 7 pillars in the task force's report. I guess my question is, again, looking forward to implementation. Are there any priorities in there, or is everything just the same?
Yeah, I wish, right? I wish we could do everything, but you are essentially balancing resource constraints. You are balancing existing bureaucracy and your and talent pools and timelines in actual operation. That's what you're balancing when we look at the 7 pillars. Ambassador, I tried. In the UN, I was the one of the things I was responsible for was standards. Standards. And I tried for a global at least a vocabulary that everyone agree with. Like this region, when you say AI, that region understands exactly what you are saying because the terminology is accepted, and that then goes down to interoperability between the regions, so then you can trade. And I got shot down very badly.
Yeah, I'm not surprised because we are not there yet. I think it's still a universe in which there are powers that are confronting themselves, industrial powers and others, and each of them with their own idea. But at one point, it becomes the responsibility of public governance to, be the referee and to impose a common regulation. It's going to be very long. It's going to be very difficult. There are going to be resistance because it's going to hit some private interests. Mm-hmm. But it's been done in civil aviation.
It's been done in a lot
when planes travel all over the world today, it's through one single common worldwide system that organizes. And this is the only way to prevent danger, very, very bad accidents. And with AI, we have the same thing. The necessity to have a common approach worldwide on a new tool which is going to impact lives of everybody and which in which there are risks for everybody and opportunities, yes, but some risks, and those risks has to be looked at and managed.
So coming back to that, and coming back to taking that experience and looking at where we are going forward, what we looked at and gauged the countries, because we were asking the countries at least what you think about these things. What is this like green light? Is this red light? Talent and skills were green lights across the board. Nobody can argue with talent and skills. If you want to upskill your country, that is absolutely agreed to. Even the St. Augustine University, I'm going to just put a plug here, we have the Masters of Applied Science in AI, the MPhil in AI, and the PhD in AI. You can register for it now. It ends end of July. But talent and skills were high up. Governance, ethics, and standards were also high up, but we don't know if it's going to be reported nor if it's going to be enacted. That's one. However, most countries are moving towards national AI strategy, so we believe that it is going to be guaranteed because they are getting funding for it, so they want to push this through. Economic transformation, innovation, and industry was the third pillar because the countries don't want to be, they don't want to keep this state of trying to get concessional financing or multilateral financing, not really concessional financing, but multilateral financing or something like this. They need to be wealth generating and they need to be more independent. So those are the three things that we see are going to move quickly. So talent and AI skills, governance, ethics and standards, economic transformation, innovation and industry.
Just on the task force report again, we've identified the pillars and we're looking to see how to put this into some sort of implementation. To what extent would you say the task force's report, like to what level of granularity maybe, addressed whom should be the main actors on the various pillars? We have named people. We have named Sedema, CrossQ. We have named institutions, UE, and we have named what you are doing within what recommendation and what subpart going forward. And I must say too that there are other multilateral documents that stem out of this Caribbean AI Task Force document. And the reason why we did it that way too is to make sure that we are in alignment with multilaterals across the board. So we are all singing the same song, it's just everybody have a different verse in the same song. And I am thinking that we have the 7 pillars, and it has some, it has some ideas in there, some initiatives, or it calls for certain things. To take that closer to having things happen, is it a reasonable next step maybe to try to break down the elements of each of those pillars, the elements that would enable the goals of each of those pillars to be reached? And as we break out elements, I mean, you mentioned there are some Caribbean coordinating groups like CTU, CDEMA, and CXC, for example, or the university for education. But there may be other actions that need to get taken at more the national level, right? We've identified some national champions, yes, definitely. But I'm just trying to think of what's the next phase to bring this report to life, to bring the recommendations of this report to reality. There are 2, and you're going to hear about them tomorrow. There are going to be 2 other programs that have taken this report and created other things happening. You have the UNDP CARICOM Regional AI Program 2026-2030, which breaks down with a budget how these things should evolve, and then you have the UN ECLAC's National AI SIDS agenda, which looks at AI agendas per country, and that also breaks down. There is no existing, but there is no, even with those things, there is no existing framework then
that will directly tie from this report and looking at those other two reports, how the other institutions and the pathway of opportunity mechanism funding, that kind of thing, to actually get those things done. It's kind of this report is here, and then all those things align, but there's no pathway. So that is missing right now, if I had to point out one.
What I'm happy to see when I see this report and this mobilization, and also by simply being here in UE, is that human intelligence is still there, and it's still on the top. We are talking of artificial intelligence, beautiful tool, but I would like to remind also that human intelligence should always remain mobilized, remain powerful, and remain in control. And being in this university where I see programs are being developed to train engineers and to train future AI developers is really crucial. You want to have people who oversee the tool, who shape the tool, who organize, and so I really I'm happy to see this, and I really encourage this path that develops human intelligence, human know-how, and some very strong expertise. It was developed by our colleague of the World Governments Forum, that very essential to have know-how, expertise, and talented people working on these issues.
Thank you. Maybe I'll just ask Craig one last thing. What would you like to see happen with this report? And what do you wish for?
All right. I wish for many things, but I think there are two things that are quite immediate right now. The first, I would have done the EU Caribbean AI regulation and AI study visits. See, Florian is there. And we would have traveled and seen how the EU does AI, how they do innovation and so on. We went to Malta and Austria. Then I would have done the State Department's, US State Department's International Visitor Leadership Program on AI and AI innovation and security, and see how the US would have done it. I would have also helped write Singapore's National AI Research and Development Plan that is now part of their National AI Strategy 2.0. They have now put $5 billion US into it over 5 years. What is just, it is, everybody copy and paste the same formula, right? But they do so in a position where their markets can support it, where their ecosystem can support it. They have venture capitalists, they have government funding, they do it in such a way that they can do it. But the outcome is the same. What they are focused on right now is how do you become independent as a region with AI? That's their premise, that's what they focus on, right? And how they get there is through how do you do research and development and do it in such a way that it is wealth generating so that your economy grows, so that you continue to invest in it. That is their plan. The Singapore's plan was black and white. So here's what I want, my wish is, we have to start from a point of cooperation with the other regions that are present here, the other nations that are present here. That's the first step. And the second step is that we have to have better cooperation with our private sector, our government, and our academia to take research and move it to, and it cannot be from startups, right? Here's why. And when a startup builds something and they go out for funding, it is more likely that they will not be competitive when they go to external markets and then they die, because they don't have the venture capitalist funding that will support them in our market. And when they go to external markets, somebody else just uses agentic AI and builds out their entire platform. That is a problem they face. So you have to insulate them. So how to insulate them is you have to get the domain expertise. You have to look at the niche industries that only the universities could bring. And you have to create that pipeline. Like I said, it's a formula. Everyone does the same formula all over the world. You have to take that pipeline, pass it through to private sector because universities cannot do business. Mm-hmm. Take that expertise, put that into private sector, let the business people do what the business people does, let the government be the enabler because that is their job. They have to enable the entire ecosystem. And then you have to create this flywheel where you start with applied research and development. You partner with external regions and nations. You start with applied research, you move it into the market space, you take a percentage out of that, and you put it back into fundamental AI research. And that's this flywheel you're doing. This is how people could look at a toy, and that will become an autonomous vehicle driving around in the States, like Waymo.
Ambassador, anything you may want to add there in terms of looking forward, cooperation with the EU or the French Republic or anything of the sort?
Well, first, react on what has just been said. There is a moment now which is a moment in which you have to, each country, that's what we're trying to do in France, but Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean, I think it's the same issue. Each country has to, appropriate the tool and to make the best out of it. All the talks that I've been reading about in the newspaper now for more than 10 days or 15 days on data centers in Trinidad and Tobago are very interesting because they are the illustration of what will happen with this. And I was actually reading a very nice column in The Guardian yesterday from Wesley Gibbing that says the question is not whether the proposed project can serve as the foundation of a sovereign, nationally controlled language model, serving governance and eventually the public. So what's going on now is really to what extent there's the capacity to appropriate, to use it for training, to use it for national interest, to use it for national growth and wealth, not just being a tool like this which is uncontrolled, but that is useful for the country and for the people. And yes, this means brains, money, and regulation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, we are behind time, folks, so what I will do is I'll leave those themes to be explored further in the panels to come. We have panels on a broad range of topics, and at the end of the day tomorrow, hopefully we'll have an opportunity to kind of synthesize everything that we would have heard from the panels to determine the way forward. So please join me in congratulating and thanking our panelists this morning, Ambassador Guillaume Pierre and Dr. Craig Ramlal.
Merci beaucoup.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so next one. Thank you very much, folks. Oh, they wanted to take a photo of the panelists. Okay.
Quick pause for a photo as I introduce our next panel for today, so get yourselves ready. Our next panel explores how AI is taking shape across the Caribbean, from national strategies and emerging trends to the lessons and the opportunities that can help us move forward together as a region. Moderating this discussion is Mr. Kirk Sukram, the Deputy CEO of the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. So please join me in in allowing our panelists to make their way off the stage and welcome Mr. Kirk Sukram on stage for this panel titled National AI Movement, Trends, Opportunities, and Lessons Learned. His panelists His panelists are Mr. Christopher Record, Chair of the National AI Task Force Jamaica, who's going to be joining us remotely, Mr. Atiba Phillips, Board of Director at iGov-TT, and Mr. Vincent Roberts, Chairman and Commissioner of the NCRC Grenada.
Testing, is my mic on? Yeah, great. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to stand on the protocols already established this morning. So I have the privilege of moderating this esteemed panel with a wealth of knowledge and experience on the topic session today. And I also have the challenge of keeping them within time limits. So we'll see how that goes. Just checking that we have Mr. Record on. Yes? Okay, great.
Hi, I'm here.
Okay, excellent. So I note the previous high-level panel has set out the stage for global and regional perspectives, covering key issues and priorities, particularly in relation to the 7 pillars arising from the Caribbean AI Task Force report. So let's hear now some national perspectives and actions on what can be completed, what is underway, and plans in that regard. And for this, I have my esteemed panel, as they've already been introduced, and their bios are all on the website if you need to get any details. But we have Mr. Christopher Record, Chair of the National AI Task Force of Jamaica, Mr. Vincent Robert, Chairman and Commissioner of the National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission of Grenada, and our very own Mr. Atiba Phillips, Board Director of iGov-TT, Trinidad and Tobago's national ISP company. So gentlemen, we have been asked to share with the audience your respective insights into the national AI trends, opportunities, and lessons learned. And let me say, we stand between the audience and lunch, so we either need to be concise or very entertaining. So I'd like to begin first with our not only most Caribbean neighbor from Jamaica, Mr. Record, and ask you, in terms of Jamaica, Jamaica has made tangible progress along its AI journey, progressing from national AI policy recommendations to a national readiness assessment into policy development, legislative review, and implementation planning. So what practical lessons has Jamaica learned about moving from AI ambition to coordinated execution?
Thank you very much, sir, for that question. We've learned a lot of things. And one of the things is that our report alone is not the answer and solution. We have to come up with plans for implementation. So back in 2023, the then Minister with responsibility for digital transformation created the task force, which was a blend of, very similar to the Caribbean AI Task Force, a blend of academia, a blend of private sector, public sector, and of course, civil society. And we were given a year to come up with the recommendations that we think a country and organizations, especially government organizations, should abide by. And I think, Craig explained it quite accurately a while ago, is that when you have these groups, there's especially when you choose the right people in the group, you're going to get a lot of feedback. You're going to get a lot of very bright people who knows exactly what they think should be included. And, I will have debate and discussions around that. And so the first version of our report was delivered. We also had an interim report that we presented, but our report was delivered on time to the then minister and presented to the cabinet and ultimately to the public. And so what has happened since then, but that was completed in 2024, 2025, we then took on the UNESCO's readiness assessment. And in that readiness assessment, we, and I usually joke about this, that I saw some of my colleagues in the other Caribbean regions celebrating the announcement of the assessment. And I just, I smiled and I sent our completed assessment as some of these folks are announcing. So we completed that in November 2025. And so our recommendations, the teachings and learnings and recommendations from the assessment now put us in an amazing stead to actually implement and now the task force has been reconstituted by the new incoming minister, but we just had elections just at the same time we had hurricane, and we're now to actually implement and create the new policy out of all of that. So that's the work that we're doing right now. Funny enough, from the recommendations, a number of government institutions, Ministry of Education being one, several of our universities have now created AI policies within their own organizations, I guess inspired by our recommendations that we've done. So it's that moving from paper to actual implementation, from policy to actual action that we're now in the midst of happening right now.
Right, and Mr. Record, I understand there's an AI association in Jamaica as well. Am I correct in saying that? Yes.
Yes, we actually do have AI association, and I think they're up to, I don't remember how many 100 members, maybe 300 or 400 members they're up to now. I'm actually on the board of advisors for that organization. We had our board advisory meeting just last week, and we do have a couple of meetings coming up where some super interesting things are going to be shared. My National AI Task Force meeting is tomorrow morning, and the AI Task Force, the AI Association, will be actually doing a presentation to us with some very interesting developments that they themselves have created, which is, interestingly enough, in alignment with some of the discussions and recommendations we heard earlier in connection to data sovereignty. But let me wait until that meeting occurs first, because I don't want to drop the gun and be the witness.
Of course. So as the use of AI begins to spread across government and the wider economy in Jamaica, how is Jamaica balancing innovation and productivity with AI literacy, data protection, cybersecurity, and all these other issues that you need to consider when you're looking at your AI journey?
So look, in alignment with what was just said a while ago, it's keeping the necessary guardrails, or encouraging, enforcing, reminding about the necessary guardrails, because policy recommendations are policy recommendations. We want early adoption, we want risk containment, and we want to build capacity. My good friend, Mr. Graeme Thomson earlier from WBG, spoke about what the Intelligence organization came and did in terms of that education and some sort of capacity building component. And so what we want to ensure is that, for example, folks, I was on the radio this morning talking about this whole situation, cybersecurity situation with OpenAI, is understanding things like that, and also at the same time, not wanting people now to build up this fear, because one of the things I had to say and remind everyone is that the AI did not get up by itself and walk over to the other organization and commit harm. The AI was on the instructions from humans. And it's just that the guardrails and the sandbox that it was supposed to operate within had weaknesses. And so those are the kind of things that sometimes we have to ensure that with our policy and with the whole adoption and ensuring that folks are doing this, the situation happened. I see somebody put in the group that the model went rogue. Okay, we can use those words, but those are the type of things I'm trying to, not wanting to make the thing, fearful. Let me just put it like that. So another one of the important things that we're doing, and our Minister Wheatley, who has responsibility for the AI task force now, made two interesting announcements in a sectorial address recently in Parliament, is a project that is we're looking to train entire governments and all government staff with AI and the use of AI, and more importantly, is also putting a program in place where we're looking to train the underserved community how to use AI in their various communities, or digital. Let me just use the more umbrella term, digital transformation in the communities. So in the Caribbean, in my little town that I grew up in Houston, Honourable, on the other side of the island, you have a tailor down the corner. You have somebody to fix a tire next door. You have the barber shop around the corner. All of these various things. I jokingly always suggest it's time now to empower someone who has the ability, who has the knack for it, to train them. So that person becomes the quote-unquote digital transformation AI, the digital expert within the community to help all of those little organizations go digital.
Right.
The world is going digital. We do not want to lose the folks at the fringe. So that's what we're thinking about as it relates to balancing adoption, risk, and trust.
Thanks for that, Mr. Record, and we definitely need that incident, which should make some good discussion over lunchtime. Moving now south to Grenada and continuing along the lines of translating global and regional thinking, international action. How is Grenada integrating AI into the broader digital transformation agenda, and what concrete initiatives is the government undertaking in building things like public confidence, preparing citizens to participate in that AI economy?
Great, thank you very much. Vincent Roberts from Grenada, as we said. Now, Grenada is in a very interesting position. As you may be aware, in the CARICOM Quasi-Cabinet, Grenada has responsibility for science and technology, including ICT. Our Prime Minister, mindful of this and paying close attention to what is happening today, has asked me to convey his regards, and he's looking forward to the implementation of the report. We see artificial intelligence as an enabler for transformation. And if we are to successfully transform our nation, we are looking at the people. How can they best benefit? We realize that we can use technology to change processes, but to really change the people, we need institutions and governance structures. We did our assessment and determined that the silo way the government operated had to come to an end. And we recently, and speaking about in the last month or so, passed legislation to enable a new structure, which we call the Digital Transformation Agency. And that agency is where will sit all of the structures, the processes needed to have a successful transformation, a digital transformation, to form what we call Digital Grenada. And we'll be operating with that as a brand. So Digital Grenada will be what people are looking at. Now, we know that trust is critical in getting people to accept not just AI, but digital stuff. And sitting in my position as chairman of the NTRC, I also part of the National ICT Steering Committee. We determined that students can have a tremendous influence on their parents. So when we celebrated Girls in ICT Day sometime in April, we decided then to expand it and to assist the schools, the secondary schools and 3 primary schools, to identify a challenge which can be solved using AI. We allocated mentors to them, and after 3 months, they presented to their peers and to the panel, and invited guests naturally, what they identified and what they saw as the solution. But we didn't just have it sitting there as an academic activity. The NTRC, again, changing the way we normally operate with the Universal Service Fund. There are regulations which limit what can be done. And the advantage of size, being small, we engaged the providers who contribute to the fund and got them to buy in to allow a certain amount of money to be put towards this program. And we expanded it. Now, let me just step back. Our intention is that the children, when they go home and they're working on the AI, the parents will help them. They will understand that this is not something alien that the kids are dealing with. And that will help to create trust in the parents. The mentors who we used, we then expanded and said to them, okay, you come in and we're going to ask you to present any challenge in the national scenario, the economy or whatever it is, that you can identify, and how you can build a solution. And we have allocated $1 million East Caribbean dollars to implementing that. So we're not just talking about using AI, we're talking about creating it, be part of it, not just a consumer. This is being publicized, and we're hoping to get national acceptance in terms of AI, what you're doing, how it can impact you at home, and all of that. So this is, in a nutshell, what we are doing to implement AI,
Right.
get it accepted.
And I see you're going beyond governance and policy, and you actually have a promising initiative to develop local talent. Anything else in terms of encouraging an ecosystem to support AI-enabled solutions in Grenada?
Yes, you know, we can speak as government and have systems in place and be either far ahead of the private sector, or the private sector get far ahead of us. We are looking at a multi-sectoral approach where we want to make sure that if the government launched digital services, for example, the private sector must be at the same speed, a little ahead, but not fall far behind either government or private sector. So we are also looking at the private sector and seeing how they can come along. It's a national transformation project. It is not a government transformation project. And we are seeing it as, you know, we're not just using AI to transform a process, so we end up bad governance and everything, but we're talking about transformation of people. So that's
Thank you for that, Mr. Roberts. So bring it home now, Mr. Phillips. Bringing the conversation home to TNT, from a digital government implementation perspective, where do you see the most practical AI opportunities for Trinidad and Tobago? And what can be extended to the wider Caribbean?
All right, thanks, Cook. I think that, and again, we're talking public sector, right? And we understand that AI, at its core, is an inference technology. So in the public sector, government transactions are a key way in which the citizen experiences government. And those transactions are highly regulated. They're based on regulations and laws. Either you qualify or you don't, and so on. And so the opportunity is a digital and AI opportunity, not just an AI opportunity. So there are places that AI can play a part and a role, but it's more than that. So I think that the opportunity is for us to implement the digital architectures and mature the institutional arrangements to govern these solutions, so that we move from a place of fragmented data and manual systems so from data to information to knowledge to trusted intelligence, that we can then filter back into that government operating system, as you will, to fine-tune and accelerate long-standing development issues. So providing a better relationship between the citizen and government, providing a better business facilitation environment for private sector to thrive, logistics, and increasing, of course, sovereignty and our ability to, our sovereign capabilities. So I think those are where the opportunities lie, to implement the digital and infrastructural, institutional capacity to govern the AI, to produce the intelligence to help us advance our development ends.
And I take your point, nexus between digital and AI, not just AI alone. And knowing that Trinidad has a digital transformation agenda, what do you think government should consider or keep in mind as they move towards AI adoption now?
Well, as I said, governments, our minister, the Honourable Dominic Smith, always talks about keeping people at the center and ensuring that there's a humanistic approach, so that as we develop our digital infrastructure, as we develop our services and our various ways forward, the intent of the government will always be to ensure that citizens are at the center. And in a practical way, you will know that in Trinidad and Tobago we have, for example, TT Connect service centers, which are physical centers that people can go into and walk and get served, essentially. So as we take the technology forward, we also have to recognize that there will be some aspects of the population that still need the human touch and the facilitation, and Trinidad and Tobago has provided for that.
Yeah, thanks. I think that human aspect and maintaining sight of that human aspect is key as we move forward to adopt digital as well as AI.
That's right.
So, moving over now into what you see as a low-cost, scalable opportunity. This is now leaving something for the audience to ponder with. What you see as a low-cost, scalable opportunity the region could pursue together with support that could support AI knowledge sharing, capacity building, or policy harmonization?
Right, so there's been a lot of discussion of that earlier today. So I think that in order for us to take fullest advantage of AI requires, and digital and AI requires us to create deep expertise in several areas, right? One of them would be legal and policy legislation. And we have experience in doing this. You will remember HIPCA back in the day when we did privacy legislation, so we did a template at the regional level, and national governments adjusted it to their particular situation and got the legislation passed. So in the same way, there are areas in AI with regard to, for example, AI security, where we want to, at a regional level, build centers of expertise for incident response, for example, if there's an AI incident, or other types of data classification and risk classification of particular models, for example, and then provide that information at the national level so that governments are guided. And I have to also make a plug here for iGovTT that has created Verify TT, which is one of the first digital public infrastructures created in SIDS. I think it's the first one. And so when we can create foundational infrastructures that can, in one country, that can be used across several countries, right? For different aspects of the foundation of what will be required to deliver AI and value. Right. So I think those are some of the opportunities at the regional level.
Great. And I turn now to Mr. Roberts. Do you see any low-cost, scalable opportunities in the region?
Oh, definitely. I think that the AI task force that we hear about should evolve to be a policy and a knowledge hub where we can turn to when we want information. Who can coordinate what's happening? I've seen over the years being involved in digital matters that you have one meeting today by the EU and another one tomorrow by ELAC, and you're constantly having the duplication of efforts, basically. My dream is to see a coordination, a centralized location, a repository of information, and this is something that we can use an existing institution to do. If we can do that, that would really help. Another thing is sharing of information. Somebody mentioned earlier the fact that we're developing one solution in one country, and in the other country you're trying to build it and you're getting consultants from abroad and everything, and the solution sits just next door. So if we can just coordinate and communicate better, I think this is a low-cost, high-impact solution we can all benefit from.
Thank you for that, Mr. Robert. And turning to you, Mr. Record, I haven't forgotten you. So along those same lines, what are some of the practical AI opportunities that Jamaica can pursue while they broaden their policy and legislative frameworks that could redound opportunities for Jamaica as well as benefit the wider Caribbean?
Thank you very much for that. And I want to support what Mr. Burke has said. I have been into many of these rooms where I just jokingly call them the 3-letter, 4-letter, 5-letter organizations, all seemingly are, and I'll use something that Craig said earlier, cut and pasting a fair amount of policies and recommendations back and forth. But what I think could work for all of us is if we have some sort of a shared Caribbean AI implementation toolkit. I think if we pull the best practices from each country or just from examples that people are working on now, just, various experiments, and we don't want to end up in demo land, but for case studies that have been successful from all over 22 countries, if we could pull that together, whether it's through the task force, that would be fantastic. Model AI policies, procedural standards, whatever it is. As I mentioned, Minister Wheatley had announced what he called GAINS, and GAINS means growing AI innovation and national skills. And it's a training process where we're training the inner city, look, in every community we go, we know there are a few bright spots. They may not have the financial or economic opportunities to go into the fancy schools, but these folks, the little guys and little girls, they are bright sparks, and you teach them something and they just take it to the moon. And if we could just enable those folks in those communities with the understanding of digital, with the necessary guardrails, look, I think the Caribbean would be shocked and surprised around potential what we can do. I think Graeme Thomson suggested it, the gentleman from Google who made that suggestion that, we've been looking in the global north for all of these great solutions. We have some people here with these ideas. If we just enable them a little bit with a little training and a little capital, creating the Caribbean AI implementation toolkit or implementation of commons, something like that, I think it can work for all of us.
Yes, thank you for that. So we've heard 3 good ideas in terms of first looking at establishing more Caribbean policy framework and then taking it down to the national level towards implementation and appropriate implementation of that. The power of collaboration, conversation, and sharing of ideas or lessons learned, so we don't have to recreate the wheel every time. And of course, from a practical perspective, a toolkit to guide those who are not yet on this journey or who have still a little bit more to go again. So 3 good points. I don't know from a timing perspective if we have any latitude for questions or anything. We do? Okay, great. So allow me to open the floor for any questions. Not to me, to our panelists, right? I see one.
Check. Thanks, Chair. Question for both Mr. Record and Mr. Roberts.
Please, if you can indicate who you are.
Jared Best, Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay.
Taking on board the comment that you made, Mr. Roberts, about that issue of duplication, a common scourge across the region, right? We do things over and over in pockets and silos and in vertical spaces. And what you said, Mr. Record, about the fact that what you're looking forward to is a shared Caribbean AI implementation toolkit. Is there a practical next step that we can take to make some of this collaboration and coordination a reality?
Let me leave Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, great. Thanks for your question. I think the CTU is one of the better kept secrets in our region.
Okay.
We also have the CARICOM Secretariat, which has an ICT unit. These 2 organizations together have a wealth of information which we can all benefit from. Very often they're communicating and it sits on somebody's desk and they're not responding. I think we need to develop a dashboard of some sort where people can not just wait on information to come from them, but when we can proactively check and see what resources are available, and we can access it and implement it in our country without having, send an email and somebody don't read the mail and these sort of things. These two organizations working together can really help with our transformation. They're already existing, it's just to get a little technology using the same AI maybe to develop some solution.
Thank you for that, Mr. Robert. Any input, Mr. Phillips or Mr. Record?
Yeah, look, I may just support everything that was said a while ago. We have had these discussions over and over again around a wide-ranging different types of issues that we have. Some of us have actually come together and solved. And so, yeah, I support everything that was said. I don't think we need to farm it out. I think a caution, massive caution, it did come up in somebody's discussion before. Sadly, some of us, whether it's culturally or personally, some of us, we protect our little silos. We don't want to share. We don't want to reach out and say, here, this is what worked for me. This is working for you. Let's together, double down on what works. So those are my 2 cents.
Thanks for that, Mr. Phillips. You're fine. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Just a quick observation rather than a question, and I've found the conversation and the debate really fascinating. Chris, first of all, I'd endorse what you said about the talent and giving young people just a nudge, an opportunity and some directionality and some incentives. It's amazing what comes out, and I just have to endorse what you said there. Vincent, in terms of resource and in terms of repository, you mentioned the word repository. And Chris knows this, when we were working last year on bringing some of our thinking together for the conference in Jamaica last year, we gathered something like 17 or 18,000 documents globally together in one repository. We are working currently on developing and deploying what we call the IntelliBus platform, AI-powered, which we intend to make available to the region in the future as a repository and a tool for us to be able to do some of the things that I think you're talking about. So we can take that offline and have that conversation after the conference.
Thanks for that contribution. Any final questions? If not, I'm seeing something to the back, yes? Someone to the back, yes?
Okay. Hi, Alvita Utley from Washington University in St. Louis. I'm also a member of the UN AI Independent Scientific, that's a long word, the UN Independent Scientific AI Panel. And I'm curious about, so I love this event and I needed to be here because I feel like as a member of the panel, I wanted to know more about what people in the Caribbean care about so I can definitely represent internationally. But I'm curious about thoughts on engaging the diaspora. So one of the pillars in the report was around talent, and there were lots of conversations about brain drain and bringing home talent, but people in the diaspora are also still citizens, and so I'm curious about thoughts about how do you engage people in the short term, and of course, long term, bringing home talent makes sense.
Yes, thanks.
Let me weigh in right there. Jamaica just...
Sure, Mr. Record, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Jamaica just hosted its diaspora conference every 2 years. Hundreds and hundreds of people from all over the world. And that exact question formed an entire panel around what to do. I myself, I'm a returning resident. I mean, I lived in the US for a while, saw an opportunity. Well, when my wife placed the, that little thing when you're pregnant, you put it on the pillow. And I saw the plus. I said, I need to move back to Jamaica to have my children born in Jamaica. But more importantly, there was a business opportunity to start up a technology company, which I came back and I did. And so there's a fair amount of people in that same room who, especially from the UK, who wanted to partner with folks here or wanted to start businesses with partners in the Caribbean. So let me tell you something, folks. There's a ton of those opportunities out there. A lot of them are happening. Yes, a lot of people are looking for funding sometimes, but there's a tremendous amount of partnership opportunities. At that conference, I've added about maybe 15 new people on LinkedIn who are currently in discussions now about either doing presentations or finding another partner to come and do something. Right now is the time, because there's just the opportunities is endless.
Right. Thanks for that. Anything further to add, Mr. Phillips?
Yeah, I just want to add 2 points. One of the reasons why people leave is because their talent or their training doesn't find requisite return in the Caribbean. Right? So they cannot extend themselves and lend themselves fully into what they're into, because that just isn't a dynamic here in the region. And so one of the opportunities that we have is to extend the length and breadth of the economic happening in the region through digital. And I know the AI data center is a touchy topic, but those kinds of initiatives increase the scope and breadth of the type of activity and the scale of the activity that's happening in the region, and might well be some of the anchor points for people coming back. Right? So that's one. And then 2, on your earlier point about regional, what can we do at a regional level? I want to just touch on procurement. And how do you procure AI and how do you procure technology in general? So the template way of procuring now, let's say at a ministry, would be you need to define your business requirements, right? You might get a consultant and he comes in, or he or she, and does 6 months of that, and they submit a report. And then your procurement department will transition that into a scope of work or terms of reference and RFP. Then you submit that now to the procurement process itself, which might take 3 months. And then 18 months after, you begin to start implementation of a thing that was defined a year earlier. And in the context of AI, that just doesn't work.
Yes. It needs to be more agile than that.
And if you're not sure about exactly what you want, then you might do an RFI before you, to find out who's out there, what are the... So one of the regional centers of expertise could be assessing all of the frontier models, their risk profiles, the types of data that should be submitted to it, whether it can be submitted on the cloud or it should be in an enterprise data center locally, or those kinds of things. So you're constantly assessing the frontier and giving guidance to the national authorities as to what is safe recommendations for what type of use cases are relevant to which models. And you're looking at several models. So if you procure one and it's not working out, or you raise the price quickly or whatever, you can swap out interplace another one of a similar tier. And that type of advice.
All to short-circuit the procurement cycle.
Well, it's not to short-circuit it, but it is to give greater assurance, one, and to cause it to serve your business needs.
Fair enough.
Yeah? So I think those are some opportunities that we could look at, and of course, procurement clauses and so on that inform national procurement regulators. So that's one of the...
Fair enough. I'll just add one thing, going back to the diaspora question. What we did at home is that something as simple as the boards, statutory bodies, they have boards, and so on. The government invited Grenadians in the diaspora, as well as locally. Anybody who wanted to serve your area of expertise, send an application in. And at present, nearly every statutory body in Grenada has someone in the diaspora sitting on the board. Interestingly, through that involvement, we've had 3 people return to Grenada, to be based in Grenada, and using the expertise from home.
Right.
So it is something that, I'm surprised that it resulted in this solution. But simply getting your people involved, getting volunteers to visit periodically. Our homecoming just finished.
Right.
And people want to come back to serve, let them do it voluntarily.
That's great to hear.
Yeah.
I see we have one more question. We can probably have room for final question.
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Andrea Cane from the Ministry of Public Admin and Artificial Intelligence. So one of the things mentioned, well, great presentation. One of the things mentioned is that there must be opportunities. And you mentioned that, it's hard to find low-cost training. I just want to make everyone aware that at the ministry, the Digital Skills Development Team, branded Learn TT, provides training at no cost to the citizenry of Trinidad and Tobago. So we provide training at the basic, intermediate, and advanced levels to consumers of technology, specialists, and businesses. Artificial intelligence is one of the key courses provided. So it's not the whole picture, but it's the people-centered part of it, of building capacity so that we could use the technology. I just wanted you all to know that.
Thank you for that.
What would it take to expand that? I mean, it's digital, so you're using no space and so. Yeah. What would it take to expand that to the wider Caribbean region?
So we have an ecosystem or framework of how we do things in terms of curriculum design, in terms of training, instructors, facilitators. We have adopted a model from Rwanda called the Digital Ambassadors, people from the community, training people from the community. So we have a model that we could share. Yeah, and we get gifts sometimes as courses, sometimes we pay for courses.
Yeah. And you can have further conversations over lunch on that. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This brings us to the end of this session. I hope you were enlightened and, if not informed, and of course excited to hear what's happening within the region, particularly in these 3 countries that we discussed. Thank you.
I want to ask the panelists to stay on stage for a photo. Ladies and gentlemen, I am standing in between you and your lunch. I'm going to let you go to that in a short moment. I do want to, if I may, Mr. Roberts, if I may comment, I do also believe that the CTU is not one of the best kept secrets, but one of the best collaboration treasures that we have in the Caribbean. And to add to our question in the audience, I think if we want to enable collaboration, collaboration doesn't happen on its own. I think what we need is people who are not just willing to collaborate on these forums, but also ready to collaborate as well. So just wanted to add to that. No one asked, but I decided to do it anyway. With that being said, I will let us go to lunch. But before we leave the room, I just also want to acknowledge for the people in the room today, I'm not sure if you were aware that we had almost 300 people online participating in the forum as well today, whether it be by Zoom or Facebook or other forums. So when you talk about collaboration and reach and messaging, the CTU is absolutely delivering that through that forum today. So I encourage you to go check the comments, check the forums, ask questions so you could see what's happening online as well. So kudos to everyone online. We see you, we care for you, and thank you for your time as well. With that being said, lunch is now served. We would like everyone to be back in the room 5 minutes before, well, 1:25, but we want to reconvene exactly at 1:30 p.m. promptly, right? So 1:30 p.m., but you are free to go have lunch now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is not a time. Drum roll. You couldn't even hear my drum roll. Wow. I wonder if this one? Keep this one? Okay, this one. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, feast your eyes on the stage. You would see some mini creatures that you may or may not be familiar with. Across Technoscope, within the Caribbean, and beyond, AI discourse has surrounded the positive ways in which AI integration can optimize and transform industries. Alongside this discourse is also its alternative side, involving concerns of disproportionate potential. Environmental degradation, water and energy consumption across the region, threats to cultural and creative practices, and the contention between digital transformation and human replacement. In the face of this, the AIIC has devised this cultural performance as an artistic expression of the vision for a harmonized AI-human relationship that ensures that technology is integrated ethically and sustainably to preserve human interests without compromising on opportunities for advancement. This dance was choreographed by, you heard that right, this dance was choreographed by Joanna Charles of the Department of Creative and Festival Arts, performed by Miss Kyla Perkins, with drone configuration operation being done by Kate Coker, and drone coordination and logistics by Ravi Devnarayan, a researcher in the AMOS cluster of the Artificial Intelligence Innovation Center. The AIIC would like to also thank the TTCAA for their assistance in making this performance possible, who is here and present and are trying to be incognito. This performance is designed with your safety in mind. The stage is designed for drones. The dancer will perform in the area in front of the stage. The designated safe area for the audience is from the front row onwards. During the performance, please remain seated. Do not approach the four-stage area, and absolutely do not cross do not cross the front row of seats, as the positioning systems uses infrared signals, so we ask that no flash photography is done during the performance. In the event of any malfunction or out-of-bounds operation, an emergency shut-off will be issued and all drones will turn off and drop to the ground. So don't come forward. Stay where you are and onwards. I now invite Kyla Perkins to the stage for her performance, and we are excited and a little nervous, but we are excited. Let's welcome her on stage with a round of applause.
Sunrise dancing on my skin. Golden rhythm pulls me in. Feet on fire, hearts alive. Feel the spirit, lose your mind. Drums are calling through the night. Voices rising, pure and bright. In the put stories in the sand, holding tight to every hand. Laughter echoes to the air, magic moving everywhere. Colors bursting, voices blend. Every stranger feels like friend. Through the rhythm we belong. Every step becomes a song. Feel the heartbeat in the ground. Let your soul become the sound. No more fear, just let it go. This is where the wild hearts glow. We rise tonight, shining under moonlit sky. Feel the light, dancing free our spirits high. See our humber, we go higher. Hear the call, one love flowing through us all.
Talk about human-centric AI collaboration in the house. Yes, let's give that one more round of applause, everyone. A lot of work went into this, a lot of planning. The professionals are on site. There's quite a bit of, I learned this yesterday actually, there's quite a bit of work that goes into a drone show. And it was a learning lesson for myself and everyone, but we got through it, and now we are happy for it. So we are just going to take a couple minutes to reset the stage while we get ready for our next panel, which is about culture, creatives, and intellectual property and AI. So absolutely an interesting discussion coming up. We're going to have some guest speakers online and in person as well. So just give us just a few moments while we reset the stage. Yes, Riza. Yeah. It's time to kick off our post-lunch panel. As I mentioned, it's titled Culture, Creatives, Intellectual Property and AI. The Caribbean has always been rich in creativity. So as AI evolves, the question becomes, how do we protect our creators while embracing innovation? So our next panel explores the relationship between culture, creativity, intellectual property, and artificial intelligence. Please welcome on stage Ms. Navia Ramsundar. She is a legal and regulatory consultant who's going to moderate this panel, and our participants are going to be remote for this session. Let's welcome online Mr. Jean-Marie Ultima. He's a profit development consultant, executive manager at the organization, and Mr. Karen Rose, online as well. Do I need to introduce Karen Rose? Karen, everyone said no, by the way, if you are online. Navia? Oh, there you are. Let's go.
Let's go. Hi, everyone. Usually I always get the last session or the session after lunch. And I don't know why it is that that's been my luck for the past 25 years. But some things never get old. So I just want you all to do one thing for me, please. I just want you all to stand up. I know you're fed up, get that, eh? Every time all you see me, as me call you stand up and take a deep breath in and take a deep breath out. Oh, and say, yes, we wake up. The food was good. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Rodney. Thank you, Nigel. Thank you, everybody. We all right now? We can sit back down? So here's the thing. We had we should have two online panelists. I'm only seeing Senior Rose right now. Gary will stay in touch with the other panelists. This is going to be much shorter than previously advertised because we don't have everybody we wanted to have. So this is sort of your interlude. Remember when you watch Sound of Music and used to give you a little intermission? This is what this is for when you get the hardcore stuff coming with Curly Prescott. You know, he's kind of like a little ants in your brain and he will want to make you work hard and so on in the evening. So you're going to have that to look forward to. So the guy on camera needs no introduction. So I'm just going to give you a little splurge here. So there are lots of issues that Gary and his team put on that list, and we're not going to cover all of them. But I wanted to just tag your mind a little bit on all of the developments that are happening right now in the AI world, particularly in the field that is influencing and attracting and targeting our youth. So not just on what they create and what they don't create, but what they see. And there's this new little phenomenon. Have any of you all watched them, the short drama, the AI short drama? And it's like taking everything over by storm. Entire industries can crash because of this one thing. Have you all thought about it? You don't need a production team. You don't need high-powered actors and actresses. If you Google the music from your favorite person, you are going to find music that they didn't create, but it's portraying that they have created it. So we are facing a lot of things where we have some good things. We have cost and time reductions. We have lots of nice things, but we have a kind of hyper-productivity happening. And this hyper-productivity is at a pace. And legal and regulatory was still in 1975 when I was born. Yes, I'm very proud. I'm 50 now. I can get old people discounts to TTARP. People. When the pharmacist told me, you know, I'm looking at your ID card and you can get 10%, I say, ma'am, write me down, I will put it. But the thing is that we have youth and we have talent, and in the region, this region, we are not poor for that at all. What happens when we start to displace it because of the technology? And what happens when we don't have the sufficient regulatory and legal barriers that we need to help our industries, our creative industries that have been part. Look, I see Jean-Marie is online. Hello, sir. Very good. So the thing is that we have a real high risk. Nobody has been talking competition unless it was Mr. Thomson who didn't want too much. But we are also going to be creating high barriers for ourselves if we don't have things in place the way that Nigel and they have been saying for how many years now we need to have in place. No one has spoken about a single ICT space and what it can bring to this issue of having one unified forum. I know CARICOM is present. So there's a lot of good, but there's a lot of bad, and there's a lot of gap that we have here. What is holding us back? Now, if in your mind you just do a little figurative side by side, you could say, okay, well, us against the world, talent, tick. But when we look at some other things, we're going to have some problems. If you look at the EU, what have they been doing? You think that they have so much talent and they have so much private sector. The entire EU has created some heavy-duty funds to help their private sector and their entire industry develop and grow to deal with Silicon Valley and to deal with the big tech. So where are we going to get that financing, right? How are we going to push this forward? And while we push momentum on development, this expanding, that expanding, how are we going to protect the Karen Roses and so on? Is Bangkok, yes, we've always seen him sleeping. He had different time zones, so don't worry, it's not me that boring, right? So the thing is that, how do we keep it level? How do we keep it balanced? What do? We have our performers, we have our artists, we have our creators who can be used at whim. Who is going to protect them? Now, a little bit of history before I continue. Back in the very early days when I was a fresh young student and I did my master's with one focus, telecoms, IP, ICT, international arbitration, and that was in 2000. Because I worked in a little company that is no more called the Tourism and Industrial Development Company of Trinidad and Tobago. And that was what we did not have. We did not have those skills, and I did it. And the first thing that I did was established something called the National Carnival Development Foundation, the NCDF, which is the parent collective society en masse to the NCBA, and founded an IP commission for them, and trained the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago with my young self for 2 years in intellectual property. So what you see in intellectual property had a lot of forerunners. We pioneered back then the first streaming of Carnival on something called Homeview TNT, owned by Douglas Ames. We had to pay people to promote. We had to push it as if it were a live product. Now, you don't need to do these things. You have had 25 years of developments in 2001 to 2003. We have come so far, yet we have moved so little when it comes to how we protect ourselves. So the engineers are at a different level. 20 years ago, I sat in a plane and a guy from Qualcomm was next to me. He was already talking and breathing and living neurotransmitters. We hadn't heard of it yet. There are people out there who can walk and talk and do everything with just thinking. How did we make Stephen Hawkins survive? So we have certain things we have to think about when we are protecting ourselves. And if the engineers clarify for you that what is received can also be sent. So we have open messaging and open passageways and open information. But in our region, we don't have what the other regions have. We don't have a DMA, we don't have a DSA, we don't have GDPR. We kind of get in there. We have the CAITF project. We have lots of little bits in little pockets. But we need to kind of cohese. And there's one little pet thing that I have, a pet grievance, and that is the fact that the CARICOM is still not a full regional union. The OECS is what we should dream to be. And the OECS in and of itself is not yet perfect. And I think I made that point on a lot of OECS fora. So when we grow up to be big kids in CARICOM, a lot of our issues that we have today with legal and policy and regulatory issues may disappear because we can sit around a table and have proper conversations and agree to certain measures, and they are immediately actionable and implementable and binding. So this is some of the things that I wanted to just tweak your brain about. But in looking at the hills and the valleys that technological development will create, and in making sure we are not in the valley, and that the hill we have to climb is not too slippery, how do we ensure parity in capacity and access? Now, some of you know that I was at the Competition Commission and TAT before, two places that deal with a lot of these issues. So the issues are so deeply entrenched into our systems that we have to find ways to overcome them and how to be creative in overcoming them. Our region tends to be follow the leader approach. That's great. But how do we follow the leader while making it something that is applicable to us? Because we can talk pie in the sky and say, we can do this and we can do that. Here's what, folks, from the real deal of being, this is now my 26th year in this thing, we do not have the income, and even if we get financing to give us projects, to get us somewhere, we will not be equal to the EU and the US. So when we think about competition and being on the playing field, the level playing field we are thinking about has to be reciprocity and equivocal, but not sameness. Because if we focus on sameness, we'll run aground. Yeah? Great. Now, I want to just pull you back now into the youth issue, which I know the folks are going to concentrate tomorrow on. You all heard of things like Future Nation in Bangladesh and youth-led accelerators and ethical AI and all these things that youth are doing. I think it's critical for us to understand that the way that we are going is to how to get the creativity in this sector and push it forward. So I want us to look in the panel from three main angles, and but really two, because one of the panelists is not here, so I want to make it concise for you today. I want to look at the leadership through incubation or regulatory sandboxing, how we can incentivize creation, and also how we can incentivize retention. So the two gentlemen online, Mr. Keron Rose and Jean-Marie Altima, they're going to talk to us about this now. So, Keron, you first. So, we've seen all of this new pioneering development in technological innovation, and bearing in mind that we are currently dealing with something that youth created. Facebook's Zuckerberg was 19, Jeff Bezos was 30, Google's Page and Brin were 23 and 25 when they started. Youth can create. The CAITF report that we're looking at today, let me see if I get it right here. They highlight that the Caribbean's approach to AI technologies is user-centric rather than creator-focused. So, given your story and your very impressive CV, which I hope people take the time to read online, what would you recommend as a plausible business model to catalyze youth into leadership for AI creation and employment? All you know.
Yeah, good afternoon. And I had to say it slow because I'm looking at the time. It is 1 a.m. here in Bangkok. This is officially the first overnight conference I have ever done. I don't think I'll ever do it again, but we are here. So good afternoon, everybody, and once again, thank you for having me. So this particular topic is a really interesting one, and it's interesting for me because with my background, I was born in Trinidad. We left when I was a couple of months old, and I lived the first 28 years of my life in Canada. From Canada, I moved to Trinidad at 28, did 10 years in Trinidad, loved everything, got to explore the Caribbean and really see what our ecosystem is like. And then in 2024, I decided that in order for me to grow and in order for me to continue to do the things that I want to do, I got to get poured back into, but I also have to now come to an environment that's going to be able to get me to that next level, which is why I decided to come out to Asia. And in the 2 years, September would make it 2 years, which is absolutely insane. If any of you have seen when I moved, for it to be 2 years already is just insane. But what I have learned or what I have seen is the things that we have done in Canada, the things that I see in Asia, we can't move the needle until we address some core things. And the reason why the Facebooks, the Googles, and these platforms can exist is because they have the environment and they have the ecosystem. It's not always just money, and we know that. They have the ecosystem for these things to evolve. I'll give you a basic example of how important the ecosystem is. If you remember your Visa debit card, right? I think the last call for you to exchange your Visa debit card from the old magstripe cards that the banks were offering, I think the last call was like 2024 in Trinidad. Those Visa debit cards, I got my first Visa debit card back in like 2004. When the banks rolled out these new cards in the US and in Canada, there was a 6 to 8 month window where every single bank had in-store or in-branch workshops training people how to do these things, how to use the cards, because it presents new functionality, new challenges, new risks. But that ecosystem to onboard people and to educate people, that's something that we typically don't do, right? Back in Canada, I spent some years working at Apple. And the reason why everything in Apple is open concept is because they want people to be exposed. They want to be able to educate you. And they focus heavily on education inside of those Apple stores. You go into a Best Buy, you go into Microsoft stores. Everybody has places where you can sensitize the public and learn about the technology. So when we look at the Caribbean, how many places can we go to actually learn about the tech that we actually use? There is a reason why when you go into the grocery store, the fastest way to get out the grocery store is to go into self-checkout, because 9 out of 10 times the self-checkout line is empty because we don't have people that trust the technology that we are rolling out for them. And that is a massive, massive problem. So in order for us to move the needle and get the youth to now start to create products and create solutions and really jump into this space and take advantage of what's in front of us, is it's going to start where we have to really sit down and build our own ecosystem. And it's going to start with, how are we going to go about sensitizing the public to technology? Because when a local product is developed, there is a huge lack of trust in local products. Think about it. When we purchase things online, we have no problem purchasing on Amazon. We have no problem purchasing on Walmart. But when it comes to buying from a local business, I'm going to come into the store. And not just because it's convenient, but I don't trust that you're actually going to deliver. And that's a huge problem, right? Building that local trust in local solutions, sensitizing the public. We do a very great job at creating solutions and just dumping it on the public and just hoping they kind of figure it out. We don't do the onboarding. We don't do the educating that they do in other markets. So if we want to be able to create local solutions and have actual adoption, we got to sensitize the public, and that has to happen simultaneously. Otherwise, when you do create a product, who are you going to be selling it to? Okay? The second thing is, how on earth are we going to build capability for this day and age when we are sitting in a symposium right now talking about AI, but every other conversation on Monday morning is our education system and how our education system is not built for this time period. There is no moving forward until we fix that. When you are in Asia, I did a study on the digital marketing courses, because I'm in digital marketing and e-commerce. When I was looking at the universities across the Asia Pacific region, from Thailand to China to Singapore to Australia, and all of the courses specifically in digital marketing, and I compared it to all of the digital marketing courses offered throughout the Caribbean, through UE, LockCheck, you name it, there is a 15-year gap in what is being taught in Asia versus what is being taught in the Caribbean. What digital marketing has evolved into is now a technical digital discipline. We still think digital marketing is communications in the Caribbean. We aren't training the same way that these other markets are. And that's huge, because if you are training for outdated capabilities, you're only going to get outdated outcomes. And that's a big problem that we have. Think about our financial institutions. Every quarter they announce billions of dollars, but it doesn't reflect that in the applications that we use. I've actually had to close one of my bank accounts because the banking experience is terrible, right? So we are going to have to revamp our education system to bring it into the current century, because when you're looking at the other markets, their education system is producing relevant skill sets for the times that we are in. So that is something that we're going to have to figure out as well, right? Third, I think one of our biggest Achilles heels in the Caribbean is exposure. Not everybody can leave. Not everybody can go and travel. Exposure is going to be something that we have to address, because if you are creating solutions for the market, because a lot of our citizens haven't had the international exposure, the solutions that they create are always solutions for the local market, and we don't have economies of scale. So after you've created a solution for the local market and we haven't sensitized our market, and you don't get the adoption, where does the technology go from there? So we have to figure out what that exposure is going to look like. We have to have greater ties. I know we do a lot of work with Huawei, and we do have some tech partnerships, but we are really going to have to dive in deep and start to create more tech partnerships, because one of the things that the Asian schools have Alibaba, they have Tencent, they have all these tech companies that are directly involved in the creation of the curriculum in the universities. So you're getting education from the actual companies that are creating the technology. Can we say the same? That's not something that's happening. But I think, Navi, you were talking about how earlier, we don't have all the income, we don't have all the revenue to create a lot of things that we need to. So we are going to have to get creative on how we go about getting those strategic partnerships because the exposure has to happen, right? One of the reasons why in 2026, over 67 countries around the world have digital nomad visas is because, one, yes, they come with their jobs, they come with their income, and they immediately start to inject money into a country's economy. But the other knock-on effect is you are now bringing in skill sets and mindsets of people from around the world, and you are now bringing them into your country. And when you can bring skilled people into your ecosystems, everybody starts to connect. Everybody starts to meet. Now knowledge transfer is happening. There is more exposure. I have met guys from countries. I mean, I lived in Canada for 28 years. There are some countries of people that I've never met. And here in Bangkok, I am meeting people from places I've never even heard of, or two, just never thought I would ever meet some of these people from some of these countries. And the things that they are doing and the knowledge that they have been able to bestow upon me and me upon them, that needs to happen. However, Caribbean-wide, what do we have? We have the outflows. We have people migrating. We're not always bringing back the talent. So we're not going to be able to keep everybody, but if we can start thinking about how do we start to attract other people from other countries, other skill sets. There's one of the popular visas in the world is the talent visa, where talent visas, a country can list out a list of skill sets or industries that they need people in these respective industries, and they'll give you a visa to come and migrate to that country. We have to start attracting people to come into our ecosystems because our talent is leaving. As soon as you get to a certain level, we leave. That's just the next evolution because it's a small market, right? So we also have to take into consideration, we live in the Caribbean. There are people around the world that would love to come and settle and live in our islands. Great.
Karen, you just got a comment from someone called Aaron Lamb that says he's going to bring all his knowledge with him to Trinidad and Tobago. So he's backing you up.
Bring it, we need it. Bring everything. We need everything, right? So in bringing these things, right? Now, again, it's easy for me to say because I'm talking about it because this is my life in Thailand. The talent visas exist in Thailand. I'm on a digital nomad visa in Thailand, right? A long stay visa. These are things that the government is going to have to put in place to be able to attract that type of talent coming in. But again, that's going to help us with the exposure. There are going to be people that are going to take advantage of partnerships that we can create that are going to get the exposure when they leave and they go to other countries. But then we also have to figure out how are we going to bring some of these people back? Because again, they can also bring their income and their revenue, and that's going to be coming into the economy. But more importantly, you're going to have more skilled people, more people from a diverse background intermingling within our population, and we need that. I have two more points, and then I'll move on. What I want everybody to do is I want everybody to Google True Digital Park. Google True Digital Park. It is here in Thailand. True Digital Park. You guys are the right people to understand when you see True Digital Park, why we need True Digital Park in the Caribbean. True Digital Park brings the companies, the tech companies. So almost every single tech company has a presence inside of the True Digital Park ecosystem. It connects investors. It has an SME community. It has a job hunting community where you can come in and do prep interviews. It is an entire ecosystem of policymakers, investors, educators, all under one roof. We don't have that. We don't have a dedicated place where people can go and from an idea get everything that they need to go from idea right into a go-to-market. You developing a product, developing a service, and go through that entire process. We don't have these things the way that you're seeing some of these other countries do. But if you look at True Digital Park, that is something that I think we can really take a look at. The other big one is Cloud 11. Cloud 11 is the biggest creative ecosystem in all of Southeast Asia. That is another ecosystem that in Asia, they are building to build the creative economy. These are the types of things that we need, right? And again, time is too short for me to dive in deeper on those, but I wanted you to Google that. True Digital Park, Cloud 11. Those are two ecosystems that we need. We need something like it within our space. And earlier, there was a lady from St. Louis who talked about the brain drain. Now, this is something that I have realized. When I moved back to Trinidad, one of the things that in the diaspora, I would always ask my friends or people that migrated from the Caribbean and moved abroad, why did you leave? Or, would you ever come back? And they would always say, well, Jamaica needs to fix itself. Trinidad needs to fix itself. Guyana needs to fix itself. And before I moved back to Trinidad, I would hear them and I get what they're saying. But when I lived in Trinidad and I'm listening to them, I'm like, how do you expect our islands to fix itself? You have left with all the knowledge. You have left. You have gained the exposure. You're working at Visa. You're working at Facebook. You're working at NVIDIA. Like, we have talent in all of these countries, right? How is our islands going to fix itself? There has to be a joint collaboration. Now, here's the thing. We need to go from brain drain to brain circulation. We have to, I don't care if we create a ministry of diaspora, somebody or some entity or some group has to keep track of where our talent is, because we have Caribbean people in some of the biggest companies around the world that we should be able to say, hey, Maxine in Facebook, what's going on with Facebook monetization? We have a direct link in executive, but we don't have Facebook monetization. Facebook classes, these are things that we could be tapping into. So even if our talent leaves because we're not going to be able to hold everybody, but even if our talent leaves and they're spread across the world, can we start to tap into our diaspora? People want to contribute. I contribute. My entire business, my radio show, my TV show, my newspaper, my columns, all of that is still the Caribbean. I still teach it at Lockjack. I still teach in University of South Florida. And I do all of that from Bangkok while taking in all of the knowledge that I'm learning in Asia and bringing it back to the region. But that's not something that anybody told me to do. That's not something that any entity has reached out to me and do. I do that on my own behalf because I know when it's all said and done, I have my house back in Trinidad. I know when I'm ready to come back, I'm ready to come back. But I want to come back to a place where I want to live comfortably. I want to come back to a place where I'm good, right? I don't want to have to live outside. A lot of us don't want to have to live outside. So we are going to have to figure out how are we going to tap in to all of our diaspora and how do we truly get them to contribute? Because it's not going to happen by ourselves. We are going to have to get creative. We are going to have to get scrappy. A lot of things are working against us from the size of our economies. When we talk about monetization, a lot of times governments from different islands will reach out to me asking me, how do we go about helping our creators monetize? Well, until CARICOM can collectively come together and lobby on behalf of the entire Caribbean to these tech companies, no individual Trinidad or Barbados or our populations are too fragmented and too small for us to approach any of these tech companies. We are going to have to collectively come together if we want to start to lobby for getting some of the monetization that we should have at this point in time, because our creators are doing the thing. So those are my 5 points to kind of, help.
Well, 7 actually. Seven actually. But don't run away just yet.
So forgive me.
Don't run away yet. And it was actually 8, but I tag one on to our next point because I find it was sung in similar. But there's a bubble came up, and I thought it was relevant while you are still in the flight path that you're on. They wanted to know for us to really consider a kind of Cloud 11 in Trinidad and Tobago. How is that best managed given our regulatory landscape? So what do you say? Because remember, Southeast Asia is wild. We have 0.000015% of the population of Southeast Asia here in the CARICOM. So what's your take on that final question before I jump to Jean-Marie?
Yeah, so you know what? This is one of those things where I don't have the answer, but what I do know is this. This is the time where I threw out True Digital Park in Cloud 11 because we have everybody in the room who can go and start to make these connections. I don't have the answer, but we have the people who can go and contact Cloud 11 and say, hey, how does Cloud 11 work? How does True Digital Park work? And then we can start to cherry pick what we can to bring into our region. So
Well,
I'm
Nigel is going to put it in his next strategic plan for CTU.
Yes, Nigel.
And Jennifer
Please put
Britton
it
for
down.
CARICOM. So you have the two CARICOM people there, and you have some OECS chairmen here too, so it'll happen. So Jean, thank you very much, Mr. Caron. I want to sum up very quickly right now, because it's going to kind of feed into what Jean is going to speak about on what you said. So takeaways: provide free training when we introduce new technology. And we had a gentle lady from public admin this morning who spoke about the free training that PAAI is doing. So it ties in the capacity building to build your education ecosystem to scale to the current. This is something we want to take away, and I know CTU will take it away and have discussions with CXC and our boards of education around the Caribbean. The third thing is bringing in your skilled experts and also exposing our locals to what is outside when they can't access it. Number 4 is the creative financing, which the CAITF addresses in some regard, but we're going to have to flesh it out a little bit as we move forward. Number 5 is to look at new and emerging industrial parks that focus on technology in the way of Southeast Asia, like Cloud 11 and True Digital Park. Then we want to use our prevent brain drain and change the brain circulation. Nigel, I like brain circulation, use that. Diaspora power, which has been raised, and collective lobbying for monetization, which is all about cooperation, and which Mr. Thomson raised earlier this morning as well. So some of these things are going to come up now, Jean, because the CAITF report recognized one of the assessments done by WIPO for TT, and they said that we have weak integration of IP in the national innovation system, uncertainty regarding ownership of publicly funded research, limited commercialization capacity, shortages of specialized intellectual property expertise. Not anymore, I hear, for the past 25 years, all you just don't find me. And the need for pooled technology transfer support. And the report recommends a correction of public institutions, regional development partners, universities, private firms jointly perform risk absorption for R&D budgets and venture capital markets. Now, I know you're a money man, so I wanted you to kind of share your thoughts with us on the feasibility of what's recommended. Bearing in mind that it's a broad brush policy approach in the CAITF report. But that said, what's the feasibility, and looking at it, how do you look at it in regard to the youth and recommendations for retention of youth skills as they approach the creative economies? So over to you, with thanks. I think you're still muted.
All right, here we go. Good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
All right, thank you so very much. I think it's really hard to keep up the pace, after someone who hosts a radio show. Karen mentioned so many things that, I used to be a regulator. I know how sometimes it's difficult to bring people together to create an ecosystem and also to strengthen the ecosystem. But it's good to have people, to push on things and to bring regulations, to bring budgets to, sometimes we think that, okay, we need idea, but we also need the financial part of it. And we know that the Caribbean region is facing so many problems, so many issues to be addressed, but it's good to come up with all those ideas. What I can say, the Caribbean has never competed on size. It has competed on creativity. That's we have music, we have festivals, we have fashion, we have visual arts, we have creators influencing the world. And we know we have people from Haiti, artists from Haiti, from Jamaica, from Trinidad and Tobago, all around the Caribbean. We know that we have talent. But with AI now presents us with a choice. So it's not only seeing the technology, but it's also important to see how to protect creators' work. It's not only creating, but we are living in a digital world. We need more than that. So AI is transforming the way we create. People are using AI to create songs, music, and we have seen that. But for creators, the conversation, as I said, it's not only with technology. It's IP. It's how to protect people's work, how to bring economic value to what the artists or the creators are doing. The future of creative economy depends on one fundamental question, I think. It's how to encourage AI-driven innovation while ensuring that creators remain recognized, respected, and fairly compensated. Talent, we say that talent alone is not enough. You may have talent, but in this world, we have seen that it's not enough. You need more skills. You need skills in finance. You need skills in business. You need skills in marketing, to grow or to succeed. You also need, I usually talk about that, you also need a strong mental health to succeed. So for me, I think we need to see it as a systemic design approach to bring to solve these complex problems, because we talk about that financial problem, infrastructure, because let's say, okay, an artist lives in the mountains, and how can he get access? How can he get connectivity to connect with friends? We need infrastructure to connect artists to fans, to connect artists to different markets. So to solve complex problems, I think we need a systemic design. So how do we redesign the entire creative ecosystem? I know we have so many problems. We talked about that earlier, but I think we should also see the opportunities that AI and technologies and the new technologies are bringing. How, instead of like saying we have problems, we have this, we have that, but I think we should redesign our mindset, to build solutions that creators, that people can use to grow. Let me take an example. Let's say, okay, suppose a young musician uses AI to create music. Okay, so the first question that we probably have, it's who owns the copyrights? We know that there is a big problem that people, the country's regulation, the states are trying to solve. It's the copyright issue. So who owns the right? But in a systemic design approach, we can ask, okay, who is trained? Who was trained to use AI? So that means we know that we can bring those tools to artists, to musicians, because we need them to be involved in the new technologies, in technologies that can help them to create and to connect, as I said, and to bring businesses to what they are doing. And we can say, okay, does the musician understand licensing? We don't. Sometimes that's the question with talent. Okay, what I want as a musician, as a creator, I want to have an environment, but I don't see the business part, which is very important. You create a song, but you don't know how to protect your song, and people are making money with your song. So we need to bring education. We talked about that earlier. We need to educate people on licensing. in the digital era. And also, let's say I use AI to create a part of a song. So how to protect, what is my right on this song? Who worked with me on this song? So what about the revenue sharing? What can I get from this creation? So I think that's kind of question that we should address and get artists and musicians feedback to see how together we can bring a solution. I launched what I call a platform to connect policymakers, educators, entrepreneurs, investors, and talents. The project is the AI Music Tech Conference trade show. We launched this project in Miami in 2000.
Can you just say the name again of what you launched?
It's AI Music Tech Conference and trade show. Okay, so we bring together creators, technology leaders, policymakers, because the thing is, sometimes as a musician, I have my own view of the world. But when you bring those people together, they talk, they connect, and they bring a solution. And that can support and bring, I can say, strengthen the ecosystem. The conference is more than an event, because it's not only the annual event that we host, but we also have online events, online conversation. The last conversation we had was on who owns the game. We know that we had some Caribbean countries and who participated in the World Cup, but the game was not only on the field; it was also on streaming platform. It was also on images, the right that people have to use people or players identity, likeness, whatever. So it's not only a platform where we have trainings, we have events. We call it conversation because we also need to hear from other ecosystem. So
Jean, one of the comments bubbling up on top of that screen is the fact of translation of the training into actual earning capacity. So is there anything on the side of sandboxing, regulatory incubatory sandboxing, anything on how we can, we're training, but tied to the training, how we facilitate entrepreneurship from the youth or from the creativity side to actually monetize and to become a player in the market, like how Karen would have done. How do we help if it's not someone like Karen who had resources, but it's also a creator who needs that push? What is a good recommendation you could leave us with?
Wonderful. That's one of the big problems that we have seen. We invited people from Africa, from different countries. We have a lack of financial infrastructure in the developing countries, like even in the Caribbean region and also Africa. Artists cannot be paid in the US based on policies that are not taking place in the countries where they are. So I think this is a problem to address, like with CARICOM, because we know that. The thing is, we are not at the same level. Okay, we also use different, as I said, financial infrastructure. I think we need to see it together. My recommendation is to let's say countries like I don't want to.
Jean, I have a little red flashing in front of me, so you have 30 seconds.
No, okay, it's fine. So I think we need to review the financial infrastructure, the laws that we have, the payment system that we have, and connect that to and connect that to the big platforms. But I think it's also important to bring local solutions and to connect artists and musicians. So I think my recommendation is first of all, we need to bring to modernize the IP infrastructure in the AI era, to bring artists and musicians to develop practical licenses models, and also invest in AI literacy for creators to support, to help them understand how to protect their rights, negotiate licenses. This is a big issue. And third, build collaborative AI ecosystem, like finance, in education, in arts, creativity. So I think with that, we can bring solutions, and we start small, but with a big vision, I think we can go further.
Thank you very much, and you summed up everything for yourself. But again, the biggest theme that's coming through, feeding off of Graeme's presentation this morning, is that cooperation element. The licensing is also a very big thing, and how we get fair compensation, because it is the wild, wild west out there in the internet world. I have some representation from the Telecoms Authority today, and their director was supposed to be here and is unable to be here. So I want to put Tat on the spot, and I just want to ask one question, Curly and team, just to help us situate. Curly, all of a sudden, Curly stopped watching me, all the time he was watching me like I was his sun, moon, and stars, and now I turn into God knows what. So we have had a lot of battles intellectual property-wise in the sector. And I think what would be nice for us to just get a very quick stab in 1 minute. What do you think is the major hurdle for us in this sector when it comes to intellectual property, really assessing the creative force and the fact that we just don't have the systems that we need to protect the rights? And I know you guys have been looking at it in depth for quite some time. So just give us one little teaser, and we'll do a whole conference for you next time. You're watching the lawyers in the back, they hide in here. They ain't bothering with you. He went in the back of the post. How I could see you, Curly? The camera could see him. It's not important for me to see him. Ah, there we go.
On. Yeah. All right, yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity, Nivea, to respond to the ambush question on intellectual property. No, but I was fortunate enough. We had a board meeting yesterday, so I did connect with Dr. Koo on the matter. So informally, there's not no formal position, right? Informally, I think one of the fundamental issues we have to look at is our intellectual property legislation as we speak. So as it stands right now, as we move into AI, and we know AI is going to be using, content creators' intellectual property, we do have to really look how our current intellectual property legislative framework is, and really consider an overhaul to ensure that the content and the intellectual property that our creators produce is sufficiently protected. Because what you don't want, because the reality is this: persons right now are purchasing Claude accounts and ChatGPT accounts. The AI is generating revenue. The AI then goes out there and looks and scrolls all the content out there and is using that to generate answers to their subscribers, right? So without that content in the background, they don't have anything to produce to the subscribers, right? So then how does that revenue that these Claude and ChatGPT collect, how does that ultimately get to the persons who would have produced content which the AI would have used in generating its responses and papers and all that sort of good stuff? So from a legislative perspective, there's that need for us to really look and ensure that our intellectual property legislation is fit for purpose. And then there's also an opportunity as we look at, this whole Caribbean AI task force and report and all that good stuff. We need to explore what mechanisms we can put in place to, I guess, check or monitor the use of the content that are used by alternative AIs to ensure there's fair compensation. So I think those are the two elements of it that we need to sort of spend some time on to ensure that our content creators, when they do this good stuff or they do research, because content creation is one thing, but there's actual intellectual research, right? Genuine research, guys like Dr. Craig Ramlal and so on. They're going to do hard work, research, come up with new ideas, develop papers, and then there's the potential for that intellectual product to be harvested to users of AI without the compensation coming back to the creators. So there's definitely some opportunity. That's how I see it. There are no challenges. There's only opportunity. And there's definitely an opportunity for us in the Caribbean to ensure we protect our creators.
Thank you very much, Curly. So you still heard from Tat. And I want to formally thank Keron and Jean for coming in remotely, and Jean-Marie.
Jean-Marie, that's French.
Jean-Marie, yes. Which I did and I can't remember. But I just want to close. We had a couple comments that I was seeing bits and bobs about regulatory harmonization. And that is really and truly what CTU is all about, and CARICOM and the OECS. And a lot of work is happening behind the scenes. So we just have to continue creating the pressure points so that we have one focus, we have one platform, so that we will have that regulatory harmonization going forward. And regulatory harmonization does not necessarily mean regulatory sameness, but it does mean that we will have some equivalency so that we are all playing the same tune. So enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you very much for having me, and thank you for mostly staying awake. I saw Kirk nod, but he got up quickly and he sat back down, so it's okay. He's back up now. So we'll be all right. So have a good evening and enjoy the rest of the conference, and thank you, CTU. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And thank you to our presenters online as well. Without delaying further, we are going to go straight into our next panel, which is about data sovereignty, cybersecurity, and AI infrastructure. It explores the three pillars, how these three pillars will shape our Caribbean's AI future. So please welcome our moderator on stage, Mr. Curly Prescott, so you could ambush him again. You have another opportunity for that now. CEO of the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, and our distinguished panelists for this session. Let's welcome online Mr. Tracy Hackshaw. Tracy, I hope I don't butcher this, because I don't think it's chef, so I think it's Chef the Enterprise. I believe it's that, right? UPU, at the UPU, Mr. Reza Sukhdeo, Chief Information Officer at the Heritage Petroleum Limited Company, Mr. Shernan Osepa, Consultant Strategic Advisor and Caribbean AI Task Force Coordinator at the CTU, Mr. Stephen Williams, Principal Consultant of Data Privacy, Principal Consultant Data Privacy, and Mr. Cedric Pradell, Executive Director of the ACCYB. So let's give them a round of applause as they take us through their session.
Good afternoon, all. I see I've been given a full hour. Thank you, Nigel. And I was prepared to go for 40 minutes, but, we'll do the hour. Let me take this opportunity to recognize in the crowd Deputy Secretary General Nigel Cassimire, Mr. Thomson, for joining us and helping us bring this conference to life, and of course Dr. Craig Ramlal of the UE AI Innovation Center, other distinguished guests from various sectors, welcome. So this panel, we're covering 3 critical topics around data sovereignty, cybersecurity, and AI infrastructure. So we'll dive straight in. I want to take my first question to Mr. Williams. I highlighted what the topics are, but I'm going to ask you if you could probably shed some light on what exactly does data sovereignty mean, and then to shed some light on what it means for small island states, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks to the CTU for having me speak here today. Shout out to Roddy Taylor, I think he's online, and for the whole CTU. So data sovereignty, that's a very interesting thing, because right now we're hearing so much about what AI can do, but it's from an overseas standpoint. I think for data sovereignty, for me, is how can we use the technology to deliver value home? Because let's be realistic. Right now, we're hearing that a couple of countries are moving towards AI infrastructure. But what they're going to be competing against is hyperscalers, meaning Meta, Google, Facebook, right? Sorry, Meta's Facebook, sorry. Buying up the chips, buying up the CPU that can actually scale and deliver AI in its true purest form. But I would like to caution the Caribbean, if I can, and say, well, that is a normal direction to go. We have a lot of work to do to even value our own output. And what I mean by that is simply buying into our own software solutions or technical solutions. So data sovereignty to me simply means, even if you use AI from, I call it a top-level user, meaning I can take AI and can make software solutions. Do we value that output? Could we progress? Like once someone said, do we have to train people to recognize the value in our own? I think data sovereignty starts with, first of all, respecting the fact that the region has talent. It also builds on the fact that that talent has output that we must now start to trust. I don't think it's about education as much, but look at it from a perspective, and I wrap up quickly and say, if you have an adult, let's call the adult the overseas product and the child the local product. I don't care whatever you say, whenever a child speaks, they don't get the same respect. And we are not children.
Yeah, thank you for that, Stephen. So, if I could try to, pick from your response, one of your, recommendations from a data sovereignty perspective is that as small island developing states, we need to recognize and invest in our own products. Would that be correct?
Yeah, and yes, and yes. But look at this conference, right? I think everyone in here is eloquent. We are some good speakers. But you know what I've never seen in the last 15 years? One conference, one expo where we only focus on our digital output. For example, I've heard about young people doing great things, but I have not seen one expo, right? I may see an agricultural expo in Barbados, it's called AgroFest, where we see products from the agriculture community. I see manufacturing, but I've not seen a digital expo with our own people, right, producing digital products where we can go as a manufacturer, hey, I think that could work in my company. Or if I'm a farmer, could you turn this product into something I can use for my farm? We have to go hunting for it. And if you do a Google search, you will always find the international stuff a lot easier.
Thanks for that, Stephen. If I may, let me bring reason to the discussion. So we touched on the data sovereignty aspect on that first question. I want to now hop over the cybersecurity and move to AI infrastructure. And I want to get your insight into how do you believe organizations can ensure AI initiatives deliver measurable business value rather than becoming isolated technology experiments?
Afternoon, everyone. It's an excellent question. And I think from an organizational perspective, it's really about what problems or what challenges that we're looking to solve. So when you look at it from that lens, then you could really see what the solutions can be in terms of products, right? Because what, as you said, just being pilots or just being put out there, I think as, you know, the intellectual capacity of this region, we have so much, but maybe we need to relook or rethink how we frame some of the problems that we have. And that in itself requires us to change our mindset in terms of, you know, what is the value proposition. So when we go out there, you know, everybody loves to go on TikTok. They love to go on the Instagram, you know, they get that dopamine kick, right? That's a product in itself. But then when you look at organizations, what are we solving as a smaller Caribbean, you know, region? It pushes us to really reframe it. And that in itself is going to take us some time. But businesses, as they grow, as they start to share and collaborate, then you realize that, wait now, I have the same problem as you. You know, I have too much emails in my inbox at 8 a.m. And then you start sharing it, and then you're realizing, well, wait, there are solutions out there. And then you could start a scale. Well, you know, all of us sitting in traffic at 8 o'clock in the morning as well. Maybe we could do something different. Maybe we could start work at 9.
Thanks for that, Risa. I guess touching on some personal pain points in the room. But I think it sort of complements the point that Stephen was making about really valuing our own creativity and our own, you know, not just importing what's out there, but looking at, yeah, you go ahead.
Well, it's not just importing it, but also what is holding us back.
Yes.
Because we find many reasons why we can't. And bigger organizations, bigger countries, we see that, you know, science, it takes more energy and more mass for bigger things to move. We're a small region, yet we're the slowest, we're the hardest to move. So there's a paradox there that we're looking at it maybe, or need to look at it differently.
Let me take this opportunity to bring in a bit of the cybersecurity component here, and I'll bring in Cedric. I'll bring in Cedric. So, Cedric, this panel brings together the notion of data sovereignty, cybersecurity, and AI infrastructure. As General Manager of the Caribbean Cybersecurity Agency, also termed ACCYB, and the lead behind the Caribbean Cyber Incident Response Community, CSIC, you know, how does that particular project sit at the intersection of those three pillars? And where does it currently stand as it enters its launch phase?
Thank you for the question. First, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Before I would like to begin to thank the previous speakers, because particularly Dr. Ramlal and Mr. Rose, because they talk about talent. They talk about talent, and we need this talent to build the cybersecurity and especially the Caribbean of tomorrow. We need this talent to build not digital Caribbean of tomorrow, the Caribbean of tomorrow. Because we need this Caribbean that reflects and responds to our realities. Yes, we can just copy some framework in Europe, Asia, America, whatever you want. But the problem is if we just copy any framework, we can't bring our population on board. For me, it's really it's the biggest point. It's not just a question of technical engineer, whatever you want, it's a question of a society. We need to bring our population on board. And in our region, in this project of CSIRT, we have two big points that guide our reflection. The first one is the Costa Rica event in 2022, when the Costa Rica have been targeted by a large and historical cyber attack that disrupt all the country. Another point is the CARICOM impacts cybercrime, cybersecurity action plan. And regarding, so we take all this, the first one, we take the action plan, and we take the return of experience of the Costa Rica to build a new project, a new initiative with the CTU and SENBOT. And this initiative is Caribbean Cybersecurity Incident Response Community, because about the cybersecurity, the first point is we need to work together. Right, me, I'm based in Guadeloupe, it's a French territory, but first, I am in the Caribbean area. And we need to sharing, you need to discuss with my neighbors. Another example is 3 years ago, some telecommunication operator have been targeted by a large DDoS attack. And it was really, really complicated to share, to mitigate this event with my neighbor, because the process is not ready to be operational. That is a real big point. So in this project, we have first a project of sharing information. We have a project of topics of define taxonomy, the same taxonomy. We need to discuss, to use the same language. I don't talk about English, I talk about technical point. But we need statistic. We need to know what happened on our territories. So in our project, we have the objective to get observatory. Another one is the awareness and the learning, because we have the responsibility to build the talent of tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Cedric. Tracy, I'm assuming you're not in Bangkok like our friend Karen Rose. Let me bring you in as we continue the discussion on cybersecurity. You lead the team that recently launched the Global Postal and Logistics Sector Information Sharing and Analysis Center, Post-ISAC, and its associated cybersecurity awareness and capacity development platform, Secure.Post. I want to invite you to share a little bit about that initiative, about that project, about that effort. And then, given the borderless nature of cyber threats against digital infrastructure, how can Caribbean infrastructure providers integrate similar collaborative models to move from reactive cybersecurity to a unified, proactive defense for regional AI infrastructure?
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm actually in Switzerland now with the Universal Postal Union. And we at the UPU look at logistics. So for all of a better word, when you buy something online, we look at the industry that takes it from the purchase point to your doorstep. So that's where the threat landscape that we are assessing focuses on. So for the Caribbean, we see this as becoming a significant enhanced threat landscape. As you might be aware, as you see probably today, and well, certainly globally, I assume in the Caribbean as well, we see these messages coming in about your packages being late, or you want to check on something regarding your account, payments, banking, etc. And in that regard, we are seeing things like agentic AI and AI-driven phishing really driving a new wave of attacks coming in, especially in this low-hanging fruit environment in the Caribbean and SIDS in particular. So we are seeing this larger attack surface with increasing penetration coming in from, I would say, state actors on the one hand, but certainly, industry, well, cyber industry gangs, we're going to call it that. I don't want to get into too much details about the researchers in this field. Now, because this has been happening, we think that the entire sector needs to work together as opposed to working in silos to avoid the stretching of resources, and pooling of resources together is the way to do this. In some ways, I've been hearing on this discussion, looking at the chat as well, it seems as if in the Caribbean, as some of you may know, I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, that we have a sort of a fairly loose policy and legislative environment still. Some of our acts aren't fully proclaimed. Data protection and privacy legislation seems to be fairly weak compared to what's happening globally. So we need to get together, share information, fix that at the very outset. So I want to make sure that that's clear, because you have to start at that point before you do anything. Now, in the ISAC, which is an Information Sharing Analysis Center, what we are trying to do is bring all the players together. So not just the operators of these logistics environments, but all of the payment players, all of the people who are doing the package delivery, people who do barcode. If you look at a package when it arrives at your door and you look at what's on that package, you'd be surprised to see the amount of information that's in a label. And all of those aspects are tax services. And all of those people are part of a larger supply chain. And all of them are at risk to an organization. So the post-ISAC brings all of these players together into electronically as well as otherwise to share and exchange information. And we believe that in the Caribbean, this is one of the ways that we can really work together to bring resources or share resources that in our scarce resource environments, and utilize other players in the world, so you can bring global players together as well, and work together to assist you as an organization. So if you are post, if you are courier, if you're a shipping company, a customs broker, whatever, you can be even a customer or customers and stakeholders in this regard can really start building secure shared infrastructure. Because as the AI systems start interacting across regional borders with agentic AI, we will start to see this data exchange becoming problematic, and with sovereign control that still exists or doesn't exist in some cases, we need to find a way, I think, to work together to ensure the infrastructure is in place, the legislations are in place, and our ISAC can help with that approach as we go forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Tracy. I will resist my urge to ask you a follow-on question. Interesting topic about information sharing across different sectors and players and so on. I want to bring Sharon in the mix. Even though he's a good-looking fella, he's not here for his looks. So I want to get a question into him. Given that the Caribbean Telecommunication Union adopts the Caribbean Cybersecurity and Cybercrime Action Plan, the CCSCAP, as the point of departure for its regional cybersecurity policy and strategy. So we're continuing along the cybersecurity vein. How can the CTU operationalize the CCSCAP priorities to protect data sovereignty, secure AI infrastructure, and strengthen regional cyber resilience?
Okay, first of all, good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon.
Basically, what CTU is doing, we are trying always not to duplicate efforts. And one of the challenges that we are facing in the Caribbean is, in one way or the other, we are not that good at working together. So we need to start working with institutions and, let's say, partners, not only in the Caribbean, but also all around the world. You did mention the CARICOM Impacts Cybersecurity and Cybercrime Action Plan, and that's exactly what we have been using as a point of departure when it comes to cybersecurity. Those of you who are familiar with that action plan, it focuses on 6 areas, and what we're trying to do is always to collaborate with partners that are addressing one or other, let's say, areas of that particular action plan. For example, we do have here a SIP from Guadeloupe when it comes to incident management, which is one of the areas covered in this action plan. We do collaborate with ASIP, for example. Public awareness and education, we do work, let's say, with other partners. For example, one organization, Get Safe, out of the UK, is one of the partners that we are working with, and so we do work with other partners as well. But it's quite important to mention that although we talk about data sovereignty, cybersecurity, and AI infrastructure, the ultimate goal is development of our region. So that's basically what we would like to achieve. And we may be using all kinds of technologies, but at the end, we would like to see this region, let's say, goes beyond and what we have been doing. So with that's basically what we are doing at the Caribbean Telecommunication Union to ensure that no one is left behind and that we can move to the next level of development.
Thank you very much, Shannon. I'll get back to you because I heard from you. You're saying that it's, we don't work together. I guess the question is, if it was easy to work together, we would do it. So how can we make it easy? But I'll put a pin in that, right? And let me bring Stephen back into the mix. So Stephen, I know we started off on the whole data sovereignty discussion. I want to pose a question to you. How can we avoid becoming permanently dependent on foreign AI ecosystems?
Ooh. Permanently dependent. It's an interesting thing. When I took a chance to look at the release today, and it says 60% of the world, right, is basically United States and China combined in terms of intellectual property. I will go to say the almost 90%, is actually dependent on between United States models and Chinese models. No, it's very hard when we can't pivot that fast. I like the idea of we are small, we should be a speedboat, but yet we are a ship. It's we're small, but we're a ship, we can't turn. AI is moving so quick that the dependence now is about being able to actually just decide on something. And this is why I mentioned to my table. I think one of the things we need to look at, this may not answer your question, but we have to start tracking what they're doing and determine what we want for ourselves. Meaning that if we keep chasing the best model, we keep chasing where AI is right now, we would always play catch up. I think for us, the strategic position is, for Barbados, I can speak for Barbados and anyone can speak for Trinidad, but for the most part, tourism is our business. We had the saying growing up, tourism is our business. How do I play my part? If government has $10 to spend in IT, I wouldn't give one to agriculture, one to fisheries, one. I need to bet on what's going to feed my family, okay, and build from there. You cannot take the little money that you have and spread it around like if it's a casino table. It's not going to work. You got to bet, and that sovereignty question you're talking about, we may decide, you know what, we're going to give up the chasing hyperscalers in the region and stick to, say, for Trinidad, and this may be sorry to Trinidadians, but if it's energy, and say we're going to have the best use of AI in the energy output. If Trinidad is financial services, we're going to innovate in financial services. Why? Because it will pull the others along. Sovereignty, it's difficult to say that we can ever be so independent that we don't need the hyperscalers, but we can identify what's going to make us globally competitive and invest in that area. And I think those bigger returns will pull the others along. Not saying the others do not have value. The other industries, other sectors, yes, they do. But we don't have the resources to spend in the way we need across the board. We have to pick what we can defend in terms of our sovereignty, invest heavily there, and they will pull the others along.
Let me extend that point you were making. So, Riza, let me bring you in. So he's talking about betting, almost picking your competitive edge and making investments there. He's saying you can't spread, you can't make everybody happy. Pick where you're going to excel, where you're going to compete, and make a bet. So I want to bring you in here. And I mean, the question I have for you goes along that similar vein, where AI requires significant computing capability, trusted data, and governance. So where should Caribbean organizations make their first investments to build sustainable AI capability?
So the first port of call is our people, before anything else, because training, understanding, and getting up to what the task is as a people. The Caribbean is the most talented and the most creative subset in the world. No offense to anybody else, right? Because we find creative ways of solving problems. It may not be considered sometimes the right way, but it is very creative. And we need to start there because we take that same talent, and we were talking about it earlier, and we export it and we sell it. So when we talk about investment in our people, investing is really our people, and really how do we set them up for success? How do we give them the platforms in terms of that, the AI infrastructure? Because we cannot compete with the big dogs, right? So if we can't compete with them in terms of AI infrastructure and footprint and ecosystems, we have to then think about, where can we compete at and how do we invest? And of course, maybe we could use AI to answer that question as well in terms of where do we hedge our bets in terms of it. But it really pushes us to, invest in the Caribbean overall, not duplicate efforts, because what happens there is then we're wasting resources. Because when you talk about sovereignty and data sovereignty, right, there are elements of data, yes, needs to be kept in the country, but we need to build the frameworks and understand what that data is. So when you talk about climate data, well, you need to share that. But if you're talking about maybe IDs and certain personal, well, maybe keep that in, right? So you have to understand that framework, understand what you're going after, and build accordingly. And again, understand what the price is.
Yeah, always need to know the price. Before I jump back in with Cedric and Tracy, I want to just continue that question I seeded with Shannon about where you were making the comment that, we in the Caribbean, we don't seem to cooperate, we don't seem to work together. I believe that's what you were saying, right? And you made that statement 10 seconds after Tracy was now making the case, we have to work together, right? So if it is, we have to work together, and there are all these benefits to working together. Why is it that we're not naturally working together? Why is it that we need to have a clarion call, or we need to, why aren't there inherent incentives to working together if it is there are so many benefits to working together?
I think most of the time because we are not forced to work together.
But let me jump in there.
Let me.
If it's beneficial to work together, why am I forced to work together?
No.
Yeah?
I'm just heading. I'm just heading in that direction. For example, in this part of the world, we have seen, let's say, several natural disasters, and this is one of the things that I've seen. For example, as you guys say here in Trinidad and Tobago, you may have neighbors that for donkey years they haven't been talking to each other. And when you have these natural disasters, then they are forced to work together. And that is exactly what I would like to say. I don't want us to reach a phase where we are forced to work with each other, because if we don't do it, others will just take over everything that we have been doing. So we must just decide, okay, this is the best, this is best for our region, this is best for the Caribbean, let's do it. So that is basically what I could say with respect to the reason why we don't work together, because we don't see the need, because we are comfortable in what we're doing, and that is why we keep fighting with each other. But in one way or the other, we need to look for a bigger, let's say, objective, and then we can reach, let's say, all these common goals that will make all of us better, let's say, in what we're doing in the Caribbean.
So, I mean, I guess my question to the panel is the challenge that it's not easy to work together? In other words, it takes effort to work together? Because if there's benefit to me, I don't have to wait until, doomsday, until the earthquake, until a missile lands. I should want to. I'm seeing there's a benefit. So is it that it's too inconvenient to work together? And if that is the case, is there a means or a mechanism by which we can work together conveniently, where it's not, you don't have to step out of your day job to work together, to collaborate, but where it's part of your job to work together?
Let me take that one first. Sure. Because it's the one thing that no one spoke about for the whole day. Culture. We don't have a history of working together. We're not going to mysteriously and magically, ain't magically delicious, that all of a sudden that we were not working together in areas that did make sense before, and all of a sudden we're going to make it work with AI. It doesn't work that way. We have a strong culture of division. We have to acknowledge some hard truths. We have a strong culture of division concerning who we are as a people, how we think, how we operate. We are, I said it this morning to Graeme, we are 13 chiefs, me and prime ministers, with 13 different directions, with 13 different perspectives, and a whole bunch of different people to serve that all don't have the same agenda. It's very difficult to coalesce a cohesive position on something unless it's the hurricane. Because at the end of the day, it's a definite point of departure what needs to be done in a hurricane in terms of a disaster. There's not very many directions to go. So I take your point, that's an excellent point in terms of that. But when times are good, we tend to wander off like sheep.
So perfect. I love your answer, Stephen, and I think you hit it on the head, the culture. But I want to use the analogy that both you and Sherman coined about the hurricane. The digital hurricane is coming, right?
Yeah.
Right?
But wait, hold on.
Digital hurricane is coming, right?
Are you Caribbean? You know the hurricane is coming, and we be shopping for regular shoes that we can wear to the fact that can happen after.
So my friend Mr. Roberts, he calls me an honorary Grenadian. I remember when I was in Grenada, and you're getting storm watch, but you're having the storm party.
Yes!
We used to have the storm party by the bars, yeah. You come in the storm party press card, I'm like, what? All right, so Cedric, let me bring you back into the mix. Within the triad of data sovereignty, cybersecurity, and AI infrastructure that frames this panel, how does the Caribbean cyber incident response community address the AI dimension? Is artificial intelligence primarily an infrastructure asset that strengthens regional cyber defense, or does it also introduce its own data sovereignty risks that the project needs to account for?
The question is It's easy. The question is always the same question with technology. The question is AI opportunity or risk. The example for CSIRT or for our project, given the amount of data, it's just impossible to handle the data manually. It's impossible. We have to use the AI. Thanks the AI and thanks the different works that we have already done, we in the few weeks we will be able to give to our excuse me, to our beneficiaries a cybersecurity forecast. What that means? I will be able to give to my beneficiary a score today or tomorrow or every day or every week. I will be able to give them a score A, B, C, D, DEFCON 1, DEFCON whatever. And regarding this level, it will be able to adapt his posture, his security posture. But the question of the risk, yes, is the risk. It's also a risk. But to avoid this risk or to mitigate this risk, the point is we need a strong, a solid foundation of the AI. That means we need talents, we need resources, That means we need training, we need the appropriate technology and the appropriate organization. And that's exactly what we plan to do in this project.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that, Cedric. I want to ask a question to Shannon and Cedric in terms of, so there's the CSIC, right? The Caribbean Cybersecurity Incident Response Community. And then we have the CTU, following the Caribbean Impacts Cybersecurity and Cyber Crime Action Plan, right? Is there collaboration ongoing today between your two entities and agencies?
Yes. And I think that is why we are on the same panel as well. To show to the wider, let's say, community that we have been collaborating. As mentioned before, most of the times, if you look at the English-speaking Caribbean, they have always been, let's say, working together, but not always looking in other direction. For example, to the French, or to the Dutch, where I'm coming from, for example. So I think this is one of the things that we have been promoting at CTU to collaborate with other partners. As a matter of fact, you have Guyana, French Guyana, that became a member of the CTU, and that's one of the things you're seeing. We are going in that direction because although we may be speaking different languages, it is one region. And we need to, together we are more like 40-something million people. So we can, a much stronger voice at the table when we're dealing with others. So that's the approach that we are doing. It's CTU with ASIP. And I mean, going forward, you will see more collaboration ongoing between the organizations.
Excellent. Anything you want to add?
Yes. For example, we have already notified some country in the Caribbean for attacks. We have already detected some attacks to the critical infrastructure, and the next step is we need to collaborate to different the correct process to improve the way and to anticipate the risk, anticipate the threats. That is the next step, to be more efficient.
Excellent, excellent. So, I mean, from the answer to your question, Tracy, I mean, it seems that some of it is already starting to happen. That information sharing, that collaboration, between ASIC and CTU, and we hope to see that advance and progress. So, Tracy, bringing you back in, your work managing the deployment of .post powered e-commerce starter packages being implemented through the milestone Memorandum of Understanding between the UPU and the CTU intends to deliver tangible digital transaction capabilities for Caribbean postal operators. However, given that the data and hosting for these platforms currently reside outside the region, how does this initiative highlight the urgent need for local cloud infrastructure, and how can the Secure.Post framework integrate with future Caribbean data centers to achieve true data sovereignty for AI?
Well, that's obviously a pretty hot topic, given what I'm hearing is happening in Trinidad and Tobago these days with regards
We
to
embrace heat. We embracing the hotness.
data centers and the like. So in reality, I think that there was a dream when I was in government where the Caribbean would become a data hub for Latin America and the Caribbean. And if I were to be so bold, Trinidad and Tobago become a data hub for the region, for the Caribbean region. That was, some time ago. I still see that discussion and that dream happening. Unfortunately, we haven't seen much of the hosting and sovereignty issues being solved. I think one, as I said earlier, we still have legislative challenges that need to be resolved. In many of the countries, either the legislation is still rather weak or still in progress, in some cases in Trinidad and Tobago, not fully proclaimed, etc. Now, if the data that's in this project that you just mentioned continues to reside outside the country, right? So right now it's in Europe. That's where we're hosting it. The vulnerabilities that obviously those platforms face. There was one recently, actually, we had to deal with on a particular environment. We get affected, obviously, because of that. So the need to invest in secure local data infrastructure, I think, needs to be emphasized. I'm not going to get into the discussion about high performance or AI or whatever, but certainly in the local data infrastructure needs to be built in. That requires bandwidth, so investment in additional bandwidth. I know clearly that's something that you are in charge of. We also need to look at multiple landing points for redundancy. So that would obviously be a way to begin to break the back of this. I see you're lighting up that discussion there. And we, as the UPU, as a UN agency, I think we can become a neutral convener of the players. We're not in the politics of the region. At the UN, we can be neutral, and we can utilize tools that we bring to the table to host in the environments that are established, whether it be in existing data centers or otherwise, where these tools that e-commerce tools, in the case of the UPU, tracking and tracing. We also do things like barcode. I don't want to get into all the details of what we do here, but the point is, the tools that we have at the UPU, we can bring to the table locally in the region, if it is that the infrastructure exists, if it's ISO certified, if it's available to be resourced properly. And that leads to another question about skilling up. Are the people available in the region to be fully skilled? Is the governance really in place for local data environments to exist safely and securely? And can we trust this infrastructure, if and when it happens, for the Caribbean SIDS to transition all of its hosting? Because it's not just what we are doing. The majority of the websites in the region, the majority of the data in the region is hosted overseas. I think, with the exception of government, Trinidad government and governments as a whole, you may find that the majority of our applications are hosted somewhere else. And how can we bring that data home? We have to find a way to invest in local infrastructure. We have to find a way to invest in better legislation and better policy and better governance. Now, the question is, how can we do that? There was a mention earlier about the HIPCA project years ago. Maybe a harmonized policy environment for data should be the next step. Harmonized policy environment for AI, I saw that being mentioned by Mr. Record. A harmonized policy environment for data governance as a whole, I think that's also something we should look at. And certainly a harmonized environment for tools and shared services. Those are the things that we need to invest in. We can focus on other things, higher order solutions like, whatever's happening in the region now, but certainly get the basics right first. Get the foundation set, fix what's wrong, and then move forward from there. If it requires us to invest in large data centers to do that, to move the needle, let's go. But if you don't fix the foundation, then nothing else will happen before it's time. Thanks.
Thank you, Tracy. So I think we'll move into the closing stage of the panel. So I'm going to invite each one of the panelists to sort of give a 1-minute summary. So I will, I've been going in a particular order, starting with Stephen. I'll reverse it this time, so Stephen will go last. So Tracy, let me put you back on the spot. 1 minute wrap up of, what key message you would want to leave the audience with.
Absolutely, and I've been putting stuff in the chat, so I'm going to just recognize the remote participants because I'm a remote participant and there's a lot of remote discussion going on. I would encourage people to look at it. And one of the things I was saying, I put like a several step approach, and I'm going to read it out. So we need to have a shared vision. So I'm saying that someone needs to have it first. What's the shared vision? What's that vision? Someone needs to have it in the region. Somebody in the region needs to have it. It needs to be shared. That vision that's there needs to be shared. And after that, we assemble a coalition of the willing. Ignore the apologists, ignore the naysayers, and begin to move. Let's stop talking. Craig, Ramlal knows exactly where I'm going with this. Stop talking and let's begin doing. This is how startups and startup culture functions, and that's what we should be looking at. Stop talking and begin doing, but doing it together. Let's do it together. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Tracy. I see we have a question on the floor, so let me invite, you called him by name, eh? Dr. Ramlal?
I had to come and I had to talk, yeah. Well, this is a hard question, I know that, right? But it's because most of it is my boys, so I really have to, this is to pay back all the time while I on panels and they're asking me questions. All right, here's my thing. I really like this discussion about culture. This discussion about a digital hurricane. Over the years, we have had multiple digital hurricanes. Open data was one, cybersecurity is another one, AI is another one. We just keep repeating it over and over and over. So here's my question. I really want to know, we keep saying we have to collaborate. Who has to collaborate? Who? Exactly who? Is it the leaders in this table? In this room? Do the leaders have to talk to each other? Is it no one here? Is it the governments? Who? Can the culture change happen now with everyone here? Could we get implementation with some of these things with everyone here who is agreeing, you are leaders, right? Can you elaborate on that? Can you tell me what it is we need to do to have this agreement for implementation?
Any volunteers on that?
I can volunteer, but we make closing argument.
Well, we could kill two birds with one stone, volunteer and close off in one.
The mutt are farm to table. The mutt is a dog, a mixed breed, not any one breed. Whenever we do a project, we tell people pick agriculture, tourism, blah, blah, blah. We start in silos even from funding. We don't mix the breed. In our education system, and I'm going to stick with tourism because I'm from Barbados, so forgive me. We have a hospitality program that's a degree in hospitality. There's no IT in it. We have a computer science program there's no hospitality in it. We don't embrace the mutt. And the mutt is the strongest of breeds, most resilient, right? Farm to table. Farm to table starts with what's in the ground, meeting the table. If you have a program, and this is my challenge to the CTU, if farm to table looks like this concerning technology, if I know I'm at a hotel and I know what's exactly in the ground, I know what my next set of menus is going to look like. If I know what's in the ground, I know what my menus are going to look like for projections. All along the way, it takes different sectors, different people to get from the ground to the table. So, to answer the question concerning who's involved, everyone. Everyone is involved. All of us here, the ministers, the people back home, is involved. There's no single person that's not involved. The problem is, and this is the problem that I encounter, whenever you hear the words artificial intelligence, IT, you get a set of people that say, not for me. And therefore, I see the same people recirculating. It's almost like high five like a game. It's like, psh, be back in here again, boys. A set of people circulating. No new faces. I ain't probably the newest face in here. I look around, I see all new faces to me. And Rod and Taylor pull me. I say, Stephen, come on, you gotta come and watch some boy from Barbados. Come. I say, oh, okay, all right, fine. I'll be the one face that everybody does not know. All right? The fact is, it's not anyone. The thing is, go back to the hurricane, I do not know one hurricane that didn't affect some person directly or indirectly. When it hits your country, it hits everyone.
Thank you for that, Stephen. Let me invite Shannon to give you a 1 minute wrap up. And I will get to your question, Karen.
Yes. Okay, so basically elaborate a bit on what Dr. Ramlal was mentioning. I think it's a combination. It's a combination because you may have in certain countries or region or whatever what I would call like champions. So when you have like local champions, you don't have, let's say, they can push things. So when you have local champions, they can make things happen. But you also may have where you don't have those local champions, and then you may have someone to give them a push, So if I can give you a concrete example, in my home country, Curacao, a couple of years back, and I think it was a CTU event, Internet Governance Forum. Back then it was Bevel Wooding and other guys, Belle Woodcock and Nigel, Bernadette Lewis, all of them. And we had a whole presentation, or they had a presentation on internet exchange points. And I remember the minister, I was working at the regulator back then, and I remember the minister telling my boss, the CEO of the regulator back then, we need this thing. So there was no discussion, we need this thing, And I was the policy advisor, and they gave me the task to do that thing. So that's the reason why we had the first IXP in the Caribbean, which was in Curacao, just based on a minister giving instruction to the regulator. We need this thing. So, but if you don't have that, then if you have like local champions, people like yourself, you can make things happen. But if you don't have that, we need that push. And then I think it's a combination, and then we will still reach, let's say, where we would like to go.
Thank you so much, Shannon. I see we have another question. This panel is drawing people to the mic. Please.
Hi, Chris Rampasa.
Hi, Chris.
I'm not sure it's a question or it's an observation, but every time I sit in rooms like this, I think of the 6 blind men and an elephant. Because we're all approaching the problem from our singular direction and sometimes often missing what's in between there that brings them together. I want to first of all commend CTU and I mean, excellent initiative, and the task force, of course, the report, I'm looking forward to seeing what's in there. But listening to, and I intervene specifically in this panel and not the one that comes after, which is my area, ethical AI and culture and creativity, which is the areas in which I function. Because every single problem that you identify, all through the previous one, zero back to culture and zero back to relationships and how we work together and what have you, and yet it is always treated as the footnote and the afterthoughts. So maybe we need to change the approach and get to the start and the foundation, what needs to fix in that respect. And I've been, this is not only in terms of technology and what have you, I mean throughout, in all my activist work through women's affairs, culture, education, wherever, it's the same issues we face throughout the Caribbean. So, I do think that this whole AI scenario offers us a lot of opportunity. Because one, it requires the scale, it requires collaboration, it requires coordination. We have enough of a justification of why we need to get it done. It is the hurricane. But I just wanted to say that it's not a matter of questioning how and what. We have a lot of experience, we have a lot of knowledge, we have done a lot of groundwork already of working with people. There are very many different cultures and all of that in our region, getting people and governments to sit together and come and make decisions and take action. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Maybe what we need to do is reverse the approach. So maybe we just need to think which element of the elephant our expertise is, and try and change that approach in terms of looking more holistically and identifying where the strength. We come back all the time. Our strength is the talent and creativity of our people. So how is this an engineering, centered in engineering to give the solutions? We really need to think of how we approach the problem, I think. So I'll rest that here.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. I think the discussion this afternoon discovered your point that it's not so much a technical issue, it's a culture issue. So I think thanks for reinforcing that point. Let me invite Cedric, his 1 minute closing, seeing that we have 1 minute 59 seconds to go.
Good. When I was young, when I was a young guy, a young boy, people told me that, okay, we've got antivirus, so it's the end of the history, we've got the solution. And the hacker targeted the antivirus. Now we've got AI, and the hacker target the AI now. It's really, really important not just to think about the technology, but we think about how we can integrate this technology to our society, to our population. My opinion is to answer to Dr. Ramlal. We need a leader to get a vision. If we don't have the vision, it's complicated to bring our population on board. And the question of the AI, sovereignty, cybersecurity is like a puzzle. You have a lot of pieces of this puzzle. We suppose with the CTU, the CCIRC project is one piece of the solution of this puzzle, but it's just one piece.
Thank you so much, Cedric. And Riza, you get the final 30 seconds.
I will go back to the beginning where we talk about AI and the acronym. So A in AI is to amplify, and the I in it is either our intelligence, innovation, or if we go down the next part, ignorance. All right.
Well done, well done. I like research. So with that said, folks, I want to bring this panel to a close. I want to thank this excellent panel for your contributions, including yourself, Tracy, across there in Geneva. And let me hand over the floor to Christabella.
Thank you very much for that and that newfound definition of AI in my mind will not leave my mind henceforth. While the panel takes a photo, please allow me to introduce our next panel. We opened the post-lunch sessions today with a cultural entertainment session. And this next panel is going to be exactly about that, human-centric, rights-based, and ethical AI. It's going to explore how can we ensure AI is developed and adopted in a way that is human-centric, ethical, and grounded in values that protect our people and our societies. Because with enormous potential, we also have enormous responsibility as a part of that. And responsible use of AI means not letting it write all of your emails, because we know the AI wrote it. That might be responsible use of AI. Could be. Everybody looking guilty in the room. Wow. All right, so moderating this session is going to be Ms. Nia Nanan, Senior Research Analyst at the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. And our panelists are Mr. Cordell Green, Executive Director of the Broadcast Commission of Jamaica, who's joining us remotely. Ms. Sandria Maynard, Pro Vice Chancellor of UE. Ms. Lily Dash, founder of Future Caribbean. Professor Derek Cockburn, Professor in Information Technology and Analytics, Kogod School of Business, and Environment, Development, and Health, School of International Service, and Executive Director at the Institute on Disability and Public Policy and American University. Many, many, many hats there, Mr. Cockburn. And finally, Mr. Kivan Rajaram, Manager of Analytics and Information Management at the Caribbean Development Bank and researcher at the TT Lab. So please let's invite on stage Ms. Nia Nanan and our panelists, both remote and in person. Round of applause.
Good afternoon. Okay, it's on. Thank you, Belle. Human-centric, rights-based, and ethical AI. AI is rapidly becoming one of the defining technologies of our time. It is transforming how governments deliver public services, how businesses innovate, how universities conduct research, how media informs society, and how citizens interact with information and one another. AI, however, as we discussed, is not value neutral. It reflects the data on which it is trained, the assumptions of its designers, and the governance structures or lack thereof that shape its development and deployment. The challenge facing societies is not simply the rapid advancement of AI itself, but whether governments and institutions can govern it in ways that place people, not technology, at the center of decision-making. And this is really what we mean by human-centric, rights-based, and ethical AI. A human-centric approach ensures that AI is designed to serve people and communities, respecting human needs, values, and well-being. AI systems should amplify and augment rather than displace human abilities. A rights-based approach recognizes that the same human rights that apply offline must also apply online. AI systems should ensure no harm for human rights in its development, design, and deployment. And an ethical approach goes beyond legal compliance. It refers to the development and implementation of AI systems that prioritize fairness, accountability, and transparency. So today's discussion reflects on what exactly does this look like in practice. It means AI systems that can be explained when they influence decisions affecting people's lives. It means ensuring AI does not discriminate against women, persons with disabilities, older persons, youth, indigenous, and other marginalized communities. It means protecting citizens' personal data and ensuring that AI systems operate in our countries are transparent, accountable, and secure. It means ensuring that Caribbean languages, cultures, and identities are represented in the data and systems that increasingly shape public life. And importantly, it means that humans remain responsible for decisions made with AI, not that responsibility delegated to algorithms. So let's explore how the Caribbean can translate global principles into practical regional action. And we're going to start online with Mr. Cordell Green. I think he's here with us.
Yes,
Cordell, can you hear us?
ma'am. Yes, I can hear you.
So Cordell, the Caribbean AI Task Force identifies algorithmic bias, synthetic media, and the erosion of information integrity as immediate risks for Caribbean democracies, while UN reports warn that AI-enabled disinformation is becoming increasingly sophisticated. As a media regulator, how should Caribbean regulators balance freedom of expression with protecting citizens from AI-generated misinformation and deepfakes without creating unnecessary restrictions on innovation or journalism?
Well, to begin with, I think there has to be a clear distinction between wanting to regulate what people believe and regulating how deception is made and spread. Only the second belongs to a regulator. The first relevant principle is proportionality. The UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI is clear. The duty to manage AI risk is universal, but the burden of compliance should scale with capacity and impact. That logic, in my view, applies to expression as well. Did you get consent before using another person's face or voice? Was the audience told that something was artificially generated? Did the content cause real harm, be it in relation to a politician, a performer, or your neighbor alike? But disclosure alone is not sufficient because we cannot place the burden of AI verification on the citizen. So it's important that authentication, and we should insist on this, ought to move off the citizen and onto the system itself. Provenance infrastructure, trusted labeling, disclosure of when a model changes. A big beginning there to describe AI ethics by design. But here is I think the real elephant, as it were, in the room, and the real crisis. A deep fake costs about $1 US and takes about an hour to make. So making a lie is nearly free. Proving something is true, on the other hand, is costly. That's an asymmetry that disclosure rules will not fix. It's inescapable. Whether small island developing states or not, regulation will have to correct that bit of economics by requiring that verified, authenticated content carry real legal protection that unverified content doesn't get, including procurement and advertising incentives that reward authenticity, not just penalize fakery, which is increasingly difficult and will become more so when we get to artificial general intelligence. Now, journalism is a part of the answer, a bulwark, as it were. But the other reality is that news organizations, real news organizations with editors and journalists and standards, they are struggling financially at the very moment the internet is being overrun with AI slop and disinformation and misinformation. So proportionality, again, back to the UNESCO recommendation. We have to think now about perhaps a light touch approach to the indigenous purveyors of information and a heavy-handed approach, heavier demands on these external behemoths. But proportionality will have to be paired with practicability. And so I'll conclude with two safeguards that will not require big tech permission. First, and this is consistent with something Stephen Williams was articulating earlier, although not quite on point, we do not use our resources attempting to regulate big tech into submission. Instead, we build our own space, describe it and define it. A Caribbean space for AI equity, a Caribbean region predicated on AI equity, where we set the standards for the AI systems built here by us for our own languages, our own culture, our own economies. Second, for the platforms we cannot control and perhaps will not be able to control, we try to use tools we have. Some of these companies we tend to forget are publicly traded. Reputation moves their share price. A Caribbean AI compliance ranking publishing plainly which platforms, local, regional, or global, comply with our standards on consent, disclosure, and child protection in particular. And that draws on something that is real, which is the region's high reputation for freedom of expression. In other words, we may not have regulatory teeth all the time, but we can have a public voice that carries real reputational weight for publicly listed companies. So to bring it together, we protect expression by regulating conduct, not belief. We protect citizens by moving the burden of catching fakes onto the systems themselves, and don't pretend we can do it otherwise, such as by digital media and information literacy, which is a critical regulatory tool, but not a panacea. And we protect the institutions built on trust. Journalism, our own indigenous AI, and our culture, because that trust, Caribbean trust, is the one thing that no platform can fake and no lie can buy. That's how I sort of frame up what I think is a very difficult socio-cultural problem, but one that is inescapable in confronting.
Thank you, Cordell. Just to follow up quickly, your suggestion on the Caribbean AI compliance ranking for AI platforms operating in the Caribbean. If you were to give us a realistic time frame for when you think something like that could be created and implemented, what would that look like?
I think it could be done in 2 years, max. We have an ECLAC blueprint already for that, and we have a Caribbean artificial intelligence roadmap that provides us with an architecture which can then be anchored in the policy report we just created on the task force.
Thank you. So let's go move to on the stage now to Mr. Kevan Rajaram. Caribbean AI governance cannot rely solely on imported standards. Looking 5 years ahead, what emerging ethical challenge do you believe that Caribbean policymakers are currently underestimating? And what action should begin immediately before that risk becomes significantly harder to manage?
Okay, thank you for the question, and good afternoon to everyone in the room and online. I want to start by just quickly drawing on a story that happened a few years ago with my daughter, my then younger daughter. And the story was we recently got gifted with an AI-powered home assistant. It was quite popular back then. I'm not hearing much of a buzz about it right now. But within a few hours, my daughter gave it a pronoun and a nickname. Why? Because she could have conversations with it, real conversations, get human-like responses, and it was smart. It gave humor. It was able to answer small questions that she might have. And this is how easy it was able to gain someone that young their trust. It was her friend. I say that to say it's gotten smarter since then. It's gotten more sophisticated. The responses are way more versatile. We've heard how cheap it is to create deepfakes now. To synthesize intelligence has become at the tips of our fingers, right? And we in the Caribbean are phenomenal consumers, as I was just telling a colleague outside. We are interacting with it at a very consumeristic level. But there was a saying that I was reminded of a few days ago. It's either you have a seat at the table or you're being served up on the menu. And I think we in the Caribbean, we still have to get our place on the table. A lot of the data that is trained globally comes from the global north and not from SIDS or the global south. And that is a reality. I just did a quick search before I came up onto the stage about the French patois, and it is severely underrepresented on the World Wide Web. And it's a part of our culture, it's a part of our identity as Trinidadians, right? And it's also going to be true for a lot of the local languages throughout the region. And it's vastly underrepresented. And if you think about how data and information has collectively evolved over time, it started with scribes, and then it came into written text. We have encyclopedias, and then everything became digitized and it's on the web. But what happens when we no longer curate or collect that information on the web? Then these LLM models, these foundation models, Gen AI, which is pretty much crawling on information that doesn't exist anymore, it disappears. And so the very relevant question comes into mind. What happens to these underrepresented, no longer have a voice, no longer at the table? These groups disappear. And this is a stark reality that is happening already within the Caribbean. So the way that I see it is that we as people who want to advance technology within the region, we need to start thinking about the end in mind. Right now, we're focused on a lot of the economic and hard problems. We're looking at the efficiencies. I heard the moderator talk about we're using it to send emails and summarize documents, and that is fantastic. We have something that makes us more productive, more efficient, and we should go with it. But we also have the opportunity now to protect our vulnerable groups, our marginalized groups. A few years ago, when you think back to it, when all of these spams were happening and the older groups, they were falling prey to it because they thought they won $1 million in a Gmail spam that came to them. what are going to happen to those groups with AI and deepfakes and these sort of synthetic content that is online and very pervasive, and our young people. It's already here, and I think we need to start thinking about that in mind, and that is not that is a definite underestimation in my opinion. We're thinking about it that we're still focused on a lot of the hard economic problems, but we aren't looking at it from a psychological perspective. The amount of times now that these Gen AI models have become trusted advisors, companions, we're using them for a lot of personal type of information, and if we have an infrastructurally thin health infrastructure layer, can you imagine the types of downstream effects and negative effects it can have on our society? That's a very obvious one. We need to protect these vulnerable groups. Another one is the elderly, the impoverished, the young people. How they interact with this is also rapidly evolving. We are building up a lot of cognitive debt as well. Children are already outsourcing critical thinking to a lot of these systems, and this is a reality. How are we going to assess the growth of our next generation? Are we evolving our education system to deal with it? So what's very easy to be high of AI and where it is right now, we also need to start thinking about these evolving problems that cascade out of it, and not just think about the hard economic problems associated with it. So this would be my advice. And one of the things that also I remembered in my thoughts about it is that a society grows great when old men plant trees under whose shade they know they will not sit. And so I would just like to end with that statement.
Thank you, Kevon. Let's move online to Professor Derek Cogwood. Professor, many global frameworks emphasize human rights, yet implementation often remains fragmented. What institutional mechanisms should Caribbean governments, in your recommendation, prioritize if they want ethical AI principles to become operational rather than aspirational?
Thank you very much for that, Ms. Nanan. I'm just assuming everyone can hear me okay?
We can.
Great. So I appreciate you and your colleagues for inviting me to participate in this historic meeting and for allowing me to participate remotely. I also commend you and the entire Caribbean AI Task Force on the final report presented this morning. The 7-pillar architecture is exactly right from my perspective, especially Pillar 2's recommendation that a Caribbean AI governance framework should be anchored in existing international norms, harmonized with regional strategies, and grounded in the UNESCO recommendations on the ethics of AI. And Pillar 5's insight that public procurement should be the pivotal proving ground for Caribbean AI governance standards. So my contribution today is about how to make those recommendations concrete, and thinking about how one group of citizens must be explicitly supported in this process as we do. So when we talk about making human-centric, rights-based, and ethical AI operational rather than aspirational, the instinct may be to ask what new institutions are needed. And it may be necessary to build new institutions. However, I want to suggest a more urgent question might be, are there existing institutions in the region which we have not yet activated for these purposes? For example, every sovereign CARICOM member state has ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the CRPD, which is one of the 9 core human rights treaties supported by the UN. In fact, Jamaica was the first country in the world to ratify the CRPD on 30 March 2007. The CRPD is designed to support the rights of approximately 1.3 billion persons with disabilities worldwide, and that includes 3.1 million persons with disabilities within CARICOM. As the chair of my advisory board, Ambassador Gallegos from Ecuador, says, all of us either have a disability, know someone with a disability, or will become disabled in our lifetime. So with a unified CARICOM ratification of the CRPD, the region already carries binding legal obligations, existing reporting mechanisms, and an established principle of participatory oversight. So with that background, I want to offer 3 institutional mechanisms that should be prioritized. 1, the final report makes procurement a whole pillar, and recommendation 5B already requires transparency and auditability commitments from AI vendors. The question is how to operationalize that commitment. So my answer is a rights-based AI impact assessment anchored in public procurement. In small island developing states, government is typically the largest single buyer of technology. So if every public sector AI acquisition required a documented assessment against existing human rights obligations, you have created enforcement without creating a new regulator. Procurement officers already exist, procurement law already exists. You're adding a rights layer to machinery that is already running, and that's what makes it achievable. The second mechanism is auditing. And here I want to offer a specific lesson from the disability community because we have been auditing technology for decades. Web accessibility auditing works because it is built on a concrete, testable, internationally recognized standard, the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, or WCAG. Using this standard, an auditor can tell precisely whether or not a system conforms to WCAG standards and at what level. The minimum regional standards proposed under Pillar 2 in Recommendation 2B should follow the accessibility model, specific measurable criteria that are tied to international standards, such as the ISO IEC AIM standard for establishing and operating an artificial intelligence management system, AIMS, administered through existing regional bodies. In my own work, last month at the UN in New York, we launched the CRPD Disability Data Rights Dashboard, which is an AI-enabled platform for monitoring CRPD implementation globally, regionally, and nationally using close to 2,000 treaty process documents. It uses natural language processing as well as 2 AI modes. One is an AI assistant and the other is an AI-enabled policy brief creator. In developing the dashboard, we held ourselves to WCAG 2.2 AA conformance as a standalone requirement. This is demanding, but it's doable and it's verifiable. Finally, the third mechanism is independent oversight built on institutions the region already has. National human rights institutions, ombudsman offices, and structured participation of civil society. The disability rights movement gave us the phrase, nothing about us without us, and the CRPD made it law. States are required to consult persons with disabilities through their representative organizations in all decisions that affect them. So if we extend that same consultation duty to AI oversight for all affected communities, Recommendation 2E is the most important line in that report. It requires AI systems to be assessed for disparate performance and impact across Caribbean languages, dialects, and demographic groups before public sector deployment. The report's own inclusion analysis names Caribbean languages, dialects, and demographic groups. And unfortunately, persons with disabilities are not yet named anywhere in the report. So my ask is simple. We name them within Recommendation 2E's demographic groups and make accessibility an explicit criteria in the Pillar 5 procurement standards. The UNESCO recommendations on the ethics of AI, which is the region's chosen anchor, already calls for this approach. So we believe what is not named is not measured, and what is not measured is not implemented. So AI is not only the object of governance, it can be an instrument of it. So our dashboard puts treaty monitoring intelligence, nearly 2,000 documents across 157 state parties directly into the hands of civil society. Following this example, we can use AI to make AI rights monitoring something every community can do. So, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Staying online, let's bring Sandrea into the conversation. Sandrea, the preliminary report of the UN Independent International Scientific Panel on AI stresses that AI governance must be multidisciplinary and evidence-based, and the task force report identifies regional research and capacity gaps. Tell us, how should Caribbean universities redefine their role not only as educators, but as institutions that shape ethical AI policy, independent research, and public accountability across the region.
Thank you very much, Nia, and good afternoon to everyone, and good afternoon to my fellow panelists. I would say thank you for allowing me to speak here this afternoon. Now, I've had the privilege, obviously, of reading the documentations and, more importantly, reading and responding to the Caribbean AI Task Force report. And for transparency's sake, I have also been working on the World Digital Governance Working Group as a member of many others who have looked at really the role of governance within AI, and more importantly, I'm looking at the future role of universities. So the task force really does identify several critical gaps that I will accept. It's not simply a research gap, it's not simply a governance gap, a coordination one, an implementation and representation. It's a multitude of all of them. And it really does conclude, and I think the powerful conclusion of this really is about the fact that the Caribbean has to develop its own evidence-based and governance capacity. We continue to consume technologies and policies designed elsewhere. Now, many other panels have really talked about our culture. We've talked about the importance of our specific needs, whether it's language, and also the fact that many other universities across the world have really redefined their roles. And those roles have been redefined not just simply as places of teaching and learning and research, but it's really advanced to becoming strategic partners to governments, to developing strategies, particularly in respect of AI, advising on legislation. I know, for example, in the UK, that is a significant role that universities have taken, and also advising on regulation, ethics, and creating what should be trustworthy AI standards. And if we look at, and I ask us to consider this really, our governments and many of the persons sat in this room have been through and had a university education. And what that education should really be doing, and I listened very intently to what Kieran had said earlier about looking at how innovation is really driving forward what we're doing in AI. But I think we also to consider that universities provide independent expertise that informs both national policy and public decision making. And that the universities have that, we have the ability to have that speech, and the professors come in with different perspectives, it's well ventilated, and recommendations are made. To me, universities really shouldn't really be just looking at training the next generation of AI engineers. We educate many more than that. So the future lawyers that will talk about the intellectual property and IP matters around AI. We look at the judges that are eventually going to make those decisions around that, the policymakers who are going to bring all of this legislation and its implementation into play, our public servants, our business leaders and citizens. We really need to look at how universities' roles must evolve. And I take an example. When we look at digital sovereignty, and having spent the last good year and a half, I would say, trudging through a lot of documents, including UNESCO's guidance and the UN and so forth, when we look at digital sovereignty, it's not really just a technical question. And as this panel reveals, it's really a constitutional question. And it's about really who exercises control over our national data. Now, many of us here in the region have really looked at the general data protection rules and we've implemented those, but they don't really go far enough when it comes to AI. And what we need to look at is who really determines rules for its use. And that has a significant level of ethical considerations involved. So really what we need to think about is transparency and accountability. So that's why I say our universities have three main responsibilities. The first, generation of Caribbean evidence. We talked about the fact that many of the information that's stored as far as AI is concerned is really from the global north. We can't expect others to understand our systems, our cultures, particularly our vulnerabilities as small island developing states. So really, we need to develop those priorities for ourselves. So that evidence must come from our universities. Secondly, we must support our governments with independent policy advice. It must be rigorous and it must be multidisciplinary. And that research will then enable our governments to make informed decisions when it comes to what legislation we choose and what policies we are going to bring into play. And thirdly, we are to a large extent the guardians of trust. As AI becomes more embedded in education, and we're having our own challenges around AI in education, we have to have our own policy frameworks that really denotes that. So we have to look at it. It's invading all of us. And I think I loved the comment that was made earlier about it being a digital hurricane. I think that really does sum things up. And I think that what we should be doing as universities is we should be capable, or those capable of answering those questions objectively through independent evaluation, engaging with our citizens, and evidence-based oversight. So thank you.
Thank you, Sandria. Coming back to the stage, we have Ms. Lily Dash with us. And Lily, reports warn that AI benefits could become concentrated among a handful of countries and companies unless deliberate action is taken to build local ecosystems. From the perspective of an entrepreneur building regional technology capacity, what incentives, partnerships, and ethical business practices are needed to ensure Caribbean AI creates opportunities for local innovators rather than simply expanding dependence on foreign platforms?
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. Good afternoon to my fellow panelists. And just before, thank you to the organizers. It takes such a phenomenal amount of work to put one of these events together, and this togetherness is just so important. And thank you guys for staying till the end. I know it's the end of the day. That commitment to this cause is major. So major hats off to everybody here. Thank you so much. So just to, first, my name is Lily Dash. I'm founder of Future Caribbean. Future Caribbean is a global agentic AI build-a-thon. It's a global call for global and regional talent to work on agentic AI solutions that are Caribbean relevant. So think agentic AI for finance, agentic AI for food security, agentic AI for the oceans and nature. You know, we have about 10 different tracks. And we're talking about ethics, and the really unethical thing is the fragmentation, right? None of us, we spoke about this today, that's the most unethical thing that we can talk about. The fragmentation across our region is costing us lives, right? We just spoke about, Karen came on and said, look, we're 15 years behind the guys in Asia. Our kids are 15 years behind the kids in Asia. None of us should be okay with that. And we're at a telecoms conference, and disaster coordination, there's not a smart disaster coordination platform in this region. We're the most prone region in the world for disasters, and we don't have a smart disaster management system. And when you ask the telecoms why and what's happening, they're like, private sector hasn't come together on this, governments haven't come together on this. So whether it's a disaster, it's in a hurricane that we face every year, or it's a shipwreck, or it's an earthquake, we could be doing so much more, right? And this technology that exists right now, it's like made for us. It's designed to increase our capacity. As an economy as an economy that lacks scale, what does that mean? It means we have mostly off systems. Every organization, every ministry, we just don't have the hands to catch the balls, and that's what this technology can do. It can 10x, it can 100x our capacity across, right? So when it comes to local partners, so back to Future Caribbean, what we've done is we've mobilized about 30 plus partners. So the New York Stock Exchange is a partner, IDB is a partner, Highrise, a big compute partner, Ernst & Young just came on board as a partner, Anson McCall just came on board as a partner, working with the government in Jamaica, Barbados, Cayman Islands. If you want to, they say with leverage you can lift a world, maybe with leverage you can lift a region, right? And in order to do that, you have to bring together a critical mass of capacity to do that. We have a very quickly growing community of about 1,000 people, 1,000 builders. So the idea is you bring together the capital, you bring together the technical capacity. We're giving teams like hundreds of thousands in US dollars worth of actual infrastructure to work with, compute and APIs and tokens and advisors. We've got about 90 plus advisors from World Food Program, Citibank, JP Morgan Chase, Google DeepMind. We talked about, and if you go, like if there's one thing, because it's obviously a pretty enormous initiative, you could go to futurecaribbean.com. There's lots of ways for you to participate. But this is an all hands on deck initiative. And like in order for us to the Caribbean is one of the most underserved regions of the world technologically. Right, we have an incredible positioning right between, right next door to the US, right next door to South America, right next door. We could do so much better, but we have to work together. Like massive action needs to be done. And if that means we have to work weekends, if that means we have to work in the summer holidays, if that means we have to work on Christmas to do that, we should do that, right? And we have to demand togetherness. And so when it comes to things that we can do, first of all, Karen spoke about it, Tracy spoke about it, we have to, the fragmentation doesn't work. It's very difficult for capital to flow in and capital to flow out when we're all fragmented one by one by one. Like it's a major catastrophe, right? It's not gonna work, and it's not working. Super, super, super costly. So when it comes to, we have to become builders, and I went to the Hugh Whitting Law School. I was at Hugh Whitting between 2012 2014. My friends were mining Bitcoin. I learned about Bitcoin here. $200. It cost $200. Now it's $60,000. And I saw my regulators. We came with my friends. They're building companies and exchanges, and they're super enthusiastic. And I saw the regulators and the policymakers with the fear-mongering and the fear and the total denial, right? And look, now where it is, $250, $60,000, and that's on a bad day. It went all the way up, and we can't afford to miss this wave. We can't afford to miss this wave. So really, and it's a wave that can really make a tremendous difference, and in quick time. Like I just heard 2 years. I'd like to challenge that and say 2 months with the technology that we have right now. There's no excuse, and in 2 years the wave will have gone. So let's try and do it now and work together now. And when it comes to CARICOM and how these policies moving forward, we have to build entirely new operating systems for the region, like multi-jurisdictional routers, because we can't be shuffling paper like we do now. It has to end. So we're working all summer. Our applications close tomorrow night. We already have 500 builders from across the world and across the region working on Caribbean relevant agentic solutions. So join us, please.
Thank you, Lily. So that screen is already blinking right at us. So just to wrap up quickly, since we're clearly out of time, For each of the panelists, in 1 minute or less, give us one concrete policy commitment or measurable action that you believe the Caribbean could implement, realistically, feasibly implement by 2028, so over the next 2 years, to ensure that AI is genuinely human-centric, rights-based, and ethical. And we'll start online. Cordell?
Well, first of all, I want to agree with the last speaker that that if AI is developing at the speed of thought, then we have to rethink these time bands. So with that caveat, I would say a regional AI regulatory and policy sandbox, a kind of shared CARICOM testing space, setting rules for Caribbean-built AI, the types of solutions that Lily is working on, more to support, but proven against a common ethical standard informed by our culture and our priorities.
Thank you. Prof?
I would say by 2028, if we could ask every CARICOM government to adopt a mandatory rights-based AI impact assessment for all public sector AI procurement with 2 non-negotiable elements. So first, it should have conformance with international accessibility standards, so WCAG 2.2 AA. And that means that no government would deploy an AI system that excludes persons with disabilities. And the second non-negotiable would be documented consultation with affected communities, including what we call OPDs, Organizations of Persons with Disabilities, before any contract is awarded.
Thank you. Sandria?
Thank you. A couple of things I'd like to just say. I'd like to see them by 2028 or sooner, might I add. Certainly sooner. We need that regulatory framework. We need one that is built for us here in the Caribbean. That's the first thing I want to see happen. And I think that's non-negotiable. And if we can get it done in 6 months, let's get it done in 6 months. By 2028, though, if I was to look ahead, I would really love to be able to go out into our community and have each of our citizens in CARICOM be able to confidently say, I understand my rights in the digital space. I understand when AI is making a decision for me, for example, how it affects me. And if that effect is a negative one, that we know that there's someone who's accountable. And I think that's what I would really love to see as far as the ethical and human rights elements concerned. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Kevon?
So I think we all agree that we need non-imported regulatory frameworks. We need localized regional frameworks that address the needs of our region and our people. And I really agree with Sandria's point in persons being able to know when they are interacting with AI. So perhaps a list or registry currently and consistently being updated with all the channels that persons are interacting with AI, so it's publicly known, and how to interact with their rights, rights for erasure, rights for disclosure, etc. These things should be commonplace knowledge for all of our citizens. And I think this is what I would like to see by 2028. It's very clear, it's very binary. If we have things that are visible and that persons have access to, no one should not have access, and no one should have the inability to gain information about these sorts of registries being used. So this is what I would love to see by 2028.
Thanks. Lily?
Yeah, guys, I'm so grateful, and thank you so much, all of you. I studied law here at Hewitting, so regulation is big, and I've seen us really get tripped up in the last 10 years trying to build regulation that we never actually get, and the regulation comes 10 years late. So, and I know it's a capacity problem. Again, you know, when you lack the economies of scale, it means everybody in the economy is doing the work of 10 men, and unfortunately, but we just don't have enough hands sometimes to catch the ball. So I really want to I want to, by 2028, I would like to see a lot of things built, like technology built, and all of us participating in the building of these new operating systems for regulate, because that's what's going to happen, right? We have a chance. 200 years ago, when I'm a lawyer, so conveyancing, the technology that we use for conveyancing is 200 years old. That operating system is 200 years old. Now, in 2026, we have the opportunity to build a whole new operating system for the future that will go down in history. And we have the chance to build it right now, and I want to see that we've built it by 2028. Absolutely.
Thank you. Before we close, are there any questions, either in the room or online? No? Okay. Well, I want to say thank you to all of the panelists online, as well as the panelists in the room with us, and we'll hand over to Belle.
Thank you very much for that. While our panelists pause for a photo on stage and on screen, let's head right over into our final session for this afternoon. It's titled Women in AI. As innovation thrives when every voice has an opportunity to lead. Our next panel and final panel for the day celebrates the women who are helping shape the future of artificial intelligence across the Caribbean while exploring how we can create more pathways for leadership, entrepreneurship, and innovation. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Ms. Shania Lewis, and our distinguished panelist. Shania is a policy analyst with the CTU, and our panelists are Ms. Deidre Cousins, CIO at Grace Kennedy, Dr. Maria Myers Hamilton, Chair of the CTU Network of Women, who's joining us remotely on screen, Ms. Amanda Zila, Co-Chair, Her Space in AI, the AI Innovation Center, AIIC, and UE, Ms. Julie Kun, Lead Data Scientist at Republic Bank Limited and Lecturer, BSc in Computing and at the University of Greenwich through SPCS. And our final panelist, Ms. Sarah Ruther Chulan, Associate Director, Digital and Client Experiences at CIBC. Round of applause, everyone, for our panelists, Women in AI.
Thank you, Bella, for that introduction. So given all that we've heard today, artificial intelligence is reshaping how we work, learn, govern, and create. But as the region considers its AI future, who gets to build it? The Caribbean cannot afford to replicate existing global gaps, leaving half its talents on the sidelines. Today's session is not a conversation just about the problem. It's a conversation about pathways, practical routes into AI skills, funding, and entrepreneurship, and it will end with priority actions, specific doable recommendations to scale women-led talent, women-led startups, and youth job creation across our region. So to begin, from where each of our panelists sits, enterprise, academia, research, finance, regional advocacy, what does women's participation in AI actually look like right now in the Caribbean? Let's start with Amanda.
So from where I sit,
women sit in a very interdisciplinary position in terms of the types of ways that we could contribute to AI. And it looks that way, again, probably because I'm where I'm from. So I'm not just the chair of her space, I'm actually involved in research in the AI Center that is involved in culture and arts and applications of AI to that. So between that research cluster and the formation of this group, we've been able to identify lots of ways that women who are from non-technical fields as well are able to contribute meaningfully to AI development. So we have persons from a wide cross-section of fields. We have persons from psychology at the center contributing to the development of AI tools. Women in engineering. I'm from humanities and education. So we really have a diverse number of fields, and to me, that is where women are sitting right now across every possible field and where it feeds directly into AI innovation.
Thank you. Julie? So from my perspective, I think it's going in the right direction. So initially, when I would have entered the field of data science and AI, there wasn't as much women as I'm seeing right now. So fast track to today, we have a significant higher number of women in the crowd. We have them on the panels. We have them in the workforce, academia, research, finance. We have it. What I would like to see more of is, before I get into that, so I just wanted to touch on my students. So I have lots of female students. I actually have more female students than male students. And they're really passionate about the field of data science and AI and where it's heading. And for me, that's a really nice thing to see, given how far we've come. What I would like to see more of is women having more opportunities to work on challenging projects, to be leaders in the field, things like that. But I do think we're going in a really good direction, and I'd like to see more of it. So I think the challenge is really us having the same opportunities for these types of projects, for these leadership roles, things like that.
Sarah? So I feel bad because y'all are so positive. But I also see hope for the future. I would say, coming from working in the bank, we have a large group of data scientists, and we put out quite a few ads. And when we statistically start looking at who's applying for the positions, it's dominated by men. And even when we include women, we're not seeing them advance at the level I would like into leadership. And that's just from a corporate, formal type of structure. But where I think we're missing, especially when it comes to AI, is MSMEs. Because women make up between, depending on the island, 30 to 50% of MSMEs. We are generally involved more in informal sector of the economy, which means a lack of investment, which means a lack of access to credit, which means the AI systems that, for example, we're building within the banks and within fintechs don't recognize their work. So I think that's a great and fantastic opportunity for all of us to bring women into AI from a financial inclusion and from just the general development of the Caribbean economy. So I guess that's my position.
Thank you. And we'll go to our online panelists, Deidre.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Oh, I thought you said Deidre. Sorry.
My bad.
Want to go ahead? No?
Yes.
Okay. All right. No, I'm agreeing with my panelists so far. There is growth, and it's heading in the right direction. We're making progress, but not at the scale we'd like to see based on, how AI is advancing. There is definitely focus and growth around generally AI literacy, which is encouraging. I've seen, just touching on the youth, where I see that there are a lot of organizations and workshops encouraging now our young women in the field. The Telecommunications Authority that had Tech for Girls, and there was a wide representation. Fujitsu Caribbean had Girls in ICT Day. And even with the company that I work at, Grace Kennedy, we have a digital factory, and 47% of the employees are women, and they're coders and UX designers, etc. So I'm very hopeful in terms of seeing the young women stepping up into the field. It's still underrepresented. And one of the areas we'd love for us to address, and this is even a starting point, is just building that kind of confidence to support the capabilities and that curiosity that exists nowadays, with our young ladies. And just in general, for us to have that kind of responsible AI, we need to be at the table and not have such low representation, so that we can reflect our own perspectives in the design and just in policy, in governance, in that aspect of it. So technically, yes, we know that universities are taking care of that, but just shaping the whole entire AI ecosystem, we need more representation there. And, but it's still going in the right direction. It's encouraging, and I'm seeing more women stepping up. We just need to support each other through networks and having conferences like this.
I agree. Thank you. Dr. Maria?
Yes, thank you so much. I'm going to start off by saying that I call this a Caribbean paradox. At the University of the West Indies, women outnumber men roughly 2 to 1. Yet across Latin America and the Caribbean, women are not more than 40% of the STEM graduates. Just 18 to 22% of ICT graduates in Latin, and here are 3 out of 10 ICT employees at the are women, with a wide variation from 42 in Guyana to 22 in Argentina. I say the global picture is no better, because women hold just 22% of AI roles worldwide, since we're speaking specifically about AI today. And only 12% of AI researchers and occupy 16% of AI tenure track faculty positions. And the trend is fragile. And as Institute McKinsey reported, women's share of the European tech roles actually fell from 22% in 2023 to 19% in 2026 to date. So our problem is not the pipeline in the Caribbean. Caribbean women are already in tertiary education in numbers most regions would envy. Our problem is a leak between qualification and career, and between career and leadership. I have lived that journey across 3 sectors: banking with FinSec and RBTT, where I actually was the global tech person for RBTT. So I had my meetings in Trinidad when I was in that role. And also in energy at a Jamaica Public Service, I was the first CIO for a company that was over 100 years old as a female. So, and now I'm at Spectrum, the first female in Spectrum. I often am the only woman at the tech tables in the past, but now today, Caribbean women are leading in CITEL. I sit around many women at CITEL. And at the CTU, we have women coming forward, and at the ITU. So our task is making it a norm in data science and AI. And where the regional talent and with me largely unmobilized. So those are my thoughts for the opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maria. And that's a perfect segue into the next section of our panel. As a graduate of the UWI, in my year in computer science, I was only one of 3 women in my class. Only 2 of us graduated. And as Amanda mentioned, she's in humanities.
Yes.
So how do we build skill pathways that will reach women outside the traditional academic route? Mid-career women, women in non-tech jobs from smaller islands. Amanda?
So far for the day, we've had a lot of conversation about the necessity to build talents and that kind of thing. And a lot of it has hinted at these traditional pathways of education. We need to develop these programs and that kind of thing. But from where I'm seated, I see us being able to make the greatest impact and being able to reach a lot of women who are in these mid-career stages through a lot of public education campaigns that are hitting at various levels of both digital and AI literacy. Because you might have women in these non-tech related jobs or women who are identifying the way that AI is changing their relationship to their job and wanting to join this particular field or to understand it in a more nuanced way. But where we are meeting them is not always the same. Where we might meet a data science graduate is not where we might meet a graduate from my faculty who would have, traditionally done more liberal arts type subjects. So in designing public education campaigns as well to reach these non-tech women, we have to do it across a spectrum of beginning points as well. So some of those things should also be targeted at getting them ready to then enter into more technical programs that we might offer through these, again, traditional education pathways, the degrees and that kinds of things.
Thank you. For Julie, what's the difference between the outreach that will look good and the outreach that actually converts into interest in these careers? What have you seen work between initiatives that create awareness and those that translate into a meaningful career?
So what I've seen worked is mentorship. I think mentorship was what kind of guided me to where I'm at right now, and I think it's what I do for a lot of students looking at myself as well. I think what kind of separates that is that when you have like these conferences and so on, the key takeaway might be well, it depends on who you are. You might forget it and you might move past this and then that might be the end of it. But I think the real thing is that when we have these things, like these types of conferences, these events, that persons have a real takeaway from it. And when I say a real takeaway, it doesn't need to be a GitHub repository or whatever. It needs to be either the confidence to think that, okay, you can be in this field, because I'm sure there are plenty of women inside, well, probably not in here, maybe online, that may think, okay, is this the career that I should be in? Should I even go into this field? And I'm hoping that, having these panels and seeing all these people here might encourage persons to think, yeah, I can do it as well. So I think really just having these key takeaways from the conference, having something tangible. When I say tangible, I don't mean like, as I said, a GitHub repository or anything, but just having something to walk away with, and also seeing that other women are in the field, and again, mentorship. So mentorship, outreaches, those things I find really work. And even just telling your friend. So if you have a friend, well, I have lots of friends that are not female friends that are not in tech, I would tell them all about the stuff I'm doing. And I would hope one day that they say, oh my gosh, that sounds fun. I want to do that as well. And I feel like just sharing the knowledge, not gatekeeping what you're doing, how it works, how simple it might be, is kind of one of the driving factors of what might encourage women to even go into the field.
Thank you. And Dr. Maria mentioned the leaks in the pipeline. So when we get women into these careers, how do we keep them in these careers?
For me?
Yes.
So I think a key part of being a woman is that the majority of us end up being mothers. And quite a large segment of us that are mothers end up being single mothers. And that's the challenge, I think, that we aren't looking head on at when we're seeing the leaks. So I'm an AD at CIBC Caribbean, but I'm a single mother, I have 2 boys. And there are limits in terms of the energy and effort I could put into my career because I have to manage 2 gremlins who I love daily. So I think it also ties back to the question that Amanda answered. I think it is, we have to meet people where they are and provide education and pathways that are non-traditional. And mentorship is a big part of it, seeing other people be successful, but also I think our organizations have to kind of look head first at the limitations within our, well, not the limitations, the conditions in which we work. majority of households, a lot, I don't know the percentage, but a significant amount of our households are held by single mothers. And single mothers need to train, they need to be educated, they need to do their job, and they need to do their job well enough so that they could be promoted. And with the current frameworks that we have in corporate education, corporate career, the career structure kind of prevents that to some degree or makes it a challenge. So it is for us to get together and figure out how we can pull other people up, other women up, and champion for them to be successful. But we also have to change how we promote, change how we train, understanding who we're trying to reach.
And what funding mechanisms have you seen work in the Caribbean to get capital to these women when they're starting businesses?
So I think there have been quite a few interesting things within the Caribbean. I know, for example, in Jamaica, they had, I think, a Kickstarter program where they funded 80 women who were victims of domestic violence, where they taught them how to open business, gave them business skills, and they were quite successful. So the ambition is there. It's identifying the groups and putting the effort behind it. And there are, I mean, it could be corporate outreach. It could be what Amanda's working on in terms of the AIC, trying to recruit and get women and support them in their AI careers and journeys. It could be work with the IDB, the Caribbean Development Bank. There are so many different organizations. It's just to ensure that women are part of the conversation and part of delivering the solution.
Thank you. And Deidre, as a CIO, you making AI investment decisions. What would you tell CEOs across the region from a business case considering investing in these businesses?
With women leading these initiatives?
Yes.
All right, just looking at it generally in terms of just investing in AI solutions, whether without bringing gender involved, there always has to be business alignment, right, with the overall strategy, and to ensure that whatever it is, those strategic pillars are aligned well. In terms of having women at the helm now, leading those AI initiatives, I believe us as women bring that diverse perspective to the table to complement. We have our unique views and our attention to details that bring, a very holistic view in terms of driving some of these initiatives, because if we're excluded at the table, we're getting half the value or the outcome that we require to achieve our objectives, because our own perspectives, whether it is about our community, there are certain things in terms of we would, question and bring to the table to bring that kind of analytical skills to the table to bring the solution to its, optimized value. But looking at it wholly, as we measure, when we look at our measures, one of the key things that we like to measure are ROI. And I believe that us as women bring that value when it comes to the return on investments. And there's a report from, I believe it was McKinsey, that showed that companies that had a wide representation of female executives at the table saw an increase of around 46% in their return on equity. Why is that? Clearly, as women, we add significant value to the table in terms of our perspectives and decisions. When you look at the return on innovation, as a Caribbean, we have to see how we can have this competitive advantage. And as women, the technology will always be there, the processing, etc., but our unique abilities will make the difference. And once that is at the table, and we have diverse perspectives when we look at innovation, we definitely get return on innovation. As I indicated, when we look at our digital factory, all of the squads are led by women. And when you look at the passion that they bring to the table in terms of the design, just from the conceptual stage with ideas, before they even start the coding and working in AI and all kind of digital tools, it's amazing to see the camaraderie with women and the kind of discussion now that comes to the table. And one of the examples I always share with my team is that there is a young lady, I don't remember where she's from. She's not from the Caribbean, but her name is Joy Bulambini. And she was a coder and very technical. But while building the AI system, she was one of those persons who stepped back and saw the bias in the AI system, that it didn't recognize her skin tone. And she's noted as one of those persons now who made a revolutionary impact on the whole AI development when you talk about biases in AI. So as women, we bring that kind of unique capabilities. We look at the design in detail and we identify certain gaps. When you look at just, return on, I'll throw this one in inclusion. We need to be included at the table just to wrap it. Because if it is that these AI systems exclude, certain facts and certain details, and there will be limited adoption. So exclusion really kills the adoption. So if it is that there are certain things that are missing, there is less likely that you will have adoption, using those AI tools. If it is that we're underrepresented, if it is that there are gaps in the data. And I believe as women, we bring that holistic perspective. So the discussion should even not be on the ROI and women and diversity and what we bring to the table. As a Caribbean and Caribbean companies and nation, we have to look at now, how can we truly gain a competitive advantage? And we have to bring our unique capabilities to the table and bring women there that bring that kind of perspective.
Thank you. As we getting closer to the end of the panel, Dr. Maria, as chair of the CTU's Network of Women, which advocates for women, and as we heard earlier, you are no stranger to leadership, what words do you have for young women across the region to encourage them not only to take their first steps towards working in AI, but to leading in AI?
So thank you for that. Be bold. My usual statement, be bold. And you have to just step forward and be fearless. You have to be fearless. This is I think one of our panelists prior to this said it. AI is not waiting on anybody. AI and innovation is not going to wait, but it's going to replace a lot of women in the field right now, because unfortunately, like for example, in Jamaica, in the call centers, in the BPOs, the majority of it is female. So again, AI now is taking over that market, fast and furious. So we have to now look at some things online. Go online, ladies. Go and look at Python. I mean, think about that movie. I mean, everybody knows this movie, the Hidden Figures. What did those women do? They saw the change coming and they prepared for it. So be prepared for that opportunity that's going to knock on your door, because it's going to knock. And if it doesn't knock, you run and you find it. But don't sit and just play victim. I'm not a victim. So that's my message. Be fearless and go for it. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I would ask, do we have any questions? Yes?
I'm always nervous when I have a female panel like this and talking about this subject. But I'll be bold and be fearless. So I'm going to break it down into two sections. I heard you talk about the numbers being low concerning females involved in tech. I think as a man, I accept that. I have 2 daughters. But what does success look like? Let me explain. I think when we talk about full employment in the country, we never talk about 0% of employment. In other words, then, when you hear like 4% unemployment, we consider it to be like full employment. So my question is not so much what does progress look like, because I understand by the numbers, if you have 3% of women involved in something and it's 7% tomorrow, that's progress. But that's not necessarily success that we want. So my first question is, what does success look like? So in other words, then you've achieved something where parity does not necessarily mean equal in the sense, but you can have a level where you say, you know what, we have achieved what we want. And as I said, because I'm a father of 2 girls, and a former secondary school chairman of a board, we held different employment days. And one of the things that, I'm my technology background, and I asked what young ladies want to do, most of them want to do hair and nails. And that's no indictment to hair and nails, right? It may be education, in terms of how the education system is structured, to still collapse certain traditions. But where does society play a role in ensuring that that parity is actually achieved? Because when you look around the room, I don't think any woman in here, I'm not a woman, so let me not say that, but I don't think any person in here, male or female, would not advocate for that parity. But in the real world, it seems to me that the society is collapsing around a certain perspective, and it might not even be men or women themselves, but there seems to be a specific rule that keeps the numbers suppressed. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, but I would like to hear it.
Amanda? Oh, okay, we jump straight to me. So there are a number of things that I want to unpack from what he just said, right? So first he talks about success and jumping from the 3% to the 7%. But I think when we talk about things like gender parity and making fields like tech more inclusive, success is not always going to be quantifiable. It might look like having more women involved in diverse teams. And I found a number of things that you said quite interesting as well, where you talked about women coming around particular industries. And it's true that like biases exist, and women tend to, again, either through social influence or that kind of thing, they are impacted by these conventional things from time to time. Like I myself have been subject to these notions of conventionalism, yeah. And so a good example of that is a few years ago, I gave a talk for International Women's Day. I'm socializing after the event with persons at the event. Somebody says to me in conversation, well, I'm sure you don't care about getting married and that kind of thing with the kind of work that you're doing. And I just said, I was talking about AI, like, what? So these biases definitely do exist socially, like you said, in the real world. But I think environments matter. So in my classrooms, for example, I see that played out. So I recently had a student in a pre-med program, and she went to an all-girls secondary school, and she noticed that a lot of fields are very male-dominated, and she comes to talk to me very quietly after class, and she said, did you notice that a lot of power roles are still held by men here? And she's like, and I went to all-girls school, so this is a very confusing, and like she was very taken aback by that, because in the environment that she is coming from, women are in all the leadership roles. So I think too, as we continue to look at what success looks like, pairing that with ensuring that women and their roles across all of these things are visible is the only way that that success will get to that measurable point that you were talking about in terms of percentages and that kind of thing.
So, sorry, I was just going to jump in. I just want to challenge one thing that I thought was interesting. You said that women, for whatever reasons, tend to go towards hair and nails. Now, the thing about AI is you don't have to be a data scientist. You don't have to be a coder to use AI. You don't even have to be in design. It should be seen as something as a companion and part of your life, part of your business. For me, success, there is a traditional corporate ladder that is success, but what I would also challenge, as I said, 30 to 50% of MSMEs are run by women in the region. And getting those women to use AI in their businesses, to me, is a measure of success. Whether it's hair or nails or babysitting or any hair, braiding hair, all these things can potentially be augmented by AI in terms of booking, management, finance, all these other support systems to help make the business successful. So success in AI doesn't mean you're a CIO. It could mean that you have successfully integrated AI into your informal business. It means that you figured out how to manage your cash flow so you could get loans to grow your business. So we have to be more diverse in how we measure success. I don't know if that helps.
Can I
I'd
just
also
jump
like to
in?
add to
Oh, sorry.
You can go ahead.
Go ahead.
Mine is really short. So you mentioned quite a few things. I have a slightly biased opinion. I think that a lot of the women, men nowadays, they need to educate their children that are growing up now in this new world that the bias exists and kind of look at ways to remediate. I think it starts at home. And once you address this from at that level, well, from my personal experience, I found that the older males are kind of more leaning towards younger males or males leading in different fields. And I feel as though as time progresses and as we promote this culture and we promote education on this, we will eventually get to that level where it's a balance. And similar to success, I believe success is I'm going to sound controversial, is a mindset. Once you are happy with what you're doing, there is no downfall in it. Success is about how you feel. And similar to what you said about using AI in your different roles, there are so many tech-like roles that you can get into that I found women really like. I don't really like UX UI, but I know lots of women that I work with that love UX UI and even integrate AI into it. So that's just like what I would like to add there. You can go ahead. Deidre.
Thank you. I'm really enjoying this discussion. And, it had me thinking just in terms of just what success really looks like. And, just realistically, when you look at even within organizations, you have, new employees, you have interns. I must say that the younger generation, they want to be able to climb the ladder quickly and be very successful, but then they're limited roles, so to speak. And we have to really redefine what success looks like to really engage persons and to retain them, and how we're trying to look at it. And AI is really, I would say it's new. It has been around a long time, but just in terms of organizations, we're not that very mature level. We're still working that through, right? But how do we know harness and engage, especially some of our young employees, and we look at how they can make an impact. And it's our responsibility to create those spaces for them. They may not have the title to say, hey, I'm an IT manager or AI lead, etc. But we give them small projects that they can champion, so our AI Day, we have our Innovation Challenge, and it's how they can make an impact by solving a problem. And we recognize them. And for them, that's what success looks like, because they got recognized, they were able to develop a solution, solve a problem, and hey, they're at the front in the lobby, their picture is there, right? And that builds confidence. And what we try to do is to empower persons right across to use the tool and recognize when they have made an impact towards our overall strategy, and see how we can then recognize them in that space. But we have to do it in a very agile way, in very small pockets, so that we recognize the talent, we build the confidence along with the capabilities to, eventually have them as transformative leaders that are, can make some real extravagant moves in the future for the company. So we have to work on these very agile mini projects for them to lead and define the steps, in small steps, what success looks like as they shape the future and the pathway for them.
Dr. Maria, you'd like to?
Yes, I would love. So, when you talk about measuring success, what came to mind was the retention gets that headline. How many people stay? And just to throw a number out there, half the women leave by the age 35. Half you women leave. And why is that? Because often they get to a point and then they say, okay, I've achieved this. It's time now for family responsibility, which I've heard a peer person speaking. So one of the things that we have to do, there are 3 pillars, I think, to really, if we want to be inclusive and treat with this in a matter that, recognizing what women will bring to tech and what women will bring to the AI table, the new part of tech, New. So the first pillar is mentorship, and we said that. Mentorship, and I believe in mentorship. I believe in having talks. Anyone coming up to me, anytime I do any talks around the place, I encourage persons. We actually have interns working at the Spectrum Management Authority, and we have young female engineers working in the field alongside the male counterparts. Second, most importantly, is flexibility as a policy, not a favor. I have championed for formal flexible working arrangements in SME. Now we have a policy in government in Jamaica where we can have a flexible work period. So again, you have that flexibility of doing that balance in a better manner with both your children as well as your workplace. In addition to that, you also build spaces where we can have, you bring your children to school, to work, have an area where they can sit and do their homework, have a, and I think NCB started that, National Commercial Bank started that many years ago. So Jamaica is on that edge because we have a lot of women in leadership in Jamaica. So we have a number of case studies here that we have encouraged persons and people are shining. There are many females shining among us that's listening, and I'm here. And third, a visible growth path. Women stay where they can be seen, can see themselves advancing. And some, if you're not seeing yourself advancing, if you go around and see all men in a room, yes, I would feel kind of, well, I don't know, but some persons might feel intimidated by the fact that they're in a room filled with only men. But the fact of the matter is you are there, you're present, and make it count and bring somebody else into the room with you. And that's my thought on that one. Thank you.
And to add to what Dr. Maria said, women also need to become comfortable with being visible. We need to be comfortable being seen. We may be present, we may be succeeding, but if no one knows about it, we won't be counted. Any more questions?
Yes. I would like to thank Ms. Radha-Chalham for mentioning that piece about your biology, because sometimes we fail to mention it, and it's a key piece that doesn't allow us to continue our careers, because if we make a decision to rear a baby, that period outside of the workforce sometimes is not counted for, and then to come back in and take that time is sometimes forgotten, and it's sometimes weaponized against us. I would also like us to possibly start using the expansive term of stream versus STEM, because then it goes to your point about the expanded spaces in which we can think. And one last question is, how do women in AI treat with technology facilitated gender-based violence? Because as we know, that's one of the major reasons why some women don't even get into the positions, because they know how devastating it is and how it impacts women's careers.
So, okay, with gender-based violence, that's actually something I want to work with Amanda. And in my head, AI is a weapon as well as the solution. We've already seen what Grok has done for women in terms of the ability to nudify pictures and whatnot. It's an attack on women. But it can also be used to help identify early stages of, you can use AI to predict the likelihood of increasing of violence in a relationship for women. You could use that in terms of response centers, when you call the police, that kind of thing. AI can be very helpful with that. We just need to sit down and get creative. For me, because I work in a bank, I think the major thing in terms of women is when it comes to gender-based violence, usually quite a bit of the women do not have a formal job. They don't have, so they're working, but it's not recognized, and they can't access to an account, they can't get access to credit. And how banks typically assess people to lend money kind of means that this whole swath of people are invisible. And I can't speak for the bank that I work for, and I'm sure you can't either, but you can be a champion and you can be an advocate within your organization, and then join different groups to help support and advocate for those things. Because in Trinidad, for example, you do not have the opportunity to have a low due diligence account. You have to walk with 2 forms of ID and you need a job letter. So if you are a female in a situation where you're depending on a husband or a boyfriend, you can't even open a bank account in Trinidad. Jamaica, you can. Bahamas, you can. But Trinidad, you can't. And that means that we have to advocate for changes in the rules at central bank level. So that is something we have to work on together to solve. And then figure out how you get these women who are making informal money, making it visible. And Barbados took a really good step towards doing that with BIMPI, which means you have real-time payment rails, which means if you had an informal business, now you have the opportunity for most of your payments to be digitally visible, which means banks could potentially lend you money. So it's a societal thing, it's a female issue, but it's opening up access to everyone. So I don't know if that helped.
Okay, next question.
Good evening, everyone, panelists, those in the room and online. So I know that it was mentioned earlier that there are some people who would start something, but to finish it is a problem. Whether they don't have the opportunity or the encouragement or whatever the case may be. But I just want to know if there are any mentorship programs, specifically in AI or in general for women who may be wanting to partake in more difficult, more male-dominated fields. If there's anything to help them, whether existing or something that could be created in the future so that we could see more women in certain fields and even more youths who are coming up that have interest in these things so they can have a bit more encouragement and a push to do it.
Amanda, I'll give that to Amanda and Julie.
So though very nascent, I would say that is the kind of direction that her space in AI is looking at. We're looking at, again, outreach, education, and all these types of things that are creating the pathways for women to meaningfully participate, and not just participate, but to have the confidence in order to do so. Yeah, Julie?
So I'm a mentor for women in data science, Trinidad and Tobago, so you can check out our page. It was started by Dr. Addison. She will be here tomorrow. We do lots of free outreach to primary schools, secondary schools, university students. We do the full works. If you just want to be a part of the team and learn while you're there, you can do that. We have lots of opportunities. But this is just one of the organizations I'm familiar with, but I'm sure there are many others. I'm not sure if anybody else on the panel knows of other opportunities, but that's a really good one if you're interested. It takes you from the start of the field to really in-depth in the field, from just visuals to techie, coding, the full works.
Okay, so we have 2 more questions and we'll wrap up the Q&A at that point. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Just again, of course, I couldn't let this opportunity go by to talk on an excellent job by the Women in AI panel. So, I don't know if you realize how very different some of the perspectives were coming out, but I want to just sharpen some observations in that respect. The first one is, we talk a lot about women and AI, which means broadening the field of women's involvement in AI. There is a considerable amount of focus that needs to be given to how AI itself is regenerating gender bias. And I haven't heard much about that, I think. From where I stand, you have been working in the field for a long time. And what we keep saying, I mean, a lot of the issues you are raising with the banking sector, I mean, we've all dealt with it already, the gender, mainstream equality, advocacy, and what have you. And here we see it recurring again, right? We're in a new field, a new technology, so we just keep in anchor doing it again and again and again. And just, I mean, the first thing that I noticed in walking into the room, the first 2 or 3 panels were all male. And these were the hardcore panels, yes, the administrative, the technical, that kind of feel. And we got to AI, the soft serve ones, AI and ethics, women in AI, creativity, you would see a few women fields, right? So it's just a repeat. We're in very much repeat mode. It's something we need to look closely at. I do think, and I keep saying this, AI is our chance to get it right. It gives us that kind of scale we could jump forward rather than keep repeating and reinventing the wheel. So beyond institutional bias, we're talking about institutional blindness, because I don't think it was probably intentional at all, you know. It just is how the system functions, and we keep repeating it. And somebody mentioned in passing about how women who mainly function in the formal sectors are being affected because their jobs are being wiped out. But in fact, that's what's wrong with the model. We're working with a model where the focus is on the formal sectors. So we're trying to change the formal sectors, and those sectors are pulling hairs because they're set in a particular kind of mode, whereas the large majority who function within an informal system are the ones who we take the crap, we know how to be flexible, you know how to adapt to change, and that's where the lessons and the learnings are. So really, what I'm talking about is a paradigm shift. We need to shift how we function and the model that we're using to function, especially in this arena of AI. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, a number of things to unpack there again. But I would say that these concerns that you've raised about the gender biases that exist in AI, the only way we can fix that is to, again, include more women at all stages of the AI lifecycle across all the different applications and all the different innovative circles and the design of AI that we are undertaking. That is the only way that we can address this through the actual inclusion of women. I would also say, too, that I wouldn't take the panels this morning, the initial male panels, and attempt to conflate that as a representation of women's roles in being able to contribute to AI. The voices here in this room are plentiful, yes, and it would have gotten increasingly female. I mean, we're ending the day with a woman in AI panel, but at the same time, too, this room is just a cross-section of people. This is not even everybody who's participating in AI. So I think we need to be wary as well about drawing those kinds of conflations about the way that the panels were peopled here today and what it is saying about gender implications in the field.
Well, I don't have, I just think that everyone's just agreeing that it's a real problem to address. And I mean, my fellow panelists answered it correctly, but, you know, just to say that this AI bias is not just a technical problem, it's just a social problem that is reflected through our data. We need that inclusivity. We need to have, as mentioned, women at the table shaping, you know, the governance and the policies, etc. And also, it's the root. We have to look just even at the root cause. We still have a digital divide. Even before we talk about AI, we still have some things that we have to work on as it relates to just challenges with digital and having women have access to technology, connectivity, so that even when they have this access now they have an opportunity to share their experiences through these digital channels, so that the data can capture, you know, those experiences, whatever is happening in our communities, what's impacting us, so that we can make an influence and impact to any kind of policy that's being developed. So it's a big issue that has to be addressed. It's not an AI problem. It's something that, you know, exists way before AI. And it's just an action for us to look at it as a Caribbean region and as women in the Caribbean, how we can, you know, collaborate more, whether it is from a private sector with companies or from the universities or just with government. Similar with the mentorship question before, you know, everything is so siloed, and we've been talking about this for years, but I'm hoping through the Caribbean AI Task Force, we can have some actions around this coming from this conference to see what are some of these key things that we have to address. So I'm just agreeing with what was said, and these are some real concerns that we just have to address as women.
So if I just may add one point to the young lady who asked a question about how she can get involved and the different panels. It is more than seeking mentorship, but I want to say this to you. My favorite song is by Whitney Houston. Your hero is you. So you go online, Google is your friend, YouTube is your friend. There's a number of applications. You can actually do a full-blown Princeton University or Harvard University, free courses. So educate yourself. Education is one of the critical things that you must always find your path. And yes, a group is always there to, to give you some guidance, but I say seize your moment. Seize your moment. Don't wait for somebody to give you that helping hand. It'll come, yes. But you seize your moment, you be ready. And as it relates to the bias, the gender bias, yes, there is a gender bias. And we just have to say, yes, there is. Jamaica is something that I love, what I love about my country. And the men here have learned to respect their women because we're in government. We're in very high leadership positions, and we had a female prime minister at one point. So we respect our women, and we always value their opinion. Women bring men up. We are our mothers. So to my panelists who has the two sons, I'm sure she's driving them and she's mentoring them to respect women. And you have to have that respect for women, but even before we begin to talk about the policies and the guidelines and the guardrails, because people will always break the lines. They'll always shade out of that line and weaponize things. But it's for us to do our own path by making sure that we play our role in society to making that citizen that of a perfect one. I hope that answers the two questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final question.
It's not a question, it's a statement with regards to Indigenous women and the rights that and the biases that we face against AI. So I am Aliyah Amanda Ali, Indigenous Systems Architect, Climate Leader, and Founder working at the intersection of Indigenous knowledge, climate resilience, biodiversity stewardship, and emerging technologies. I represent a living ecosystem of work and action through the Caribbean Indigenous Climate Systems Institute, the Speed of Thought, and the Foundation for Heritage Preservation. Across these platforms, my work is rooted in one mission: to ensure Indigenous knowledge systems are recognized, valued, protected, and integrated into the future of global development. Yesterday, our iScape program actually went live on UN Science's AI as a decade-endorsed program. One of the things that I want to bring to your attention is we stand at a critical threshold in human history where technology is accelerating economies. Economies are digitizing and artificial intelligence is reshaping the future. Yet Indigenous people, especially Indigenous women, our organization is led by Indigenous women, it's intergenerational. Yet Indigenous people, Indigenous women, the original knowledge holders of the earth, remain among the most systematically excluded and invisible unbanked populations in the global financial architecture. This is not an oversight. It is a structural failure. To be unbanked is not simply to lack access to financial services. It is to be excluded from opportunity. It is to be disconnected from capital, to be denied participation in systems that define value, growth, and development. For Indigenous communities, this exclusion is compounded by historical and colonial dispossession, land insecurity, lack of formal recognition, cultural misalignment with extractive economic systems, digital exclusion, and data invisibility. The result, entire knowledge systems, economies, and ways of life remain undervalued, unsupported, and unprotected. A call for translation, not assimilation. We do not seek to be absorbed into systems that were not built for us. We demand the translation of systems to recognize us. Translations mean bridging indigenous knowledge systems with modern economic frameworks, recognizing land, biodiversity, and cultural stewardship as measurable value, designing financial systems that respect collective ownership and intergenerational wealth, embedding indigenous data sovereignty in digital and AI systems, and creating pathways for access without erasure of identity. This is about redefining value itself. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. It was very timely that our program went live yesterday. And all the presentations I have done from June last year, the 250 plus digital assets that I have created will become open source for researchers. While I was going through a cancer diagnosis in 2022, I was retraining myself to use AI, and I hope that I will be able to share this with other NGO leaders. I am also a UNESCO ocean expert and recognized by Blue Thread Network, so I have frameworks that can be replicated across SIDS. So that is my contribution today. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with such an esteemed panel of women, and I hope that we can find more equity for indigenous women in the Caribbean, especially in Trinidad, as we move forward.
Thank you for sharing this information with us here today. So as we bring the panel to a close, I will ask my panelists for one sentence. What would you say to the woman in the audience who has been thinking about moving into AI but not yet taken that step? Amanda?
The longer you wait, the harder it will be. Throughout the entire day today, we've been talking about how rapidly this field is moving, and the longer you wait, the further away you're going to get from where you need to jump on, where things are.
Julie?
For me, I'm going to say you should do it. I think that for myself, as well as plenty of women in the crowd, you've always had this wondering if you're good as the global markets, etc. I'm telling you, you guys are. You just need to do it. And once you believe in yourself, you will do an excellent job.
So I would say find something that you're really excited about or something that really irritates you. Because that's going to help you be motivated. The key is, for us, our brains are wired for problems and problem solving, and AI is supposed to help us with that. So either you're really passionate about a particular cause and you want to figure out how to solve a challenge there, or you're really irritated by something that bothers you, that you know you need to solve, and then you start seeking out how to solve it, and then you figure out how AI could be a companion, a sounding board, can help you build a framework, help you automate. Once you start with the problem, the internet and AI is available to help you get to that goal. But the main thing that you need is the passion and the drive to continue sticking with it when it fails, to keep going and to get other people to support you to go forward. So passion or irritant, that's what drives me all the time. And irritants are really good at driving me as well.
Thank you. Teacher?
All well said already. Just start. You don't need to be ready to start. You need to start to be ready. And I would just say to the women, just be bold and confident. I think that's one of the things that in speaking to a lot of women, especially young women, they have the technical competence, but we tend to doubt ourselves. But just to know that you can do it, just step into it and be bold. And, we'll build that bridge that you need, because as women, we have to support each other. So just go for it, solve that problem, whatever it is out there, and, make an impact.
Dr. Maria?
So everyone on the panel, I'm the last to speak, and you've stolen all my words from just do it to, be bold. But I'm going to say this. As I said before, Whitney is one of my greatest favorite artists. And I'm going to say, I believe our children are the future. So mothers in the room, teach them well. Teach them well, educate them, and let them lead the way. Okay, that's number one. And, there's a part in the song which says, remember a time long ago when no one was around to be your hero. Be your own hero. Be you. You stand firm, stand tall, and you are enough. Always remember that. No matter what anyone says to you, you are enough, right? Just make it count. Because you have only one life to live, make it count. Thank you.
Thank you to my esteemed panel of women leaders in AI.
All right. Thank you very much. As our panelists take a photo, both online and in person, please allow me to welcome on stage Dr. Craig Ramlal, Chair of the Caribbean AI Task Force, to close for today as we wrap up officially day one. It's not over yet, day one. But stand by for a quick announcement at the end of that. Dr. Ramlal, the floor is yours.
I'm blocking, right? All right. Just making sure I don't want to color the picture. All right. Well, thank you so much for sticking around. We made a considerable dent in the Caribbean AI policy today. This Caribbean AI Task Force started in discussion as a very informal Caribbean AI working group. I think some of you would be on that group. That started in 2024. We took a year to figure out how we should do this task force, why we should do this task force, and who should do this task force. And in 2025, in July, it was done. We discussed what happened, and now we are at that point where we have produced that report, and we are looking forward to implementation. And still today, with the report being written, like I said at the start, this is the conference. You don't just take out information from this conference, you put information into this conference. You are still putting information into the recommendations. So what did we discuss? We still brought up our problems that we have. We have some very weird problems. I pulled out 3. We have a paradox where we are small nations and yet we are not agile. It can't be the case that AI fakery is much cheaper to generate than proving it is fake. We have a culture of not talking to each other. We only talk to each other when there's a hurricane, but there have been several digital hurricanes. How can we change that culture? Those are some of the problems that came up and resounded with me. But there are also some points that were made that I think are quite valuable. Sensitizing public to technology so that they trust the technology. Looking at creative financing options to monetize creatives and how you can make creatives more competitive. How can you make the arts and the creatives more competitive? We have to look at an AI Caribbean space for AI equity, a Caribbean AI compliance ranking on consent and disclosure, a regional AI sandbox, rights-based AI public assessment, AI regulatory frameworks. We have to look at non-traditional pathways and education for women and where they are, especially for single mothers. And we have to look at a wide representation of females and how we measure success. We have a call for coordination, centralized location and knowledge hub. We have to start sharing the information more. Look at an AI implementation toolkit. These further recommendations we will compile over these next 2 days, and we will have that stored. Hopefully we can add it as an addendum to the report, and we will date it at when we have done this. We want to get into a habit where we don't have to have these kinds of conferences anymore, where we can just come together and just eat food and drink. That will be the day. I will pay for it, yeah, no problem. But that will be the day too I would really like to see, because I would leave, I would stop, and I want to stop. I'm trying to work myself off the job. I really hope to see you all tomorrow at 9 a.m. We will be here, and that has a very, very exciting youth debate in the morning. So please come for that. The day runs until 5 p.m. So thank you for today. You are the best for staying back. Thank you for all of your input that you have put into this conference, and we promise you that it would be used. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Ramlal. To everyone in the room and online, I don't think there's anything left for me to say, but day 1 is done. And we are going to head into day 2 in the morning with this excited youth session. I spoke to 1 or 2 of the youth participants earlier on today, and I would like to encourage, look around, you'll see some of them still here. I'd like to encourage each and every one of you to say hi to them before you leave and just kind of give them some encouragement for tomorrow morning, because that's what this is about, empowerment to action, and they need our empowerment right now. So go do that. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I am super excited for tomorrow, and I'm super excited to see you guys. The participants that came this morning on the bus is here for you to return. So when you go outside, you can make your way over to the bus. There's going to be some representatives there to guide you if you are confused or unsure. To my participants online, how y'all doing? Day 1, we good? Yes, we need thumbs up. We're going to see you all tomorrow. Give me more thumbs ups, give me hearts, give me claps, give me anything. We're back here tomorrow. Yes? Great. I'm seeing lots of reactions on the online forum right now. Good. Give yourselves a round of applause for staying with us online all day long.